Chapter 904. A large amount of corpse energy entered his body and was absorbed by the innate Yin wind bead. The innate Yin wind bead let out a cheerful response. It was obvious that it had become much stronger. It is indeed a great tonic. If there is some special treasure underground, it might be able to help the innate Yin wind bead advance to the next level. I can also gain some benefits. Ling Xiao thought excitedly. Facing such a terrifying opponent, he could still laugh. It had to be said that Ling Xiao was really skilled and bold. Shi Mo was seriously provoked. The dark green corpse energy was a kind of power that he relied on, but it was actually absorbed by someone else. This made him extremely angry. After he roared, he swung his dagger axe towards Ling Xiao. Although he had reached the strength of a saint, he could not use the power of space. He could only fight with his strong physical body and strength. Even so, every single one of his moves carried terrifying might, and no one below the saint level could match him. Ling Xiao's dragon-shaped battle chi was fully activated. His strength had already risen to the strength of a high-level mystic the Arch. His physical body was also comparable to a saint-level weapon. In his hand was the demigod-level golden dragon spear. He did not have the slightest fear as he faced Shi Mo head-on. The dagger axe and the golden dragon spear clashed, creating a strong rebounding force. Ling Xiao only felt the web between his thumb and index finger go numb. His whole body was pushed back tens of meters. The golden dragon spear almost fell out of his hand. The strength of a saint level is indeed powerful. If I did not use my full strength, I am afraid that this attack would have broken my arm. However, his dagger axe is not comparable to the golden dragon spear. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. Shi Mo attacked again. His speed was like wind and lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was already above Ling Xiao. The dagger axe smashed down with a strong corpse energy. The space was forcefully torn apart. Ling Xiao did not dare to be distracted. His aura was once again at the peak. The golden dragon spear swept up. Rumble! Ling Xiao's whole body was shaken down and smashed into the ground. Shi Mo followed like a shadow. It seemed that he would not stop until he killed Ling Xiao. Tyrant Dragon Spear Art First Move. Tyrant Dragon descends to the world. A extinction dragon true dragon broke through the sky, bringing with it an incomparably ferocious aura and directly swallowed the corpse demon. Tyrant Dragon Spear Art Second Move. Dance with Dragons. Tyrant Dragon Spear Art Third Move. Coiling Dragon Rising to the Heavens. The dragon-shaped battle chi in Ling Xiao's body surged endlessly. Before the corpse demon arrived, Ling Xiao had already struck out one fatal blow after another. Every move contained 35 times his battle prowess, and they were like dragons dancing together, destroying all living things. Any high-level mystic the Arch would be blasted into smithereens by such a powerful move. After all, Ling Xiao was wielding a semi-divine weapon, which could increase the power of his moves by more than 10 times. Each move contained at least 50 times the power, which was enough to fight against a saint-level expert. Corpse Demon roared and waved his halberd, destroying all the peerless true dragons. However, his physical body had also suffered numerous explosions. His awe-inspiring armor showed signs of cracking. A semi-divine weapon was not a joke. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would not have dared to fight with him. Shi Mo did not feel any pain. He only knew that he had to kill endlessly. The terrifying corpse aura was constantly overflowing, and everything in the surroundings was destroyed. Shi Mo broke all of Ling Xiao's attacks. The halberd smashed down like a heavenly pillar with boundless might. Ling Xiao increased his speed to the extreme and barely dodged the attack. He had a different thought in his heart. This fellow's physical body is truly terrifying. If I can subdue him, he will definitely be of great help. Limitless Clone Art. Ling Xiao yelled out in shock. He split into 48 figures, and all of them attacked Shi Mo with terrifying killing intent. 48 figures were like 48 Ling Xiaos attacking at the same time. How powerful was this? Only a saint-level expert would be able to resist against it. Shi Mo's entire body was dented, but his battle power was still boundless. He destroyed all 48 Ling Xiaos and smashed Ling Xiao's real body until he vomited blood. Ling Xiao's blood was churning, but his battle intent was awe-inspiring. This was the warlike blood that dragons possessed. No matter who they faced, they would never lower their heads. This was the path of an emperor. One could only advance bravely and never retreat. Mo's strength was terrifying, but the halberd in his hand was only a low-level sage weapon. After clashing with the golden dragon spear many times, it finally broke. Ling Xiao became more and more courageous as he fought. He simply put away the golden dragon spear and fought with Mo's flesh. In terms of physical strength, Ling Xiao had never been afraid of anyone. Ever since he started cultivating the ancient emperor mystic technique, he was often treated as a human target. Now that the ancient emperor mystic technique was nearing completion and his body had become a sage, he was definitely not afraid of fighting with Mo. Now, he only wanted to fight to his heart's content. Intense collisions of physical bodies and powerful auras constantly intersected. Ling Xiao was sent flying time and time again, but the ancient emperor mystic technique was able to quickly help him recover from his injuries. He clashed with Mo time and time again, causing his entire body to be branded with many fist marks. However, Mo would not feel any pain unless his head was chopped off. Only then would he perish. I did not expect Ling Xiao to be so valiant. He could actually fight with Lord Mo and not die. No wonder he dares to challenge our devil sect. The corpse sect patriarch sighed. Fortunately, Lord Mo is strong enough. Otherwise, our sect would have been exterminated by them. Once Lord Mo kills Ling Xiao, we will wipe out all of them. The low-level mystic the arch beside the corpse sect patriarch said with a sinister expression. Ling Xiao and Mo fought from the sky to the ground and from the ground to the sky. The intense collisions and the intense battle caused the surrounding people to be stunned. The people from corpse sect did not expect that a low-level mystic the arch, Ling Xiao, could actually fight with a saint-ranked Mo. This was simply heaven-defying. This did not mean that Ling Xiao truly had the strength to challenge a saint-ranked expert. If Mo could use the power of space, Ling Xiao would not even be able to last one round against the opponent. Of course, it was definitely not difficult for Ling Xiao to eliminate this Mo. He had yet to use his heaven fire that could incinerate anything. He wanted to have a hearty battle with Mo to quench his 3-year itch. Many of the dragon scales on Ling Xiao's body had fallen off, and his mouth was constantly choking on blood. It seemed like he was already severely injured. He activated the ancient emperor mystic technique and continuously recovered. However, the recovery speed could not keep up with the consumption. That Mo did not have any scruples and only knew how to fight endlessly. It is time to end this game. Ling Xiao frantically retreated and revealed a calm and cold smile. Ling Xiao no longer fought with Mo as he turned and skimmed towards the people from corpse sect. He is heading over here. That low-level mystic the arch from corpse sect said in a panic. After witnessing how extraordinary Ling Xiao was, he was even more fearful of Ling Xiao. This was a terrifying enemy that could fight with Mo. That corpse sect patriarch's expression changed drastically. All zombies, go and stop him. We must let Lord Mo kill him. Ling Xiao's 35 times combat strength was still there, and his speed had similarly increased by 35 times. It was as though he had turned into a flash of wind, and it was impossible for those zombies to catch him. Only Mo was able to follow him like a shadow and vowed to kill Ling Xiao. Quickly flee. That low-level mystic the arch sensed that Ling Xiao was getting closer and couldn't help but exclaim. That corpse sect patriarch was stronger than him and naturally could sense it as well. He didn't even think before turning around to flee. Limitless doppelganger art. How could Ling Xiao let them escape? However, his main target was that corpse sect patriarch. He split himself into 12 doppelgangers and smashed towards the corpse sect patriarch. The corpse sect patriarch was frightened out of his wits. Although his cultivation realm was higher than Ling Xiao, he had already lost all confidence and didn't have any leeway to resist. He was instantly smashed to a half-dead state by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's back was exposed, and he was sent flying by Mo's fist while fresh blood spurted out unceasingly. His physical body could be considered a saint artifact, but under such a powerful attack, his internal organs couldn't take it. Shur-mo closed in again, and his heavy fist was like a falling star as it smashed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao skimmed forward like a fish and dodged the attack. At the same time, he turned around and raised a finger. The energy around his body converged at a single point, and the surrounding spirit chi also swarmed over at this moment. 3-part divine finger, jade splitting gold. A finger light that could destroy heaven and earth streaked across like a meteor and smashed towards Shur-mo's chest. Rumble. No matter how strong Shur-mo was, he was still sent flying by this finger. Ling Xiao seized this opportunity, and a high-grade mental incantation surged out from his sea of consciousness. Strange mental runes were imprinted towards the corpse sect patriarch who was not far away. Ling Xiao risked getting injured to injure the corpse sect patriarch so that he could control him. As long as he could take him down, Shur-mo wouldn't be a threat anymore. The corpse sect patriarch didn't have any leeway to resist, and his soul was forcefully imprinted by Ling Xiao's mental incantation. Shur-mo attacked again. There was a finger wound on his chest, but it still couldn't destroy his physical body. A powerful fist attacked again, and the space was about to collapse. Ling Xiao didn't have the strength to escape, and he could only watch as this fist descended towards his face. Ding dang dang dang. Just as Shur-mo's fist was about to land on Ling Xiao's face, the crisp sound of a bell rang out. This sound seemed to be imbued with magic, and it rang in Shur-mo's ears, causing him to forcefully stop his attack. However, his forward momentum still caused Ling Xiao's face to feel pain. Good thing I made it in time, Ling Xiao exclaimed as he wiped off his cold sweat. His dragon-shaped battle chi disappeared, and his handsome face was restored. His face was much paler, and it was obvious that the battle just now had consumed 80 to 90% of his energy. Let Shur-mo exterminate the other zombies and your sex people. Ling Xiao passed the order to the corpse sect patriarch. The corpse sect patriarch immediately carried out the order, and he shook the bell and said, "Lord Shur-mo, kill all your people." The people of corpse sect didn't know why their sect patriarch would give such an order, and they all felt that it was unreal. However, when Shur-mo charged towards them, they knew that all of this wasn't a dream. At the same time, Ling Xiao also let the people he brought attack again, and used all their strength to exterminate the zombies of corpse sect. The battle situation took a turn, and a one-sided situation started to appear. The destruction of corpse sect was already destined, and it was an unchangeable fact. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to recover from his injuries. This battle really benefited him a lot. That kind of intense collision allowed him to enjoy the feeling of contentment that he hadn't felt for a long time. Chapter 905. The corpse sect was completely annihilated. Not a single corpse could escape from the corpse demon's attack. The people of the corpse sect were all killed. The corpse sect master became a person under Ling Xiao's control. Naturally, the corpse demon also submitted to Ling Xiao. The corpse demon had the strength of a saint. Although it was weaker than an ordinary saint, it was absolutely invincible under the semi-saint level. It was unexpected for a 4th-grade sect to have such an existence. It was worthy of being the strongest subsect under the Black Demon sect. Everyone had been cleaned up. There were only about 50 people left on the proud Smiling Palace's side. Nearly half of them had died. Such a loss was quite good. Granny Mingfeng's body had been pierced by the corpse demon. Fortunately, she had the spring of life that Ling Xiao had given her. Otherwise, she would have definitely died. Everyone gathered around Ling Xiao, quietly waiting for Ling Xiao's next arrangement. Ling Xiao's external injuries were not serious, but his internal injuries were very serious. It would take some time to recover. After his injuries had healed by 70 to 80%, Ling Xiao stood up and left. He had already retracted his half-dragon body. He felt that his current appearance was like a monster, and it had greatly damaged his image. He was thinking whether he should really get a dragon ball and directly transform into a dragon. It would be much better than his half-dragon appearance. The reason why he had rejected the old Dragon King was that he did not want to become a real dragon, and he did not want to be trapped in the Dragon Palace forever. Now that he thought about it, transforming into a dragon was much better than that half-human half-dragon appearance. After all, becoming a real dragon meant that he would still be in his human form. When it was the most dangerous time, he could transform into a dragon. Forget it, I'll think about it later. I don't want to be controlled by those old dragons. Ling Xiao shook his head and put the idea to the back of his mind. Ling Xiao walked to the place where the corpse demon had broken out of the ground. Waves of corpse energy were constantly overflowing, and countless chilly winds whistled like the cries of vengeful spirits. It was not cold but rather frightening. Within Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, the innate sinister wind bead pulsed even more violently. There was a strong desire to devour it. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and murmured, I don't know what it is that can allow the corpse devil to exist here for eternity. It must be something evil. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end he still jumped into the bottomless pit. The deep pit was filled with thick corpse energy, and its corrosiveness was comparable to death energy. This aura caused one's life force to slow down. If an Empyrean were to jump in, they would likely die. Corpse chi could cause great harm to others, but to Ling Xiao, it was just a great tonic. The innate sinister wind bead absorbed the energy very quickly. Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to it and let it absorb on its own. He looked around, searching for the secret of this place. Just now, when the corpse demon broke out of the ground, it caused a lot of mud and stones to fall. Ling Xiao relied on his senses and cleared away the mud and stones and the rotten corpses in front of him. Suddenly, a cave entrance appeared in front of Ling Xiao. To be precise, it was a hole in a cave abode. He was standing at the place where the corpse demon was buried, and the cave abode was nearby. What is this place? It was actually built here. Ling Xiao asked the corpse sect patriarch who was above the deep pit. The corpse sect patriarch had the strength of a mid-stage mystic emperor. His name was Burial Star, which was a very inauspicious name. Burial Star replied, This is a forbidden area of our sect. I only know that Lord Corpse Demon is buried here. I don't know anything else. Strange. Even the sect patriarch doesn't know. Let me see what exactly is here. Ling Xiao muttered to himself in puzzlement. He then walked towards the cave abode with large strides. This place was also filled with dense corpse energy, and waves of evil Yin energy accompanied it. The evil Yin energy is so dense. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He circulated the protective radiance around his body, illuminating everything in the cave abode. He suddenly realized that this was a graveyard, and a large golden coffin was placed in the center. This large coffin was carved with dragons and phoenixes, and it was made of pure gold. It looked extremely noble. Beside this golden coffin stood two undying corpses. Seeing these two corpses, Ling Xiao was shocked. They were wearing the same clothes as the corpse demon outside. They were holding saint artifact dagger axes in their hands as if they were guarding this golden coffin. Just as Ling Xiao was about to retreat, he realized that the two undying corpses didn't move at all. He couldn't help but stop. Ling Xiao then asked Burial Star how many corpse demons their sect had refined. Burial Star replied that they had only refined one, and that was 10,000 years ago. They had expended a lot of manpower and resources to refine it. After confirming that these two corpses hadn't been refined into corpse demons, Ling Xiao finally calmed down. Otherwise, if two corpse demons appeared at the same time, he wouldn't be able to survive even if he had a few lives. Could it be that the corpse demon was dug out from here? Ling Xiao went forward to investigate with doubt. Generally, if one wanted to maintain an immortal body, it would only be possible after reaching the Holy Emperor rank. Otherwise, one would need to consume some kind of spirit item that could preserve the immortal body before death. Otherwise, who could withstand the erosion of time? The closer he got to the golden coffin, the more the innate Yin wind bead in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness throbbed. However, just as Ling Xiao was about a meter away from the golden coffin, countless dark green corpse energies suddenly emerged from the ground. The corpse energies actually took form and turned into an otherworldly fierce beast that roared at Ling Xiao. Its speed and aura were actually not inferior to a half-step saint rank attack. Ling Xiao didn't even have the chance to react before he was blown far away by the powerful corpse energies. His whole body was embedded in the mud and stones, and his injuries weren't light. Moreover, he was being corroded by the terrifying corpse energies. Before Ling Zhao's injuries had fully recovered, he suffered another heavy blow and vomited blood on the spot. A large amount of corpse energies continuously invaded his vitality. Fortunately, he had the innate Yin Wind bead to immediately devour it. Otherwise, he would have died on the spot. Ling Zhao had no choice but to take a healing elixir to recover from his injuries. This time, he carefully observed and was surprised to find that the golden coffin was actually engraved with complicated array patterns. That blow just now had touched the array patterns. There is actually an 8th rank array. No wonder the ancestor of the corpse sect doesn't allow the descendants to enter this place. If only the trickster was here, he would definitely be able to break the array. What should I do? Ling Zhao revealed a distressed expression. Even so, he didn't leave and began to observe the surroundings. Suddenly, he discovered something on a stone wall. It turned out that this was the tomb of a royal marquis. The marquis of the Jiang clan wanted to rise up and restore the dynasty after the 100,000 years of turmoil in the ancient times. Unfortunately, that was an era of darkness and slaughter. Although heroes could be born in troubled times, it was also a place where heroes were buried. This Jiang clan's royal family failed in the end. In this golden coffin was the king of the Jiang clan who died in the chaotic war, and this was the place where his corpse was buried. This place was deliberately set up by their descendants to gather the Tai Yin Qi to protect their corporeal body from being disturbed by others. As for why there was so much corpse energy here, it was definitely because the seniors of the corpse sect had discovered it. When they were refining the corpse demon, they had laid down a formation to gather it. Corpse energy was a type of Yin energy, which also led to the change in the cave. So, it's the descendant of Jiang Wang. Ling Zhao muttered to himself. Ling Zhao had obtained the inheritance of Zhan Wang's memories in the abyss of war, so he knew a lot about the ancient times. This Jiang Wang was a marquis under the banner of the Kim people's dynasty at that time. Back then, the various royal families took advantage of the chaos to destroy the Kim people's dynasty. This Jiang Wang's bloodline was loyal to the Kim people and didn't take the opportunity to betray them. It was truly rare. In this memory, Jiang Wang's bloodline also cultivated the indestructible golden body technique. It was a powerful defensive technique, second only to the ancient sovereign divine technique. Once cultivated to the great success stage, one's corporeal body would be immortal, comparable to a sacred tool. Although this technique couldn't compare to the ancient sovereign divine technique, it didn't require the royal bloodline to cultivate like the ancient sovereign divine technique. It only belonged to the metal attribute and could be cultivated by any martial artist. Ling Zhao had the ancient sovereign divine technique, so he naturally didn't care about this indestructible golden body technique. However, he naturally wouldn't let go of such a high-grade technique. Even if he didn't cultivate it, he could still pass it on to others, such as Kai Shiyue, Yi Yunfeng. Ling Zhao arrived in front of the stone puppet on the wall. His golden fist flashed and smashed the stone puppet, revealing the secret compartment inside. An ancient scroll immediately appeared in front of him. Ling Zhao bluntly put it away. This was the complete technique of the indestructible golden body technique, and it was placed here together with the others. These two golden bodies aren't bad either. I'll keep them first. In the future, when I'm able to leave my body and cultivate a clone, they'll be the best substitute for me. Ling Zhao also put away the two corpse-like corpses. In their hands were sacred tools, and they were also wearing sacred tool armor. Obtaining any one of them would make people wild with joy. That corpse sect ancestor actually didn't touch these two corpses. Presumably, he still wanted to keep them for the future to refine into corpse demons. Unfortunately, refining one was already enough to consume too much of their strength. Regardless of this, he still left them here. This was only Ling Zhao's guess. He didn't know the truth. Now that the golden coffin was in front of him, and the largest funerary object was also inside, Ling Zhao didn't want to give up and searched everywhere for the formation eye. However, he wasn't Xian Yao after all. He didn't have a deep understanding of formations. Many times he touched the formation pattern, he was always injured by the corpse qi. If it wasn't for his strong body, he wouldn't have been able to survive. Damn it, If only the fraud was here. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. In his sea of consciousness, the innate Yin wind bead was still jumping nonstop. It had a feeling that it couldn't wait to get out. Come out. Let's see if you can break this formation. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and released the innate Yin wind bead. The innate Yin wind bead drilled out of his sea of consciousness. After absorbing a large amount of death qi, its color had become much darker, and its size was also a little larger than before. It released circles of Yin baleful death qi, giving off a feeling that no one would come close. All of the surrounding corpse qi was absorbed by it. After absorbing the surrounding corpse qi, it flew towards the golden coffin. Bang! No matter what came within a few meters of the golden coffin, countless corpse qi would immediately explode out. However, the innate Yin wind bead was the source of the corpse qi. No matter how strong the corpse qi was, it was just fertilizer for the bead. The innate Yin wind bead stayed above the formation, allowing the corpse qi to explode. It absorbed as much as it could, as if it had no end. It was also at this time that there was finally some movement at the golden coffin. Chapter 906. The innate Yin wind bead was formed by the accumulation of the absolute Yin qi in the world for tens of thousands of years. The power it contained was not something that an ordinary person could imagine. Back then, in the huge ravine in the desolate mountain range, the Yin wind and evil qi were all condensed into this bead. It could be seen how powerful the innate Yin wind bead was. No matter how ferocious the corpse qi was, it could not do anything. In order to refine the corpse demons, the corpse sect had killed countless lives. After tens of thousands of years, the corpse qi and Yin qi in this place could be said to be massive. The innate Yin wind bead could not be absorbed in an instant. As the corpse qi and Yin qi were absorbed, the innate Yin wind bead flickered nonstop. The bead's size started to increase. Although it was just a small increase, it meant that the innate Yin wind bead's power was more terrifying than before. At this moment, the golden coffin started to shake, as if something was coming out from inside. An aura that made even Ling Xiao feel terrified spread out from the crack of the coffin lid. Ling Xiao felt that his breathing was not smooth. It was as if his chest was being pressed by a huge rock. Ling Xiao vomited blood from the aura. His body was once again embedded into the mud. He felt as if his whole body was going to fall apart. Bang! The lid of the golden coffin was forcibly shaken open, and a destructive aura rushed out. The surrounding stone walls of the cave were shaken, and if it wasn't for the support of the array runes, this place would have directly collapsed. Swoosh! A figure jumped out from the golden coffin. At the same time, this figure let out a roar. A fist with an unparalleled aura smashed towards the innate Yin wind bead. This punch was absolutely tyrannical and powerful. The cave abode was shaken to the point that it shook non-stop, and countless stone fragments flew in all directions. This scene happened too fast. Ling Xiao could not see the figure's face clearly. The innate Yin wind bead shook and instantly changed its position, dodging the figure's powerful fist. In the next moment, Ling Xiao was stunned. The innate Yin wind bead emitted a large amount of Yin qi. This Yin qi actually condensed into a figure. He could not be more familiar with this figure. It was his appearance. At this moment, he saw the figure that jumped out from the golden coffin. Surprisingly, it was a middle-aged man dressed in a noble dragon robe. His face was handsome and resolute, and his tiger-like eyes emitted a bright light. His figure was tall and imposing, and balls of light that transformed into ancient golden bells were constantly revolving around his body. His imposing manner was abnormally overbearing, and the aura of a king could be seen at a glance. No way, Jiang Wang is still alive? Ling Xiao's jaw almost dropped to the ground. A living person suddenly popped out of the golden coffin. That was a person from 80,000 years ago. Even a saint would have to sit cross-legged and ascend to the heavens. Only by becoming a god could one obtain immortality. The middle-aged man once again punched out with his tyrannical fists. An aura that looked down on the world caused people to be convinced. Every punch caused the stone walls that were engraved with formations to collapse. The Ling Xiao, transformed from the innate Yin wind bead, also punched out. His strength was not any weaker than his opponent's. Bang! The powerful fist force continued to scatter, and the corrosive formation pattern finally could not withstand it and began to disintegrate. Large pieces of the stone wall collapsed and fell. No, he's not alive. He's definitely not a living person. Ling Xiao shouted as he sensed something. However, as soon as he finished speaking, countless pieces of mud and stones drowned him. He didn't even think about it as he circulated all the strength in his body and began to break out of the ground. He didn't want to be buried alive here. Just as Ling Xiao rushed out of the ground, the terrifying Yin baleful death chi and the golden power of corpse chi began to explode. The land within a radius of 5,000 kilometers started to crack and collapse. Their auras soared into the sky and baleful auras swept about. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. Everyone retreat from here and return to Wind Cloud City immediately. Ling Xiao roared. The people he brought were all under his control. With a single order, all of them retreated. Only Star Burial and Corpse Demon were kept into the medicine cauldron. It was best to keep Corpse Demon, who had the strength of a sage, by his side to protect himself. Two figures finally rushed out from the ground. Ling Xiao and Jiang Wang were attacking each other nonstop. The destruction caused was many times greater than Corpse Demon's. Spatial cracks were constantly being blasted open, and it was as if the sky was going to be broken. At the same time, the innate Yin wind bead released strands of Yin baleful death chi, which sealed the sky layer by layer. The heaven and earth were filled with this kind of power of death. All life within 10,000 kilometers died, and even the plants withered. Ever since Ling Xiao obtained the innate Yin wind bead, this was the second time he saw it make such a big move. The first time was when he encountered the evil spirit heavenly fire bead. Could there be some kind of strange bead here? Ling Xiao hid far away and muttered to himself. Jiang Wang, who was fighting with Ling Xiao, seemed to be afraid. He actually wanted to break through the Yin baleful death chi and leave. However, he was instead wrapped up by the incomparably dense Yin baleful death chi, as if it wanted to directly devour him. Suddenly, a thumb-sized diamond-shaped object flew out from Jiang Wang's forehead. Jiang Wang seemed to have lost his support and fell heavily from the sky. Ling Xiao's target was that diamond-shaped object. He grabbed it from afar, and the countless Yin baleful death chi that he had set up earlier all rushed towards it. The diamond-shaped object was unwilling to be captured. It actually overflowed with supreme Yin chi that was similar to the Yin baleful death chi to resist. However, this diamond-shaped object's supreme Yin chi was much weaker than the Yin baleful death chi. It was constantly being devoured by the Yin baleful death chi. The Ling Xiao formed by the innate Yin wind bead also dissipated and turned into Yin baleful death chi, increasing the devouring power. The diamond-shaped object kept struggling to escape, but it was to no avail. It was tightly bound by the innate Yin wind bead's power. The result was obvious. In the end, it was forcibly devoured by the innate Yin wind bead. Ling Xiao guessed that this diamond-shaped object was definitely some kind of supreme Yin object. Perhaps it was the legendary Yin gathering bead, which could gather the Yin chi of all things and turn the place it was in into a place of extreme Yin. After the innate Yin wind bead was successfully devoured, the bead obviously grew a lot bigger. It kept flashing in the sky, looking abnormally excited. Streams of Yin baleful death chi kept returning to its body. Finally, it once again entered Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge. Buzz. When it entered Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge, a powerful feedback force overflowed from his sea of knowledge. At the same time, the evil demonic heavenly fire bead in his sea of knowledge made a clanging sound, dissatisfied that the place it occupied was being eroded by that power. The small tree, on the other hand, hid in a corner and emitted layers of green light to protect itself from the Yin baleful death chi. This was not the first time that Ling Xiao had experienced such a situation. He immediately sat down cross-legged and focused on absorbing the power from the innate Yin wind bead. The five-colored dantian spun rapidly and the dragon chi roared above it. The power that was transmitted over was constantly devoured to strengthen itself. When the power reached a certain point, it flowed back towards Ling Xiao's meridians. Ling Zhao's aura also rose at this moment. He had been cultivating bitterly for the past 3 years. His goal was to speed up his advancement. He wanted to go to the Heaven Cushion stronghold as soon as possible and go to the Heaven realm that he had always wanted to go to. The 3 aberrations in his sea of knowledge could help him to speed up the absorption of spirit energy. His unique essence returning divine art was also a cultivation technique that could absorb spirit energy quickly. In these 3 years, he had already reached the peak stage of the low-stage mystic the Arch. He was just 1 step away from breaking through to the mid-stage mystic the Arch. Now that he had such a feedback force, Ling Zhao naturally wanted to grab hold of it and try to break through in one go. After the innate Yin Wind bead absorbed the extreme Yin Wind bead and evolved, Ling Zhao received quite a lot of feedback force. Ling Zhao used this force to continuously break the bottle. At the same time, many different elemental spirit energies surged over from tens of thousands of miles radius. It was as terrifying as a tsunami. Such a huge amount of spirit energy was really shocking. Fortunately, there were no living beings within these tens of thousands of miles. Otherwise, they would have been scared out of their wits. No one would believe that the mystic Thearka's breakthrough would cause the spirit energy within these tens of thousands of miles to be emptied. With the internal force increasing and the external force adding to his body, Ling Zhao seemed to have formed a 5-colored cocoon around him. There were many small dragons roaring around him. It looked extremely mystical and exuded a noble aura. Time after time, the energy surged. Ling Zhao felt that his golden meridians were about to explode. Ling Zhao's aura had already reached its peak, but the countless attacks still couldn't break through the thin membrane that was about to be penetrated. He was just 1 step away from the door and he would be able to reach a wider world. However, no matter how hard Ling Zhao attacked, he couldn't break through that crucial point. Not enough. Ling Zhao gritted his teeth and made the 3 aberrations in his sea of knowledge move at the same time. They were all aberrations of the heaven and earth. Their ability to absorb spirit energy was astonishing. Even those that were tens of thousands of meters in the sky were pulled down. The spirit energy was like rain, enveloping the entire corpse sex territory. The spirit energy in Ling Zhao's body instantly surged. He continuously compressed the spirit energy and gathered them into one place. He was no longer in a hurry to break through. The huge amount of spirit energy continued to stack up. That 5-colored dantian was like the Milky Way and was getting more and more vast. The dragon-shaped chi was like a true dragon that soared and roared continuously. The power had reached the extreme. Ling Zhao couldn't hold it in any longer, and he released this power. Boom, boom. The spirit energy was like the roar of a river. It was also like a magnificent army with thousands of horses and horses charging. It was incomparably huge. Ling Zhao's meridians were so swollen that they were about to burst. The last bit of bottleneck finally could not withstand the impact of this irresistible force and shattered into pieces. Suddenly, Ling Zhao felt that everything was lively and wonderful. The muscles in his body were flowing with an indescribable feeling. The surging power made him extremely satisfied. Chapter 907. From breaking through to the low-stage mystic the Arch to now, Ling Zhao had only spent about 4 years. This speed was definitely extremely fast. Most of the super experts who had reached this stage would need to accumulate for decades or centuries before they had the chance to advance another stage. Even the most demonic existences would need at least 10 years. Ling Zhao's fortuitous encounters were truly beyond the heavens. With the help of the 3 aberrations, it was as though he was cheating. His advancement speed was extremely fast. He was not even 40 years old yet, but he was already a mid-stage mystic the Arch. If news of this got out, it would definitely shock the entire central region. He was probably the first mystic the Arch to be this young since ancient times. In his sea of consciousness, the Khanate Yin Wind bead was finally comparable to the demonic demon Heavenly Fire bead in terms of size. The power between the two should not be too different. Back then, the demonic demon Heavenly Fire bead had fused with a large amount of fire essence in the Tang clan's Thunder Pool and the Medicine sect. It had advanced significantly and was much stronger than the Khanate Yin Wind bead. Previously, The Khanate wind bead had absorbed a large amount of deathly aura. Now, it had absorbed a large amount of corpse aura and that extreme rhombus. It had finally caught up to the demonic demon heavenly fire bead's grade. Jiang Yi reckoned that the two beads were currently in a huge battle. Naturally, Ling Xiao did not have the time to think about this problem. He was now enjoying the pleasure of advancement and walked towards Jiang Wang's corpse. Ling Xiao realized that this corpse was extremely lifelike and did not look lifeless at all. Ling Xiao knew that this Jiang Wang had long cultivated the indestructible golden body technique to the phenomenal stage. That was why he was able to maintain his current appearance. He was even more perfect than the two corpse generals that were protecting him. I didn't expect to be killed after cultivating to this level. Could there really be so many incredible people in the ancient times? Ling Xiao asked in astonishment. To be able to cultivate the indestructible golden body technique to the phenomenal stage, one would be impervious to swords, spears, water, and fire. Such a realm was comparable to a saint artifact. If one wanted to kill them, one's strength had to be above theirs. One could not help but think about how powerful the enemy was. Ling Xiao put away Jiang Wang's corpse, then dug out the cave and picked up the golden coffin. Ling Xiao naturally did not want to leave the golden coffin for him to hang in the future. This golden coffin had quite a few formation runes engraved on it. It should be an ancient formation. If he took it back to give it to Xian Yao for reference, maybe Xian Yao would be able to create another formation. After all, this was a rank 8 formation. It was very precious. With the corpse sect completely destroyed, Ling Xiao did not dare to stay any longer and immediately left this place. It didn't take long for the news of the corpse sect's destruction to reach the Black Demon sect. Moreover, there was another piece of news that the proud Smiling Palace had paid a high price for Sha Tian's organization to deal with them. The people of the Black Demon sect became nervous. Their strength was ranked ahead of the other forces. However, the eldest disciple of their sovereign had led a large number of experts to destroy the proud Smiling Palace a few years ago. But the entire army had been annihilated. This had weakened their strength by a lot. Moreover, their sovereign hadn't returned for a long time. So, they had lost their backbone, and some internal problems had arisen. The Black Demon sect restrained their actions against the proud Smiling Palace after they heard these two pieces of news. They didn't dare to provoke the proud Smiling Palace again. After all, the Black Demon sect wouldn't be able to bear the consequences if the proud Smiling Palace and Sha Tian's organization joined hands. At the same time, the Black Demon sect asked the sovereign to come back urgently. They would start a war with the proud Smiling Palace once their sovereign returned. After Ling Xiao left the corpse sect, he didn't immediately return to the proud Smiling Palace. Instead, he went from the direction of the corpse sect to the other side of the Death Mountain range. He wanted to find high-level spirit beasts and kill them. He wanted to test how strong he really was. He did this to consolidate his newly refined strength. The first opponent he found was a rank 7 middle-ranked yellow-furred bear. This was a dreadful spirit beast. It was as tall as a mountain. Each of its punches and kicks could destroy a mountain and crack the earth. Its body was incomparably formidable. However, such a formidable spirit beast couldn't withstand 10 moves of Ling Xiao's. It was bombarded to death. The second opponent was also a rank 7 middle-ranked spirit beast. It was a fierce tiger of the fire attribute. Its lethality was much more dreadful than that of the yellow-furred bear. However, it still couldn't pose a big threat to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao warmed up and went deeper into the mountain range. The Death Mountain range was a dreadful forbidden area. There were countless high-ranked spirit beasts in its depths. So, ordinary people couldn't get close to it. Ling Xiao's whole body was stained with blood as he went deeper into the mountain range. He had beheaded many 7th-ranked spirit beasts. He had also harvested many high-ranked spirit herbs. Shi Mu had finally found an opponent who could fight him to his heart's content after half a month. Human, leave quickly. Otherwise, this king will swallow you. A lion-headed, tiger-bodied mutated spirit beast glared at him and shouted. It was the descendant of the golden lion and the heavenly tiger. It possessed the powerful bloodline of the two spirit beasts. It had already reached the peak of rank 7. Once a mutated spirit beast had mutated, it would basically possess some kind of unknown ability of Tenbin. Not only did this liger beast possess the golden lion race's terrifying lion roar, it also possessed the heavenly tiger race's heavenly winged god wings that could summon hurricanes. When it flew, its speed could be said to be invincible within the same rank. When Ling Xiao saw this mighty mutated spirit beast, he immediately had the intention to subdue it. This was an extremely rare mutated spirit beast. It had an incomparably great potential for advancement in the future. Normally, a human could only sign a master-servant contract with one spirit beast. If they wanted to sign another spirit beast, they would have to give up on the previous spirit beast. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't intend to give up on the Golden Wolf King. Furthermore, he wasn't a tamed lion. If he wanted to subdue this liger beast, he would have to make it submit completely and make it follow him willingly. The higher the spirit beast's rank, the more intelligent it was. It was undoubtedly extremely difficult to make them submit. After all, they also had a prideful side. If they were forced into a corner, they would rather self-destruct than submit. Should I call you little lion or little tiger? Just submit to this king. Ling Xiao grabbed a piece of spirit beast meat and took a big bite. Then, he looked at the lion-tiger beast with a smile on his face. Human, you must be tired of living. This king will swallow you alive. The liger beast was furious at being looked down upon. A terrifying lion roar soared into the sky. The trees around it were all toppled. Countless sound waves shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao pursed his lips into a smile. At the same time, he opened his mouth and a dragon's roar rushed out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Two terrifying sound waves collided, causing the trees and rocks in the vicinity to turn into dust. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He took the initiative to attack first. His figure rushed forward and at the same time, he struck out with the Nine Suns heaven-burning fist. Waves of scorching and powerful fist energy tore through the sky and smashed towards the huge liger beast. The liger beast was a peak 7th rank spirit beast. Its reaction speed was naturally not weak. With a flap of its tiger-patterned wings, it only left an afterimage in its original position. In the next moment, it appeared above Ling Xiao's head. Human, go to hell. The liger beast opened its big mouth and pounced towards Ling Xiao. Limitless doppelganger. Ling Xiao instantly split into 48 figures. The liger beast was immediately dazzled. It didn't know which one was Ling Xiao. 48 figures attacked at the same time. One after another, brilliant suns smashed down from the sky. The power was incomparably valiant, enough to destroy several mountains. Bang bang. Every fist move was enough to destroy mountains and sever rivers. Every ray of extreme yang flames burned the sky and evaporated the sea. The liger beast was caught off guard and was blasted head-on. Its huge body smashed down and flattened the mountain below. Countless trees and spirit herbs were destroyed in a day. Ling Xiao prepared to attack again. However, the liger beast had already rushed up. Its speed was like lightning, so fast that people couldn't react in time. Even if Ling Xiao's perception was astonishing, he still couldn't avoid it. Bang! Ling Xiao was directly sent flying by the liger beast. His chest felt an unbearable pain and he couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood. The liger beast was already at the peak of the 7th rank and was also a mutated attack-type spirit beast. Its strength was definitely comparable to a human half-sage's attack. It was reasonable for Ling Xiao to suffer from internal injuries. If it was an ordinary high-level mystic emperor, even if he didn't die from this collision, he would only be left with half a life. The liger beast flew over again. Its pair of tiger-patterned wings stirred up turbulence in all directions. This time, Ling Xiao was prepared. He didn't dodge, and each of his punches was accompanied by a blazing sun. The liger beast also used an elemental attack. Rays of golden energy collided with Ling Xiao's bright sun fists. This part of the world shook. The low-level spirit beasts within a radius of tens of thousands of miles were so scared that they crawled on the ground. Many of them even fled far away. They didn't dare to rest nearby. Awesome! Come at me more fiercely! Ling Xiao shouted with incomparable excitement. Damn human! You have angered this king. You will suffer. Stay here and be my human pet. The Liger Beast King didn't expect that this human, who seemed to have a weaker aura, could actually fight with it. It was extremely annoyed. After it spat out an incomparably powerful golden light, it waved its tiger-patterned wings at the same time. Suddenly, a pair of transformed tiger-patterned wings wrapped around Ling Xiao. This pair of materialized wings was like two canopies that enveloped Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was tired of dodging the golden light attack. When he was faced with the shroud of the transformed wings, he hurriedly threw a punch to break it. However, the transformed wings were extremely flexible. They only protruded after being hit, but they didn't break. The transformed wings directly wrapped around Ling Xiao. They immediately shrank and bound Ling Xiao's body, making it difficult for him to move. This was the Heavenly Tiger Clan's Tenbin divine ability, binding. The more Ling Xiao struggled, the tighter the binding force became, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. The Liger Beast didn't attack anymore. It actually stopped and laughed at Ling Xiao. "Hi, human, be my human pet. Otherwise, this king will swallow you alive." Mutated spirit beasts are indeed extraordinary, but I like it, Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Then he smiled faintly and said loudly, "You want me to be your human pet? A little lion like you isn't qualified." After he shouted, Ling Xiao's aura instantly soared. He fully unleashed his 35 times combat power. His entire appearance changed. Dragon horns, dragon scales, one after another appeared. This transformation was slightly different from the previous one. The characteristics of dragons were even more obvious. Bang! In the face of absolute power, anything could be turned into nothingness. The transformed wings that bound Ling Xiao was directly shattered. Chapter 908. Ling Xiao transformed. His battle prowess surged to the sky. The golden dragon seemed to have solidified, and the might of the divine dragon was inviolable. The lion-tiger beast stared at the current Ling Xiao, its eyes flashing with disbelief. Its bloodline seemed to be suppressed by something, making it want to submit. Is this a human or the incarnation of a royal? The lion-tiger beast took a few steps back. The image of the dragon roaring in the sky made it feel a sense of dread. Although the lion-tiger beast was the descendant of the golden lion and the heavenly tiger, it was still not a divine beast. Under the pressure of a divine beast, it was still restrained by its origin. "Come on, little liger. I'll let you have a taste of my power." Ling Xiao roared at the liger. She was like a real dragon that had descended from the sky. "Come on, little liger." The dragon roar of the dragon's Tenbin was definitely above the lion roar. With 35 times the battle prowess, the power was even more terrifying. All the clouds within thousands of miles were scattered. The lion-tiger beast's golden fur stood on end. It waved its tiger-patterned wings and used its Tenbin lion roar to welcome the attack. Its strength was already above Ling Xiao's. When it used its full strength, the power was naturally more terrifying than before. The dragon roar and lion roar collided in midair, shaking the sky and earth into nothingness. Ling Xiao had already caught up to the lion-tiger beast and was ready to fight at close range. He punched out with 5 layers of hidden force, vowing to defeat the lion-tiger beast. The lion-tiger beast was not easy to deal with either. Its tiger-patterned wings were like the most powerful weapons. They kept flapping, like a peerless master waving a sword. It clashed with Ling Xiao, and its tail was like a cold weapon. It often lashed out from unimaginable angles to deal a fatal blow to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had rich battle experience, and his speed was not inferior to the lion-tiger beast. His body kept dodging, and his punches were accompanied by the dragon's head. Although the lion-tiger beast knocked him back several times, the lion-tiger beast's skin was split open, and blood flowed freely. The man and the beast fought for an entire day high up in the sky. Both of them fought at close quarters, and both sides suffered injuries. The fist energy was like the roar of a dragon, capable of destroying mountains and breaking mountains. The tiger-patterned wings stirred the wind and clouds, capable of cutting down everything in the world. The sharp metal attribute of the two continued to shoot out in all directions, causing the mountains beneath them to suffer severe damage. Countless trees and spiritual grasses were destroyed. Damn it, this king doesn't want to fight you anymore. After fighting for a long time, the lion-tiger beast could not put up with Ling Xiao. Hence, it decided to retreat. It roared loudly and actually turned around to leave. Don't even think about escaping. You're mine. Ling Xiao grinned as the golden dragon spear appeared in her hand. It would be difficult for him to take down this powerful mutated lion-tiger beast with just his physical strength. He could only use his weapons and let it have a taste of something even more unforgettable. Ling Xiao chased after the lion-tiger beast at full speed, and the golden dragon spear smashed down on its huge body. The tiger-patterned wings of the lion-tiger beast were indeed a pair of heavenly wings. Its speed was so fast that it left people tongue-tied. Before Ling Xiao's attack could even reach it, it had already disappeared and was already several thousand meters away. This king really likes it more and more, Ling Xiao secretly said. His speed increased by 35 times, and like a falling comet, he was so fast that it was difficult to catch him. Even so, it was still difficult for him to close the distance between him and the lion-tiger beast. Wherever the man and the beast went, the nearby spiritual beasts were so frightened that they fled in all directions. Only the high-grade spiritual beasts roared in dissatisfaction. Fortunately, the lion-tiger beast did not dare to enter the territory of spiritual beasts that were stronger than it. Otherwise, it and Ling Xiao would probably suffer a calamity. Damn human! This king has already stopped fighting, so why are you still chasing me? Don't think that this king is really afraid of you. The lion-tiger beast gloomily roared. It had lived for thousands of years, but this was the first time it had been in such a sorry state. As long as you obediently submit to this king will let you go. Ling Xiao replied. Bastard, this king is delicate and noble. How can I submit to a lowly human like you? The lion-tiger beast angrily cursed. Its speed actually increased by another level, widening the gap between it and Ling Xiao. Damn, it really is a ten-bin beast. I'm afraid that even the wind attribute spiritual beasts of the same rank can't compare to this speed. Ling Xiao excitedly shouted. Then he took out 2 high-grade medicinal pills that could increase his speed and swallowed them. This time, Ling Xiao's speed directly increased by 5 times. In total, his speed was 40 times faster. It was comparable to the speed of a half-step sage. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed thousands of miles. Let's see where you can run to. Ling Xiao approached the lion-tiger beast and laughed. The golden dragon spear smashed down like a heavenly pillar, causing the surrounding air to collapse. A peerless true dragon pounced on the lion-tiger beast. You've gone too far. This king will fight you to the death. The lion-tiger beast felt a supreme pressure coming from behind. It knew that it would be difficult to get rid of this human, so it could only turn around and pounce. It swore to swallow this human alive to show its ferocity. However, when it faced the peerless true dragon, it discovered that it had become much smaller. It couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. However, it was worthy of being a mutated spiritual beast. It naturally wouldn't be easily deterred. Its pair of tiger-patterned wings surged at the same time and turned into 2 peerless sharp blades. It wanted to strangle the peerless true dragon. The golden dragon spear had already been promoted to a half-step divine weapon. When Ling Xiao used all his strength, its power was comparable to a half-step sage's all-out attack. It was even comparable to an ordinary low-level sage. Bang! The lion-tiger beast's tiger-patterned wings were destroyed in one blow. The true dragon pounced straight down and slammed its huge body into a mountain 10,000 meters below. Rumble, rumble. Its humongous body directly flattened several mountains in the vicinity. Smoke and dust surged, countless stone chips flew, and countless spirit beasts roared in fear and fled. Ling Xiao succeeded in one move. He was even more unforgiving. The tyrant dragon spear art blasted down one after another. Suddenly, it was as if a group of dragons were dancing in the sky. Its power could be said to be heaven-defying. All the spiritual beasts within a radius of 10,000 kilometers were suppressed by the source. They all prostrated as if they had seen the beast emperor. The lion-tiger beast crawled up from the ground in a sorry state. Its huge body had an additional wound that was several meters long. Blood continuously spurted out. It looked up to the sky and roared angrily. Dozens of lion-tiger beasts appeared. These dozens of lion-tiger beasts were like a wave of beasts. They pounced towards Ling Xiao with the force of lightning. Every lion-tiger beast's movements were different. Some bit, some clawed, some slammed. This was simply similar to the limitless doppelganger technique that Ling Xiao used. Ling Xiao was astonished. Could this be the mysterious Tenbin of the mutated spiritual beasts? He hesitated for a moment. Then, he also transformed into dozens of figures and scattered the group of lion-tiger beasts. After the lion-tiger beast fought with Ling Xiao for a while, a few more hideous wounds appeared on its body. However, it still revealed an unyielding will to fight. All kinds of killing techniques were continuously displayed. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao used the semi-divine tool. No matter how it resisted, it was futile. The tiger-patterned wings were also injured and could not be used anymore. Damn it, this king must eat you. The lion-tiger beast let out an unwilling roar and rushed towards Ling Xiao to bite him without any regard for anything else. It had already used all of its speed and strength to fight with Ling Xiao. Hee, you want to eat this king? You won't have the chance in this lifetime. Ling Xiao sneered. He did not dodge. The golden dragon spear stabbed towards the lion-tiger beast's mouth. A peerless dragon immediately roared. Just as the golden dragon spear stabbed the lion-tiger beast, the lion-tiger beast actually dodged and fled to the other side. This guy was actually just fainting. In reality, it was trying to escape. Damn, I thought this guy was not afraid of death. It turns out that he is also a coward. This makes things easier. Ling Xiao laughed and scolded. Once again, he spread his body and chased after it. He was determined to obtain this lion-tiger beast. Once it broke through to the 8th rank, it would definitely be hard to find a worthy opponent in the same rank. Although the lion-tiger beast was seriously injured, its speed was still not slow. However, it still ended up being mercilessly attacked by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao broke its tiger-striped wings and added a few more wounds to its body. It was already on the verge of death. Its life force was extremely strong. If it were any other 7th-grade spirit beast, it would have already died under Ling Xiao's bombardment. Ling Xiao pointed the golden dragon spear at the lion-tiger beast's forehead and asked faintly, "Are you willing to submit?" "This king will not submit to a lowly human like you even if I die," the lion-tiger beast said weakly. Its eyes faintly revealed the dignity of a king. It would not allow anyone to blaspheme it. Ling Xiao could faintly understand the lion-tiger beast's desire for death. It was willing to die rather than submit. Generally, the lower the rank of a spirit beast, the easier it was to subdue it. Once it reached a higher rank, it would not be that easy to subdue. Many would rather die than submit. "I am the crown prince of the dragons. It is not a disgrace for you to follow me." Ling Xiao shook his arm and shouted. All of his dragon-shaped battle aura was released, and an unparalleled imperial aura pressed towards the lion-tiger beast. The lion-tiger beast's eyes narrowed. It could vaguely see a solid golden dragon roaring at it. The aura of the tyrant of the 9 heavens that was charging at it terrified it and subdued it involuntarily. Before this, there was a certain distance between it and Ling Xiao. Moreover, it was in peak condition, so it was naturally able to resist Ling Xiao's aura. But now that it was seriously injured and on the verge of death, it finally showed signs of wavering in the face of the dragon tribe's emperor's aura. "You are a human. How can you be the crown prince of the dragons? How can you be?" The lion-tiger beast struggled at first and was unwilling to accept this fact. In the end, its expression completely collapsed. "I am willing to follow the crown prince." The lion-tiger beast finally lowered its eyes and chose to submit. This was because in its eyes, Ling Xiao was no longer a human. Instead, he was a peerless true dragon that was more noble than itself. He was the crown prince of the dragons. Submitting to him was not a loss of its dignity. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. After fighting with this lion-tiger beast for a day and a night, he had finally gained something. He had fought this battle to his heart's content. This lion-tiger beast definitely had the strength of a half-sage. Once it broke through to the 8th level, its battle power would definitely increase exponentially. It would not be a problem for it to fight someone of a higher level. Since this lion-tiger beast had chosen to submit, then he would make it stronger. Ling Xiao took out an 8th level metal elemental beast core. This was left for the Golden Wolf King by the prodigal before he left. Now, he would use it on the lion-tiger beast. Chapter 909. As the prince of the Qilin clan, when it followed Ling Xiao out to explore the world, the Qilin clan gave it large amounts of beast cores to swallow as daily food. The Golden Wolf King was its little brother, so it naturally gave it plenty of benefits. The low-tier 8th level beast core in Ling Xiao's hand was left by the prodigal for the Golden Wolf King to swallow when it advanced to the 8th level. Now that Ling Xiao wanted to help this liger beast advance to the 8th level, he could only use this beast core first. After all, the Golden Wolf King was only at the mid-tier of the 7th level. It would take a long time before it could advance to the 8th level. Ling Xiao summoned the Golden Wolf King and said, "Xiao Jin, I'll use this beast core first. I'll get you another one in the future." The Golden Wolf King naturally had no objections. It had signed a master-servant contract with Ling Xiao, so it would obey whatever Ling Xiao said. The liger beast was already heavily injured. Ling Xiao's beast core could be said to help it recover and improve its strength greatly. After the lion-tiger beast swallowed the beast core, the injuries on its body gradually healed. Its aura also continuously recovered and rose up. The liger beast stood up, and its huge body became extraordinarily mighty again. Its aura swept through the surrounding stones without causing them to splatter. The power of its lion's roar was incomparably frightening, even more powerful than before. The pair of tiger-patterned wings grew by more than a meter, and the tiger stripes became even brighter. Small tornadoes revolved around it, looking extremely magical. Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King had already retreated quite a distance, witnessing the liger beast's breakthrough to the 8th level. Its roar shook tens of thousands of miles. Any spirit beast below its strength felt this majestic aura, and none of them dared to fly or move recklessly. The liger beast had been at the peak of the 7th level for many years, but it had always been difficult for it to take that step. Spirit beasts like them all cultivated by breathing in and out the essence of heaven and earth to strengthen their beast cores. The accumulation time for each level was even longer than that of humans. The lion-tiger beast's strength had long reached the great circle of Tier 7. With the aid of such a Tier 8 beast core, it allowed its realm to be completed naturally, successfully breaking through very smoothly. A level 8 mutant liger beast appeared. It was much more formidable than before. Its golden fur was sparkling and translucent, and its tiger-striped wings were like heavenly wings, especially beautiful. Its imposing aura was even more terrifying than when the flaming tiger was at this realm. After roaring for a while, the lion-tiger beast finally stopped. Suddenly, it looked at Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King. Two beams of golden light shot out of its eyes like sharp blades. It was very threatening. Without thinking, the Golden Wolf King immediately jumped in front of Ling Xiao. It bared its fangs and raised its fur to look at the lion-tiger beast. Is it really going to rebel? Ling Xiao thought to himself as he looked at the lion-tiger beast worriedly. The reason why Ling Xiao dared to raise the lion-tiger beast's rank was because once a spirit beast was willing to submit to him, it would not go back on its word and break its promise like a human. This was something he had experienced with the prodigal and the dragon lady. If the lion-tiger beast really rebelled unexpectedly, then he would be in trouble. The lion-tiger beast leaped in front of Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King seemed even more nervous. Although it wanted to protect its master, it knew that the lion-tiger beast in front of it was much stronger than it was. It was completely suppressed by the other party's aura. Ling Xiao held the golden dragon spear in his hand again, and his aura also rose. He said coldly, "You want to go against this crown prince's will?" Ling Xiao had no choice but to proclaim himself as crown prince. After all, He had been baptized by dragon blood and possessed the body of a half-dragon. The old Dragon King had also invited him to be the dragon's crown prince, but he had rejected it. Suddenly, the lion-tiger beast released a dazzling light, and its huge body began to gradually shrink. Finally, it turned into the appearance of a man in his 30s. He had a handsome and cold face, a head of wild golden hair, and a strong naked body with bulging abdominal muscles that were as dazzling as gold. A pair of tiger-patterned wings were folded on his back, like a tattoo that showed off his charisma. The lion-tiger beast's human form was impressively a cold and handsome man. Coupled with its perfect body, it had the charm to instantly kill any woman in love. This made Ling Xiao go crazy with jealousy. He cursed in his heart, "Damn it, are all spirit beasts so good-looking? I'm afraid only that damn glass Shangguan Yun can compare." Just when Ling Xiao thought that the lion-tiger beast was going to attack him, the lion-tiger beast knelt on one knee and bowed to Ling Xiao. "Greetings, Your Highness." Spirit beasts were the most trustworthy creatures. Since it had chosen to follow, it would naturally not have the intention to rebel. Ling Xiao was right. "All right, get up. From now on, I'll call you Lion Tiger." "That's not nice." "From now on, I'll call you Fierce Man." "From now on, if you follow me, I'll definitely not treat you unfairly." Ling Xiao replied. He was in a good mood. Ever since the prodigal and the dragon lady left, he had lost an expert of this level by his side. He always felt that he lacked a sense of security. Who asked his enemies to be so powerful? Now that he had subdued the lion-tiger beast and the corpse demon, his heart was at ease. Even if he encountered a mid-level saint, he would have a chance to survive. However, for Ling Xiao to give the lion-tiger beast the name Fierce Man was really too appropriate. First there was the prodigal, and then there was the peerless Fierce Man. Only Ling Xiao could think of such a thing. Fortunately, the lion-tiger beast did not think too far ahead and agreed to it with a sound of agreement. Then Ling Xiao gave him a set of martial attire and asked him to wear it for the time being. This set of clothes belonged to him, and the Fierce Man looked much shorter when he wore it. The Fierce Man unhappily propped up the clothes, but it ended up festering. In the end, after tearing a few pieces of clothes, he said unhappily, "Your Highness, can I not wear it anymore?" Ling Xiao was helpless and could only let him walk around with his strong physique. Ling Xiao was glad in his heart. Luckily, this is not a human city. Otherwise, those women would definitely go crazy. After subduing the Fierce Man, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to leave with Xiao Jin. He searched for some high-level spirit herbs in the Death Mountain range and hunted some spirit beasts. Then he planned to take a detour back to the proud Smiling Palace. On the way back, Ling Xiao summoned the corpse sect leader, Buried Star, and asked him to teach him how to control the corpse demon. This was a secret summoning technique that had to be matched with the ringing of the bell to control the corpse demon. It was not difficult to learn. After learning this technique to control the corpse demon, Ling Xiao did not want to bring the corpse sect leader, Buried Star, with him. The name was too inauspicious, and it made Ling Xiao uncomfortable. Ling Xiao thought about whether he should let Buried Star be the vanguard and sacrifice him when he attacked the Black Demon sect or Sha Tian's organization in the future. If others knew about Ling Xiao's thoughts, they would probably curse him as a wastrel. No matter what, Buried Star was a mid-stage mystic the Arch. No matter where he went, he would be considered a character. How could he be sacrificed so easily? This was too cheap. Finally, after some hesitation, Ling Xiao decided to change Buried Star's name to Lucky Star. He wanted to completely change his name and let Buried Star help him gather good luck. Ling Xiao traveled from the other side of the Death Mountain range and took a detour to the proud Smiling Palace. It took him more than 2 months. It was obvious that the Death Mountain range was unimaginably vast, and he had only traveled a third of the mountain range. When Ling Xiao returned to the proud Smiling Palace, the upper echelons of the proud Smiling Palace knew that Ling Xiao's cultivation realm had increased by another level, and they were instantly shocked. Some of them had cultivated for more than half of their lives and were unable to reach this realm, but Ling Xiao had reached it at such a young age. It was truly shocking. The person who was the most irritated was Lu Su. He was considered a heaven's favored one, but his cultivation realm was originally higher than Ling Xiao's. Right now, he had been surpassed in just a few short years. This was simply unacceptable. The group of people who were the most loyal to Ling Xiao respected Ling Xiao like a god. They became more and more certain that they could go further and wider in the future as long as they followed in Ling Xiao's footsteps. Ling Xiao summoned many high-level elders to discuss the matter. He knew that the Black Demon sect had finally restrained themselves and didn't dare to provoke the proud, smiling palace anymore. However, the Sha Tian organization didn't stand out to refute the rumor. It seemed that they had silently allowed the corpse sect to be destroyed by the Sha Tian organization. This led to the Sha Tian organization to attract more and more business. A murderous organization that dared to challenge the Black Demon sect had imperceptibly boosted their reputation, and their business had become more and more prosperous. Ling Xiao hadn't expected such a situation. It's really unfair to them. But it's good that they can get more business, earn more Xian crystals, and collect more when we raid their lair in the future. Ling Xiao sneered. Hee, the palace master's way of thinking is really different from ordinary people. Xian Yao gently waved his white paper fan and laughed. What's wrong with that? Sooner or later, we'll have to fight them. This can't be changed. Ling Xiao shouted with a domineering expression. As his strength grew stronger, his domineering aura became more intense, giving people an invisible feeling of submission. No, I have to go into closed-door training. Boss, you're too fast. It'll be even harder for me to keep up in the future. Yi Yunfeng said and hurriedly went into closed-door training. In the past few years, he had reached the peak of the middle-stage celestial master. His improvement speed was definitely not slow. This was all because his body had been transformed by various holy liquids. His physique was no less than any genius, and he had a lot of resources for cultivation. It was normal for him to become stronger. Now that he had been stimulated by Ling Xiao, he had to speed up his pace. He was afraid that one day, the gap between him and Ling Xiao would become wider and wider. By the way, fraud, I have something for you. Ling Xiao said and threw out a golden coffin. This gave Xian Yao a big fright. His expression turned ugly. This gift was definitely not something good. Look at you. I got this from the underground of the corpse sect. It's engraved with an 8th order array pattern. Let's see if it'll help you. Ling Xiao explained with a smile. Xian Yao relaxed and said, Palace Master, don't you know that this gift is very scary? Then he looked up and observed the array pattern engraved on the inside and outside of the golden coffin. He suddenly revealed a look of excitement. Then he put the golden coffin away and hurriedly found a place to study the array pattern. Ling Xiao looked at his departing shadow and shook his head gently. Then he sighed and said, I'm still 2 levels away from becoming a saint. I don't know how long it will take. I really don't want to be blind like this. It's hard to move as long as I don't become a saint. I have to look for other opportunities. It seems that I can only go to this place to see if there are any gains. As Ling Xiao muttered to himself, 3 pieces of the map appeared in his hand. Chapter 9-10. The 3 pieces of the map were put together and pointed to a place. This picture was a map with all kinds of symbols. The whole map only had 2 words, Holy Land. This map was obtained by Ling Xiao from the 3 big families in the Bee City. It was the root cause of the extermination of the heaven-suppressing sect. The Liu family said that this was a secret place that could help people break through the emperor stage and become a sage. In these years, Ling Xiao didn't explore the so-called Holy Land. He felt that there might be amazing opportunities in places related to sages, but he didn't have the strength to explore it at that time. Now that he had reached the middle stage of the Mystic Emperor, his combat power was no less than that of a half-sage. In order to speed up, he might have to find this so-called Holy Land. But before he left, Ling Xiao had to make some preparations and deal with some mundane affairs. He had just come back, and it was not right for him to go on a long journey. Otherwise, it would seem that he was too irresponsible. First of all, he had to fulfill the news that he had previously announced to the outside world. That was, any half-emperor or Mystic Emperor superpower house who came to the palace could get a top-grade Mystic Emperor pill, and any heavenly master who came to the palace could get a reincarnation pill. Over the past few months, many people had come to the palace because of this great temptation. There was no limit to the mystic emperor quota, but only the top 1,000 heavenly masters. There were many people in the central region, and there were many strong people. It was not difficult to recruit 1,000 heavenly masters. Although there was no limit to the mystic emperor quota, less than 30 people came to the palace. Most of them were martial artists who were stuck at the half-emperor level. Their lifespan was almost up, and if they couldn't make a breakthrough, they would die. They wanted to increase their strength, but they also wanted to live longer. 1,028 people were led into the proud, smiling palace. For these people, Xian Yao had already set up the heart-questioning array. This was an ancient rank 7 formation. No matter who was in the emperor rank or below, they would reveal their true nature and answer any question truthfully. This was a test to see how many of these people truly wanted to join the Laughing Palace, and how many of them came with bad intentions. In the end, less than 1/3 of the 1,028 people passed the test. The other 2/3 didn't stay in the Laughing Palace for long, and some of them were from other forces. Most importantly, dozens of celestial masters, 4 half-sovereigns, and 2 Xian emperors had been detected as spies of the Black Demon sect and the Sha Tian organization. They were all captured on the spot and controlled by Ling Xiao with an advanced mental curse, turning them into his most loyal guards. In the end, 3 mystic thearchs, 8 half-thearchs, and more than 300 celestial venerables passed the test and became the elders and deacons of the proud, smiling palace. The 3 mystic thearchs and 8 half-thearchs obtained the opportunity to be personally taught by Ling Xiao. "Greetings, Palace Master." When the 11 of them saw Ling Xiao, they all knelt down and greeted him. They had chosen to be loyal to the mystic the Arch. If not, why would the mystic the Arch kneel down so easily? "Get up, all of you. We're on the same side now, there's no need to be so courteous," Ling Xiao said gently. Those who had reached the emperor stage all had their own dignity. It was reasonable for them to kneel down and greet the palace master for the first time, but there was no need to do so in the future. It would damage the prestige of the mystic the Arch. Ling Xiao glanced at the group of people and found that 7 of them looked old and clumsy. Only 4 of them looked like they were barely middle-aged. It was obvious that these people were Tenbin. This was the first time the 11 of them had seen Ling Xiao's face, and their hearts were filled with shock. They knew that Ling Xiao was very young, not even 100 years old. He was a high-level celestial master, and he had established the proud, smiling palace. His deeds had shocked the central region, and he had become the #1 heaven's favorite in the central region. Now that they had seen Ling Xiao, they found that he looked like a young man in his early 20s. He was handsome and amiable. He was even younger than the rumors. He was much more perfect. However, they didn't dare to look down on Ling Xiao because of this. They could faintly feel that Ling Xiao was giving them the supreme pressure of a sovereign. It made them want to worship him. "It's my proud, smiling palace's fortune that you can stay. It's also your fortune. I will give you the supreme grade mystic the Arch elixir, which will help you to improve your cultivation. If you stay in the proud, smiling palace and work for me, it will be a win-win situation. I believe that you won't regret staying today. As long as you are loyal to me, you will gain more in the future. Your current cultivation is not the limit," Ling Xiao said lightly. A golden dragon shadow rose behind him, and the domineering aura of a superior was released. He didn't hide his mid-stage mystic the Arch cultivation and released it directly. The purpose of doing this was to let these people completely cut off the hesitation in their hearts. He wanted them to completely trust him as the palace master and serve him and the proud, smiling palace forever. The 11 of them were shocked again. They bowed slightly and their expressions became incomparably respectful. Such a young mid-stage mystic the Arch had a bright future. He was also a grade 7 alchemist. It was enough to make them completely loyal. Ling Xiao had already prepared 12 supreme-grade mystic the Arch elixir according to the attributes they reported. However, when Ling Xiao handed a supreme-grade mystic the Arch elixir to a middle-aged man named Qi Gang, he asked suspiciously, "Your strength is a little strange. You should have stepped into the mid-stage mystic the Arch realm long ago." Why are there signs of your realm regressing? Qi Gang had a fire attribute physique. People with this physique would usually have a bright and rosy complexion, giving people the feeling that their physique was full of fire. However, Qi Gang seemed to be a little cold and pale. He should be sick, Qi Gang said with a slightly panicked expression. Reporting to Palace Master, this subordinate's realm had indeed reached the mid-stage mystic the Arch. It's just that I was injured by a strange object in a dangerous place. That's why my attribute realm regressed. Qi Gang was afraid that Ling Xiao would take back this supreme-grade mystic the Arch elixir. If that happened, there would be no hope for him to recover his realm. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and looked at Qi Gang as if he was thinking about something. Qi Gang revealed a pleading expression and said, "Palace Master, please don't take back the elixir." Qi Gang is willing to follow Palace Master forever. If one's realm regressed, it would only happen if one's realm was not high enough to forcefully break through and injure one's foundation. However, if it was caused by internal injuries, it would probably be enough to take one's life. Qi Gang had regressed from the mid-stage mystic the Arch to the low-stage mystic the Arch. Furthermore, the low-stage mystic Thearka's aura was unstable, as if it could drop again at any time. Qi Gang had no other way to suppress it, so he could only stake it all on one throw, hoping to obtain a supreme-grade mystic the Arch elixir to help him return to his original realm. It might even be able to suppress his original injuries. It could be said that the supreme-grade mystic the Arch elixir was like a life-saving medicine to him. A half the Arch who had come with Qi Gang also pleaded for Qi Gang. "Palace Master, please give Lord Qi Gang a chance." Ling Xiao gently waved his hand and said, "Don't be nervous, a mere supreme-grade mystic the Arch elixir is nothing in this palace's eyes. Since I gave it to you, I naturally won't take it back. It's just that your injuries. This palace might be able to treat you, but you should save this the Arch elixir for when you break through to the high-level mystic the Arch." Qi Gang was stunned for a moment before he revealed a look of joy. He once again knelt down towards Ling Xiao and said, "Qi Gang thanks Palace Master for his great kindness. Even if Qi Gang were to die in the future, I would not even frown." Being able to recover from old injuries and be able to advance to a higher realm was undoubtedly double the good news, causing him to be so happy that he could not recover. His loyalty towards Ling Xiao skyrocketed. The half the Arch who had come with Qi Gang also knelt down. It was obvious that he was the closest person to Qi Gang. After giving out all the supreme-grade mystic the Arch elixir, Ling Xiao left Qi Gang alone. "Tell me, what exactly was it that injured you?" Ling Xiao asked straightforwardly. Immediately, Qi Gang did not hide anything and recounted everything that had happened to him to Ling Xiao. It turned out that Qi Gang had found a type of supreme yang fire in a dangerous place, suspected to be a type of heaven and earth spirit fire. His body also cultivated the fire attribute. If he could subdue a strong type of flame for his own use, his strength would definitely multiply. He himself was a mid-level mystic the Arch, and his strength could be considered incomparably strong. He barged into that dangerous place alone to collect the fire seed and refine it. Unexpectedly, there was a strong type of spirit beast living there. Among the strong spirit beasts, there was an existence that was even stronger than him. The result was obvious. He was seriously injured and retreated, but his body was left with a hidden injury that caused his realm to regress. He used all kinds of high-grade healing elixirs to suppress it, and other methods to restrain it were also to no avail. Coincidentally, he heard the news that the proud Smiling Palace was recruiting the Mystic the Arch, so he came here in hopes of obtaining the supreme-grade Mystic the Arch elixir to get out of his current predicament. At the same time, he also wanted to rely on the proud Smiling Palace. "This Empress wants to take a look at your injury," Ling Xiao said, getting to the point. Qi Gang did not hesitate and immediately tore off his clothes, revealing his bronze-colored body. There seemed to be a white snake pattern on his back, as if it was sucking Qi Gang's flesh and blood qi. "This is the white snake that injured you? It actually left an imprint," Ling Xiao exclaimed. This was the first time he had seen such a strange injury. It could actually condense into a shadow and continue to injure him. It was hard to get rid of it. "I've asked many people. To completely heal my injury, unless someone with a higher realm than me is willing to help me and force it out. However, there is also a certain degree of risk. It is difficult to find someone who is willing to help me. Alternatively, there is a sliver of a chance if I can find a heaven-defying spirit herb that is above the 8th level. Qi Gang was very frank and told Ling Xiao the reason why he was injured. And, for ordinary people, there are indeed only these two possibilities. For this Empress, there is no need. Ling Xiao said as she stared at the white snake pattern on Qi Gang's back. Suddenly, she reached out and slapped the white snake pattern. Ah! The white snake pattern seemed to have a life of its own. It actually wanted to scuttle around in Qi Gang's body, causing Qi Gang to cry out in pain. It's just a remnant flame. Come out for this Empress. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. The suction force in her hand increased, trying to force the white snake pattern out. Chapter 9:11. The white snake pattern had been in Qi Gang's body for a long time. If not for Qi Gang's powerful strength suppressing it, the white snake pattern would have devoured all of its energy and killed him. This was a special flame, not something an ordinary person could deal with. When Ling Xiao saw Qi Gang, he had a special feeling. He had the heavenly fire, so he could sense any kind of flame, especially strong and special flames. The heavenly fire's reaction was even more intense. Through his own senses, Ling Xiao knew that something was wrong with Qi Gang's body, so he wanted to see what was going on. Any flame could not escape from the heavenly fire. The white snake pattern seemed to sense it and actually wanted to avoid it, wreaking havoc in Qi Gang's body. Qi Gang kept screaming, as if his whole body was being burned by the white flame. White smoke kept rising from his body, and his body kept twitching as if he was suffering the most painful torture. Kill me, Qi Gang said with a face full of pain. If not for Ling Xiao's aura completely suppressing him, he would definitely commit suicide. Ling Xiao suddenly increased the strength of the sucking, and at the same time, transferred a few strands of heavenly fire into Qi Gang's body. Those who did not know would definitely think that Ling Xiao was killing Qi Gang. At this time, Qi Gang also had the same thought, but he was in so much pain that he could not express it. The heavenly fire directly entered Qi Gang's body and chased after the white snake pattern. Ling Xiao was a high-level alchemist, and he had fused with the heavenly fire for many years, so he was very good at controlling it. He was not worried that Qi Gang would be burned to ashes. The strands of heavenly fire split into several paths and directly surrounded the flames of the condensed white snake pattern. The white snake pattern had nowhere to go, so it wanted to break out of Qi Gang's body to escape. It was clearly afraid of the heavenly fire. But before it could break out of Qi Gang's body, it was entangled by a few strands of heavenly fire. It struggled but could not break free, and was directly sucked out of Qi Gang's body. The heavenly fire and the white snake pattern entered Ling Xiao's palm together. Just as Ling Xiao wanted to refine the white snake pattern, the demonic heavenly fire pearl sucked it into his sea of consciousness and swallowed it. Ling Xiao was speechless. This heavenly fire actually snatched his food. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and looked at Qi Gang, who was almost burnt black on the ground. He shook his head and said, "This is the mystic the arch who cultivates the fire attribute. How could he be injured like this?" Immediately, Ling Xiao took out a drop of spring liquid and dripped it into Qi Gang's mouth. The spring liquid was comparable to a tearate saint liquid, and was comparable to a peerless saint elixir that could revive the dead. After drinking the spring of life, Qi Gang's vitality quickly recovered, and his aura rapidly rose. One day later, Qi Gang had already ascended to the peak of the low-tier mystic the Arch Realm. He was just one step away from returning to the mid-tier mystic the Arch Realm. The hidden injuries on his body had completely disappeared, and this made him ecstatic. "Thank you, Palace Lord, for your grace." Qi Gang knelt down towards Ling Xiao. This time, he was completely subservient to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao used his aura to support Qi Gang, preventing him from kneeling on the ground. He said faintly, "Elder Qi, there is no need to be so courteous. You are my palace's supreme elder." Qi Gang was even more impressed by Ling Xiao's magnanimity. "How long will it take for you to return to your original realm?" Ling Xiao changed the topic. Qi Gang revealed an excited expression and said, "About half a year." "Half a year? That's a little long. I'll give you a month to reach your original realm again. Then, you can consume a top-grade Mystic Emperor pill to break through to the high-level Mystic Emperor." Ling Xiao sighed and said with an unquestionable tone. At the same time, he gave Qi Gang a few sparkling and warm medicinal pills. These were the 7th-grade medicinal pills, pure yang pills, that strengthened the fire attribute. This kind of pill could not help the fire attribute Mystic Emperor break through directly, but it could increase their own strength and help them become stronger quickly. For someone like Qi Gang, he was already a mid-level Mystic Emperor, but his realm had regressed. Now, as long as he accumulated enough strength, he could return to his original realm. There was no need for him to experience any more bottlenecks. Although Qi Gang did not know the name of this pill, he could sense that the fire attribute energy contained within the pill was absolutely astonishing, causing him to immediately have the desire to swallow it. Qi Gang then thought of Ling Xiao's identity as an alchemist. Ling Xiao must have asked him to recover as soon as possible because he was interested in the deviant flame that he had discovered and was prepared to let him lead the way. Qi Gang had once thought of fighting the deviant flame, but he was frightened by the condensed flame. Naturally, he no longer had the thought of fighting with Ling Xiao. "Does Palace Lord want me to lead the way to that danger zone?" Qi Gang probed. Ling Xiao did not hide anything and nodded. "That's right. I am very interested in that fire. I wonder if it is the earth fire or the heaven fire. Palace Lord, the mutated white snake spirit beast is very terrifying, and there are a lot of them. Palace Lord, please reconsider." Qi Gang advised frankly. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. I have my own plans." Qi Gang knew that Ling Xiao had made up his mind and did not try to persuade him anymore. He promised that he would definitely return to his peak strength in a month and break through to the high-stage Mystic Emperor before leaving. After Qi Gang left, Ling Xiao returned to his own courtyard and peacefully accompanied the ladies to enjoy the days of romance. Now, the ladies by Ling Xiao's side were Feng Xianyin, Kai Shiyue, Ji Beixin, Bai Yushi, Wei Dyer, Yu Laiyan, Bing Ruoshui, Wu Meinyang, Yao Qingmin, Luo Ming and Dongfang Jing. These 11 ladies were all devastatingly beautiful. Any man would undoubtedly feel satisfied if he could have one of them as his wife. However, Ling Xiao enjoyed all of them alone. He was really a romantic by nature and had good luck with women. He did not bring shame to his master's title of romantic evil emperor. The 11 ladies were led by Feng Xianyun and Kai Shiyue. No one dared to contradict them because they were considered the main palace and the second madam. Ji Beixin and Bai Yushi had the most gentle temperament and were the 2 ladies who were the most popular. Especially Ji Beixin, her zither skills were unparalleled. Everyone liked to play the zither with her and listen to her happy notes. Wei Daya rarely mingled with other ladies. She preferred to stay in the snake hall with her elder brother and take care of the affairs in the palace. Yu Laiyan and Bing Ruoshui seemed to never be able to stay together peacefully. Every time they met, it was always Yu Laiyan who had the upper hand in words. Bing Ruoshui, who was not good with words, directly fought with her. Yao Qingmin would naturally help Bing Ruoshui, and Wu Meinyang would advance and retreat together with Yu Laiyan. They also knew their limits. Every time it was said to be a battle, it was better to say that they were comparing martial skills. There was no life and death battle. Luo Ming had been resurrected and was currently the most favored woman by Ling Xiao. The other women would not compete for his favor because they all knew that she had died once for him. Dongfang Jing was the latest lady to join Ling Xiao's backyard. She was intelligent and eloquent. She knew that she had to build a good relationship with Feng Xianyun and Kai Shiyue first to consolidate her position. She once thought that she could win Ling Xiao's favor with her beauty alone, but after coming here, she found that her idea was too naive. The beauty she was proud of was not very outstanding. The only thing she could rely on was her wisdom and cultivation of Tenbin. She hoped that she could still keep up with Ling Xiao's pace in the future and not be left behind. It was not only Dongfang Jing who had this idea, the other women also had the same idea. Ling Xiao's cultivation of Tenbin might not be the first since ancient times, but in the current central region, he was definitely the first. The speed of his breakthrough was many times faster than them with the help of elixirs. They were afraid that one day Ling Xiao would go to the heaven region, and they would still be struggling in a low realm. They were afraid that they would also become abandoned women. They did not want such an outcome. If they wanted to be able to stay by Ling Xiao's side forever, they could only speed up their breakthrough. Apart from Feng Xianyun and Ji Beixin, the other 9 women often entered seclusion to cultivate. After all these years of hard work, their realms had also improved significantly. After all, the women's cultivation of Tenbin was not weak, and they had all kinds of precious marrow and meridian cleansing holy liquid and elixirs provided by Ling Xiao to improve their physiques. Their cultivation was also rapid, and they were not inferior to any genius. Among them, Luo Ming was the strongest. She had already reached the middle stage of the Mystic Emperor realm after taking the Supreme Grade Mystic Emperor pill. Feng Xianyun and Ji Beixin were second, both at the low stage of the Mystic Emperor realm. Feng Xianyun had the Heaven Gu body, and her cultivation speed was definitely not comparable to that of ordinary people. Ji Beixin had the Feng clan's ancestors' energies sealed in her body. As long as she slowly unsealed it, she could master and use it to improve her strength. It was expected that they would be the first to become emperors. Following them were Dongfang Jing and Kai Shiyue, who were both high-level heavenly venerables. The other women also caught up and reached the middle stage of the heavenly venerables. It could be said that none of the women behind Ling Xiao were weak. They could take charge wherever they went. It was just that under the dazzling light of Ling Xiao, they seemed a little duller. Apart from these 11 women, the only other woman who could stay here was Ling Xiao's mother, Meng Xiun. Ever since she came to the central region, her strength had reached the Earth's sovereign realm, and her temperament had gone up another level. The longer she lived, the younger she became. She was a rare beauty. She never thought that her son would find so many beautiful wives for her. It really made her so happy that she could not close her mouth. In order to curry favor with this mother-in-law, these wives asked her to move here to fulfill their filial piety. Originally, Meng Xiun did not agree, but her husband, Ling Zhan, became a cultivation madman after coming to the central region. He almost never stayed at home all year round. She didn't know where he hunted spirit beasts to improve his combat experience or went into seclusion to improve his strength. Helpless, she could only follow the wishes of these wives and move here. At the same time, she also hoped that these wives could quickly give birth to a few grandchildren for her to take care of, so that she could enjoy the happiness of a family. The yellow heavens did not disappoint those who waited. She looked forward to the stars and the moon, and the first wife, Feng Xianyun, and the second wife, Kai Shiyue, were finally pregnant. This was Feng Xianyun's second child. Ever since she gave birth to Feng Lingtian, she had long wanted a second child. Now, her wish had been fulfilled. As for Kai Shiyue, she was slightly older among the women, so she naturally wanted to try the taste of being a mother. Of course, she also wanted this child to make her mother-in-law happy. The other women were afraid that giving birth to a child would cause their figures to go out of shape, so they did not dare to have a child and only watched from the sidelines. Chapter 9:12. In a quiet and elegant courtyard of the proud smiling palace, there were many beautifully built bamboo houses that faced each other. Spirit trees that were neither too tall nor too short were planted everywhere. There were also all kinds of strange herbs and spirit flowers that exuded a variety of fragrances. Butterflies and bees happily wandered among them. It was like a beautiful painting. The courtyard was filled with the sound of a zither that was like the sound of an immortal's zither. The sound of the zither was like a clear stream flowing in the mountains. It was a trickle of water that warmed people's hearts and lungs. It was also like the singing of a spirit bird that soared between heaven and earth, giving people an incomparably relaxed and joyful feeling. The sound of the zither came from a beautiful woman wearing light muslin and satin in the pavilion. She didn't wear any makeup, and her pure and natural skin was as smooth as jade. Her exquisite facial features matched perfectly, and her face had a natural expression. She was very focused, and her jade lips were gently curled up. Her 10 fingers were like spring onions as they danced cheerfully. At first glance, she looked like a fairy from the immortal palace, detached from nature and extremely beautiful. Sitting on the side were two graceful and luxurious women. They were dressed elegantly and had a myriad of auras. They both had a kind of peerless beauty. Their bellies were slightly bulging, indicating that they were still pregnant. Beside them was an extremely charming woman with a joyous expression on her face. Accompanying her was also a peerless beauty. That delicate beauty gave off a delicate and touching feeling, and one could not help but feel a sense of pity for her. Among the women, there was a handsome man with a jade-like appearance and a dignified appearance. He was lying on his side on a bamboo couch with an evil and charming smile on his face that could draw out the dizziness in the depths of any woman's heart. After the song was played, the lingering sound lingered in the air. Clap clap, Exen Air's zither music is really something that your husband will never get tired of listening to. Ingnan, who was lying on the bamboo couch, applauded with a faint smile. He was the master of this place, Ling Xiao. The one who played the zither was naturally Ji Beixin. Only her zither skills were unparalleled. Not bad, listening to Exen or play every day makes my mood a lot better, Meng Xiyun said with a smile. She paused for a moment before looking at Feng Xianyun and Kai Shiyue and saying, "My two grandsons will definitely like it too. You'll have to work a bit harder and play for them. Later, Mother will stew Ganoderma pheasant soup for you. Mother, when you have time, you can chat with the big sisters or cultivate to increase your strength. Just leave these chores to Yushi." Bai Yushi held Meng Xiyun's hand and said. Although Bai Yushi claimed to be a maid, no one would really use her as a servant because she was Ling Zhao's exclusive bed-warming maid. Meng Xiyun patted Bai Yushi's hand and happily smiled. It doesn't matter who does it. In any case, we have nothing to do, so let Mother find some work. Once the two little fellows are born, even if you want to help Mother, you won't have time. Feng Xianyun and Kai Xiaoyu both revealed unconcealable beauty. Mother, do you want a grandson or a granddaughter? Ling Xiao stood up and asked Meng Xiyun while hugging Feng Xiyun and Kai Xiaoyu. Meng Xiyun rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and said, "Do you think Mother is one of those old antiques? As long as they are my obedient grandsons, I like them and love them all the same." That's good. I hope that Yun and you are pregnant with daughters. Daughters are much more obedient than sons. That brat Tian is simply a devil incarnate. Sooner or later, he will cause trouble. Ling Xiao said. How can there be a father like you? Is still a child. Feng Xiyun immediately said with dissatisfaction. It's just that Tian is much more filial than you. Every time he goes out, he brings back a lot of good things for Mother. He knows how to make Mother happy. Meng Xiyun echoed. That's right, her is very sensible. There are a few good female disciples in the palace who often find him to spar. He will put down his status and spar with them. Bai Yushi said. Come on, is a brat worth protecting like this? Ling Zhao's face darkened. He realized that his current position was really getting worse by the day. Husband, I hope that the child in my stomach is a son. Don't blame me, okay? Kai Xiaoyu said with a pitiful look. Ling Xiao gently kissed Kai Xiaoyu's cheek and said, I am the same as Mother, giving birth to a son and a daughter is the same. However, if it really is a son as a mother, you must discipline him well. Don't be like his big brother, it really gives people a headache. As soon as he said this, he immediately provoked the sharp gazes of the girls. Ling Xiao didn't have the ability to resist at all and immediately retreated in a sorry state. After leaving the courtyard, Ling Xiao arrived at one of the peaks outside of the main peaks. Although this mountain wasn't as majestic as the main peaks, it wasn't much different. The trees here were dense and towering, and strange flowers and plants were everywhere. Occasionally, spirit birds would fly past, and the spiritual energy here was also abundant and flawless, giving people a peaceful feeling. Everyone in the proud, smiling palace knew that although this mountain couldn't compare to the other peaks, its status was only below the main peak of the palace. Because the people who lived here were the palace master's clansmen, master, and disciples. The mountain seemed a bit deserted, and there weren't many people walking around. Master, you're here. Ling Xiao had just landed on the main hall in front of the mountain when a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes flashed over from a direction and exclaimed respectfully. This young man in green was undoubtedly Ling Xiao's disciple, Exinli. He was now at the high-level king stage, and his speed of advancement was definitely extremely fast. It had to be known that he didn't rely on any medicinal pills and walked step by step to get here. Ling Xiao saw that Exinli's clothes were slightly tattered, and it was obvious that he had just returned from training outside. Ling Xiao was quite satisfied with this disciple's hard work, but he still lacked some experience and an indomitable momentum. Ling Xiao and Exinli entered the hall together, and Exinli immediately notified the others. Most of them were still in a state of closed-door cultivation, and only Mu Huai and Ling Tsong had just come out not long ago. Ling Tsong was the first to ask, "Xiao, what brings you here today?" Now that he had reached the peak of the king stage, it wouldn't be long before he would step into the earthly sovereign stage. His face was glowing, and there were signs of him returning to his youth. Mu Huai had reached the middle stage of the earthly sovereign stage a long time ago, and he was much stronger than Ling Tsong. Mu Huai smiled and said, "I guess you're preparing to go on a long journey again, so you came to say goodbye to us old fellows?" Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "Can't you come and see Grandpa and Master in your spare time?" After talking with the two old men for 4 hours, Ling Xiao asked Exinli to go out alone to test his current combat strength. Exinli cultivated the moon-cutting sword technique, which was very powerful and was a rare offensive technique of the wood attribute. Exinli had cultivated it for more than 10 years, and he could be considered to have achieved some success. Unless he was a monstrous existence, he would definitely be able to win in battle. Ling Xiao looked at Exinli and said, You're not young anymore. Have you ever thought about going out by yourself?" Although he wanted Exinli to travel by himself, he still respected Exinli's own thoughts. Exinli revealed a look of excitement and said, "Master, can I? Great Master said that I'm still weak and can't take charge by myself." "Why not? Back then, Master's realm was lower than yours, and I started to travel the world. Your great Master is too worried. If you want to become a powerhouse, how can you grow without experiencing the baptism of life and death battles?" Ling Xiao said, Then I'll listen to Master." Exinli replied, clenching his fists tightly, and his eyes burst with excitement and confidence. Although Exinli was usually gentle, he also hid a hot-blooded heart. He knew a lot of his master's experiences in the past. All kinds of earth-shattering battles made him look up to and worship. He hoped that one day, he could also be like his master and shock the world. Now that his master let him go out to travel, this was undoubtedly giving him a chance. Whether he could survive alone, this would depend on his own ability. And the brave are fearless. No matter what you encounter, remember to guard your heart. Don't be arrogant and rash, think thrice before you act. If you encounter some bullies, you don't have to be afraid. Master and Miyamoto will always be your backing. I, Ling Xiao's disciple, absolutely cannot be bullied by others. Of course, I hope that you will never need Master's protection." Ling Xiao lectured. These were the foundation of his life to be able to turn danger into safety and strengthen himself since the beginning of his cultivation. Disciple will remember Master's teachings and will absolutely not disgrace Master's prestige. Exinli responded sonorously. Ling Xiao patted his shoulder, and after leaving him some medicinal pills and essential spirit herbs for cultivation, he left. Ling Xiao once again went to Old Han's residence. In Old Han's residence, other than Ling Xiao, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for others to see him. Even Wu Fu, a registered disciple, had to report to him before he could see him. Now, Old Han was no longer alone. He had accepted a real disciple named Qi Yang. Qi Yang was chosen by Wu Fu when the proud Smiling Palace was recruiting disciples because of his outstanding talent in alchemy Tenbin. Wu Fu felt that this child was not ordinary, so he sent him to Han Kai. Han Kai tested this child and immediately accepted him as a disciple. His status was even higher than Wu Fu's. He was only a 15-year-old youth from a declining alchemy family. "Greetings, martial uncle." Qi Yang courteously bowed to Ling Xiao. He did not call Ling Xiao Palace Master, but martial uncle. This was related to Han Kai's request. Before this, when Ling Xiao was free, he would often share his knowledge in alchemy with Han Kai. Although Han Kai was one rank higher than Ling Xiao, in many aspects, he was not as proficient as Ling Xiao. Thus, Han Kai was carried out on a whim and forced Ling Xiao to be his junior brother. After all, Ling Xiao had also received the alchemy sect's inheritance, so they addressed each other as senior brother. There was no need to say who was equal, and Ling Xiao was happy to do so. Ling Xiao asked, "How is Qi Yang's learning under your master?" Qi Yang revealed a simple and honest look and scratched his head. "Everything's fine." "That's good. Your master has high hopes for you. You must not let him down," Ling Xiao said and went straight into the house. Qi Yang looked at Ling Xiao's back and thought to himself, "Master is indeed powerful, but martial uncle is my goal. Young man, why are you so free to come to my place?" Han Kai sat on the praying mat and asked, "Senior brother, are you blaming me for coming to beat you up?" Ling Xiao sat down with a smile on his face. Chapter 9:13. The purpose of Ling Xiao's visit was to find out from Han Kai what kind of strange flame was lurking in Qi Gang's body. He wanted Han Kai to be mentally prepared and see if it was the kind of flame he was looking for. What? A white snake spirit beast attacked the Xian the Arch and left behind a white snake pattern flame that even a Xian the Arch couldn't get rid of? Han Kai was surprised to hear Ling Xiao's words. "That's right. I wonder if senior brother has heard of this heavenly flame?" Ling Xiao nodded. Han Kai fell into deep thought. After a while, his old eyes burst out with a strange light and said, "If I'm not wrong, it should be a kind of mutated spirit beast that was nurtured by an earth fire that is infinitely close to a heavenly flame." Ling Xiao listened attentively. He also wanted to know if it was the kind of flame that was mentioned in his inherited memories. A white flame that can transform and hide. It might be the third-ranked earth fire, the extreme flaming flame. Only it can nurture that kind of spirit beast that can store the flame and leave behind the hidden injury of transformation, Han Kai said with certainty. "I also think that it might be the extreme flame-shaped fire. It has appeared in the ancient times." Ling Xiao replied with an excited expression. "You brat, your luck is great. This flame has a very high chance to advance into a heavenly flame. Even an old man like me is tempted." Han Kai looked at Ling Xiao with envy. Any kind of earth fire was very precious. Not to mention a high-grade earth fire that could advance into a heavenly flame. It was even more difficult to find. However, it was not easy to subdue it. Even a mid-level Xian the Arch like Qi Gang was at a disadvantage. It can't be helped. Junior brother's character is good. Ling Xiao laughed heartily as if the heavenly flame already belonged to him. "If Qi Yang is not still young, I might throw away my old face and ask you to give it to me." Han Kai's words showed how much he doted on Qi Yang. "Don't worry, senior brother. Let's build up his foundation first. In the future, it won't be a problem to find a heavenly fire for him." Ling Xiao said. If it was any other earth fire, Ling Xiao might have been able to let it go. After all, he already had the heavenly fire, and one less fire source would not affect him much. The key was that this fire source was of great use to him. A month's time passed by quickly. Qi Gang had indeed recovered his mid-stage Mystic the Arch cultivation, and he had also used the supreme-grade Mystic the Arch elixir to reach the high-stage Mystic the Arch realm. With the improvement of his cultivation level, he also had a place in the Laughing Palace. Qi Gang successfully broke through and immediately found Ling Xiao. He fulfilled his promise and brought Ling Xiao to the dangerous place he discovered. The Nanyuan territory belonged to the Ouyang clan, the Violet Thunder sect, the Myriad Flower sect, and the Gu clan. There were also various restricted areas in this region, with the southern ancient ridge being the most restricted. This was a land of continuous mountain ridges that had existed for tens of thousands of years. It was an existence that was on par with the Death Mountain Range and several other restricted areas in the central region. There were all kinds of towering ancient trees, exotic flowers, and spirit herbs. Many spirit beasts lived there. According to legend, the southern ancient ridge was the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan. They lived in the depths of the southern ancient ridge and were rarely seen by ordinary people. However, the blue Luan sacred bird had once appeared here. It was a high-grade spirit beast with the bloodline of the Phoenix clan. Ling Xiao and Qi Gang traveled day and night from the Laughing Palace and rushed for a month before arriving at the southern ancient ridge. Ling Xiao leaned against the boundless mountain ridge and murmured, "It said that those who depend on the mountain live off the mountain, and those who depend on the river live off the water. Although this forbidden ancient ridge is dangerous, it also supports the people of the southern abyss." Yes, if there were no such mountain ridges, it would be impossible for the four major forces to gather here. Qi Gang sighed. He belonged to the Nanyuan territory and once formed a group of mercenaries in the southern ancient ridge. They were famous and were people that all four forces wanted to rope in. However, after he was injured, he passed his mercenary group to his sworn brother and rushed to the Laughing Palace. Now, it could be considered as returning to his hometown. "Then let's go. I don't have much time to waste here." Ling Xiao responded softly and flew towards the depths of the southern ancient ridge. He was worried that there would be some unforeseen events. If the ultimate flame-shaped flame was taken away by someone else in advance, then it would be a great loss. Qi Gang did not dare to be negligent and immediately led the way at full speed. The place where Qi Gang was injured was in the depths of the southern ancient ridge. Both of them were mystic thearchs and flew at full speed, but it took them a few days to get close to the place. However, when they approached the place, something unexpected happened. "This place has been sealed by our Ouyang clan. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter." A group of heavenly venerate and earthly sovereign martial artists in uniform blocked the way of Ling Xiao, Qi Gang, and the others. They were all riding 6th-grade spirit beasts and looked especially majestic. "Oh no, could it be that someone got here first?" Ling Xiao immediately shouted in his heart. "Palace Lord this?" Qi Gang also had the same thought and asked Ling Xiao. "This is not the exclusive territory of the Ouyang clan. Let's go there directly," Ling Xiao said faintly. Then his figure swept forward. "How dare you? You actually dare to barge in. You are tired of living." The peak-level heavenly venerate leader knew that the two were extraordinary and did not attack immediately. Instead, he warned them again. You are the leader of the Red Flame mercenary group, Qi Gang?" Another high-level heavenly venerate from the Ouyang clan recognized Qi Gang and shouted, "Yes, it is this emperor." Qi Gang responded. In the past, the Ouyang family had tried to recruit him, but he didn't want to. If he hadn't been severely injured, he wouldn't have chosen to join the Laughing Palace. Besides, he was tired of the mercenary life, and he wanted to live a peaceful life. That was why he made this decision. The Ouyang clan was an ancient power, second only to the Dongfang clan. However, these clans had a very serious idea of valuing the inside and despising the outside. Although he was the mystic thearch, he was still considered an outsider. If he joined, he would certainly not have any status. This was also one of the reasons why he finally decided to join the Proud Smiling Palace. At least, the Proud Smiling Palace offered a very sincere bargaining chip. It was also a sect without hereditary inheritance. If he went, he would certainly be put in an important position. The result also proved that joining the Proud Smiling Palace was the right choice. Could it be that your Red Flame mercenary group thinks that you can compete with our Ouyang clan? Although the high-level heavenly venerate knew that Qi Gang was powerful, he was not afraid of him and stared at him. "Sorry, this emperor is no longer the leader of the Red Flame mercenary group. If you really use the Red Flame mercenary group to threaten this emperor may destroy you right now." Qi Gang frowned and said. Although he had left the Red Flame mercenary group to others, it did not mean that he had no feelings for the Red Flame mercenary group. "I am just stating a fact. You clearly know that our Ouyang clan is doing business here, yet you still force your way in. Do you really not put our Ouyang clan in your eyes?" The high-level heavenly venerate still responded with full confidence. When Qi Gang still wanted to say something, Ling Xiao said, "Let's go. It is useless to say more." "Yes, Sovereign," Qi Gang responded. Immediately after, the two of them directly flew over the Ouyang clan's group. The Ouyang clan's people were about to launch an attack, but the two of them were already thousands of meters away. It was simply not something they could stop. Immediately send a message to the elders in front. The peak heavenly venerate shouted and hurriedly chased after them on his spirit beast. At the same time, another person shot a beam of light into the sky, followed by a roar, and a firework-like spark was emitted. Sovereign, this is the Ouyang clan's transmission signal. Qi Gang said to Ling Xiao. It doesn't matter. This isn't their Ouyang clan's territory. There is no need to be afraid of them. Ling Xiao said confidently. Qi Gang nodded and didn't say anything more. After the two of them flew for a while, they arrived in front of a towering cliff. One side of the cliff seemed to have been cut open by some kind of divine weapon, making it look abnormally steep and dangerous. It's under the cliff in front. Qi Gang pointed at the cliff and said. Ling Xiao nodded lightly and said, the fire attribute here is already stronger than elsewhere. Ling Xiao was sure that it was in the vicinity. The demon spirit heavenly fire pearl in his sea of consciousness was already faintly jumping. Sovereign, there are a few spirit beast corpses over there. Qi Gang pointed to a few desolate places below and said. Ling Xiao also saw it and replied, the blood hasn't dried yet. It should be done by the Ouyang clan. This was a place where spirit beasts roamed freely. If someone intruded, there would naturally be spirit beasts attacking. Just at this moment, dozens of figures flew out from the bottom of the cliff. These were obviously people from the Ouyang clan. All of them were riding on spirit beasts and wielding spirit artifacts as they charged towards Ling Xiao and Qi Gang. Who are you? How dare you barge into my Ouyang clan's sealed area? You must be tired of living. The leader was a middle-stage Xian emperor. He held a pair of copper hammers in his hands and sat on a 7th-level middle-stage desolate bull. He looked very menacing. Other than him, there were also 2 low-level Xian emperors and dozens of Empyrean experts. With such a group of people moving out at the same time, it was obvious that they had discovered some shocking gains. Qi Gang, you dare to provoke my Ouyang clan's prestige? A low-level Xian emperor immediately recognized Qi Gang's identity and shouted. Qi Gang had been in the southern ancient ridge for more than 800 years, and he was also a talented rogue cultivator. There were definitely many people who knew him. So it's Elder Lin. My palace lord and I are here. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with your Ouyang clan. Qi Gang replied. That low-level Xian emperor was called Ouyang Lin. He was the one who invited Qi Gang to join the Ouyang clan. Other than him, the middle-level Xian emperor was called Ouyang Feng and the other low-level Xian emperor was called Ouyang Ku. They were all elders of the Ouyang clan. Looking at their tattered clothes, it seemed like they had been burnt. It was obvious that they had just experienced a huge battle. No matter who you are, leave immediately or you will be killed without mercy. Ouyang Feng shouted with a gloomy face. The aura of a middle-level Xian emperor was immediately released. What a big tone. Even if Ouyang Hong was here, she wouldn't dare to speak to this palace lord in such a loud voice. Ling Xiao replied arrogantly with his hands behind his back. At the same time, Qi Gang had also released his aura of a high-level Xian emperor. What a powerful aura. You are a high-level Xian emperor? Ouyang Feng stared at Qi Gang. To be able to overshadow his aura, the other party must be of a higher level than him. If you know what's good for you, then move aside. We are going to the bottom of the cliff. Qi Gang said faintly. Chapter 9:14. Qi Gang was indeed powerful, but everyone in the Ouyang family knew that Qi Gang was the leader of that young man. They were all guessing what kind of identity he had to have to make a high-level Xian emperor call him Palace Master. Ouyang Feng looked at the calm and collected Ling Xiao and said, could it be Palace Master Ling of the proud smiling palace? Judging from Ling Xiao's age and the way he spoke, it was clear that he didn't even put the old patriarch in his eyes. In this world, there was no one else who could compare with the Ouyang family in terms of power. Since you know the identity of my palace master, then get out of the way. Qi Gang said. The people from the Ouyang family looked at each other, their hearts filled with shock. They did not expect Ling Xiao to be younger than the rumors, nor did they expect him to appear here today. Ouyang Feng slightly retracted his arrogance and said, "Palace Master Ling, this place was discovered by our Ouyang family first, and is already within our control. Please do not make things difficult for us, and harm the harmony between the two families." Although Ouyang Feng's words were polite, he still expressed his firm stance. He was not willing to let Ling Xiao and Qi Gang go over. "You mean to say that whoever discovers it first can take it?" Ling Xiao asked. "That's right. Please forgive me, Palace Master Ling," Yang Feng said. "Elder Qi, tell him who discovered this place first." Ling Xiao turned to Qi Gang and said. Qi Gang immediately said to Ouyang Feng, "I discovered this place half a year ago. I was injured by the mutated white snake spirit beast there and almost died." The expressions of the people from the Ouyang family changed slightly. From their expressions, it was already proven that what Qi Gang said was true, because they were still fighting with the mutated white snakes just now. The truth is right in front of us. It was discovered by Qi Gang first, so this place is under our control. Ling Xiao continued. "Palace Master Ling, don't go too far," Ouyang Feng said with an ashen face. Ling Xiao wanted to say something, but he frowned and looked behind the Ouyang family. "Quick! Run, this is the nest of the mutated white snake. A peak rank 7 snake king has come out." An anxious voice came from below the cliff. The voice echoed endlessly in the vicinity. Swoosh. Following that, a group of disheveled figures riding on spirit beasts flew out from the bottom of the cliff one after another. These people were all from the Ouyang clan. Ouyang Feng and the others couldn't be bothered with Ling Xiao and Qi Gang. They turned around and rode their spirit beasts to regroup with their own people. All of a sudden, a several-meter-long white snake head appeared in front of the cliff behind the Ouyang clan. This white snake head was not the usual oval shape, but triangular. There was even a single horn on its forehead. Its terrifying basin mouth was wide open, and the snake's tongue was constantly hissing. The few fangs that were filled with deadly poison appeared incomparably gloomy, and the pair of snake eyes revealed a fierce glint of anger. Streams of white flames were spat out from the mouth of the basin. Wherever the flames passed, not even a blade of grass would grow. The scorching heat was frightening. Following the appearance of the white snake's head, the snake's body could be seen. It was white and shiny, and the snake's scales flickered incessantly with a dazzling color. This was a mutated white snake that had reached the intermediate rank of the 7th rank. Qi Gang recognized this white snake at a glance, and his expression immediately became grim. "This is the beast that hurt me. I've cut off its left eye." Qi Gang had killed this white snake before, and there was an obvious wound on it. If it was only a white snake of the intermediate rank of the 7th rank, it wouldn't have been able to make the Ouyang clan so panicked. This was because apart from the appearance of this white snake, dozens of other white snakes followed suit. Every white snake had at least the strength of the 6th rank, and there were many that had reached the 7th rank. This was definitely a snake nest, and it made one's scalp go numb just by looking at it. Dozens of white snakes appeared at the same time, and streams of white flames spewed out, turning the entire area into a sea of white flames. The Ouyang clan members all rode their spirit beasts and fled towards the edge of the sky. All of this happened too suddenly, and Ling Xiao and Qi Gang had no choice but to avoid the attack. But some of the Ouyang clan's heavenly venerables and earthly sovereigns who couldn't escape in time were touched by the white flames spat out by the white snakes and immediately burned. All of them screamed miserably, and even the spirit beasts they were riding suffered a calamity. All of them died a violent death. Fortunately, these white snakes only chased for 20 to 30,000 miles before stopping. Otherwise, the Ouyang clan would have suffered even more losses. Ling Xiao and Qi Gang were also being chased, but there weren't that many of them. There were only 4 white snakes, and one of them was the one that had injured Qi Gang before. Streams of white flames formed snake-like shapes and attacked the two nonstop. Ling Xiao and Qi Gang's strength was formidable, and they didn't let the white flames touch them. "Don't run, kill them." Ling Xiao only flew for a short while before sending a voice transmission to Qi Gang. Qi Gang had already broken through to the high-level mystic the Arch, and his strength had increased greatly. He replied confidently, "Then let me kill them." Qi Gang finished speaking, and a fire-colored long spear appeared in his hand. He turned around and attacked the 4 white snakes. He didn't summon his spirit beasts because his spirit beasts had already been killed by these white snakes. The long spear in Qi Gang's hand was like a dragon as thick flames split into 4 directions and pierced towards the snakes. That powerful aura caused the surroundings to tremble. 2 Tier 6 high-grade white snakes were blasted into a blood mist on the spot and died violently. The other 2 Tier 7 white snakes were only blasted backwards, and many of their snake scales fell off. However, their vitals weren't hurt. This kind of mutated white snake's physical body was rather terrifying. It actually blocked the attack of a high-level mystic the Arch. The 2 white snakes stuck out their tongues and didn't retreat. They spat out white flames at Qi Gang at the same time. Qi Gang was fearful of these white flames and didn't dare to touch them. His body flashed like a goshawk as he circled behind the 2 snakes. Dense spear shadows rained down like a violent storm. The 2 snakes soared like dragons. Their huge bodies were like the most powerful weapons, constantly sweeping away the flaming spear shadows. At the same time, one snake entangled Qi Gang, while the other swung its tail, forming a pincer attack from the left and right. Qi Gang yelled out as his Generosity World's power was deduced. Qi Gang's Generosity World's power was a sea of flames. Within it, several fire wolves suddenly appeared and pounced towards the 2 white snakes. The Generosity World temporarily blocked the 2 snakes' attacks, but his sea of flames didn't cause much trouble to the 2 snakes. After all, they had been living near higher-grade flames all year round. Unless the flames were of a higher grade, they wouldn't be able to hurt their bodies. Qi Gang didn't expect his Generosity World to be able to kill these 2 snakes in one go. He only hoped that it could temporarily stop them so that he could take them down one by one. Qi Gang seized the opportunity and went straight for the white snake that had injured him. "Bastard, today I'll let you pay with your life." Qi Gang coldly shouted as he stabbed towards the white snake with his spear in one hand. This move was very simple, but it contained his full strength. With the force of a thunderbolt, it stabbed towards the white snake's weak point. Qi Gang was an old mercenary. He fought with spirit beasts all year round and knew the weaknesses of each spirit beast. The fire spear directly entered the white snake's body. The white snake hissed, and as expected, it endured the pain and pounced towards Qi Gang, biting towards him. Qi Gang didn't panic in the face of danger. He loosened the spear in his hand and increased his strength, causing the fire spear to directly pierce through the white snake's abdomen. He immediately withdrew and retreated. The white snake's body was pierced through and blood flowed out wildly. Its body kept struggling and tearing, but it still wanted to pounce towards Qi Gang. Unfortunately, its life gate had already been broken, and it was powerless to reverse the situation. The huge snake's body heavily fell from the sky, and its whole body emitted thick white smoke. The other white snake seemed to be aware of the crisis and forcefully broke through Qi Gang's world force, fleeing in the direction it came from. Qi Gang sucked back his fire spear and rushed towards the white snake at full speed. This white snake was a bit weaker than the previous one, and without any suspense, it was killed by Qi Gang's spear. Qi Gang returned to Ling Zhao's side and reported, "Palace Lord, what should we do now? That place is the snake's nest. With just the 2 of us, I'm afraid." Just now, he saw that the Ouyang clan's army was unable to occupy that place, and there were only the 2 of them. If they went in, it would only bode ill rather than well, so he had to remind Ling Zhao not to be impulsive. Ling Zhao looked at the cliff in the distance. He could vaguely see a flash of white light, as if a serpent king was coiled up there. Whether to go or not, it was up to him. It wasn't difficult for Ling Zhao to subdue an earth fire, but it was difficult to deal with the high-grade spirit beast there. Although Ling Zhao's battle prowess was comparable to a half-step saint, he wasn't a true half-step saint. If there were countless white snake spirit beasts there, he might not be able to eat them all. However, if he didn't take it now, and the Ouyang clan invited another ancestor-level character, then the earth fire would really belong to them. I'm definitely going to give this place a try. Ling Xiao made up her mind. Qi Gang hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything. He could feel Ling Xiao's firm conviction, and it wasn't something he could sway. However, we can't directly kill our way in like this. We can only lure them out and kill them one by one. Ling Xiao added. What if there are too many white snakes there? Qi Gang was worried. If that's the case, then we can only think of another way. Ling Xiao replied. Once again, Ling Xiao and Qi Gang flew towards the cliff. This time, the white snakes seemed to be on guard. Before the two of them reached the bottom of the cliff, dozens of white snakes had already pounced towards them. Just as Qi Gang was about to pounce with all his might, a figure suddenly appeared. An earth-shattering roar rang out, and it shook Qi Gang so much that he almost fell from the sky. Fortunately, Ling Xiao suddenly made a move and used his power to melt him, so that he could avoid the impact of the sound waves. As for the white snake spirit beasts that pounced on them, many of them were directly killed by the roar. Only the Class 7 spirit beasts swayed a few times and did not dare to pounce on them again. They actually returned to the bottom of the cliff. Chapter 9:15. When the lion's roar appeared, the snakes retreated in defeat. A mighty figure had already quietly appeared beside Ling Xiao. He was handsome, with golden hair, a sturdy body, and an imposing aura. He was the lion-tiger beast that had reached the low level of the 8th rank. People called him Fierce Man. Now that he had suitable clothes, he was used to dressing like this. However, he did not know how to restrain his level 8 aura, causing it to be extremely intimidating. Qi Gang looked at the man standing beside Ling Xiao in shock, his face revealing a look of disbelief. He did not know when this man had appeared, but his strength had exceeded his expectations, causing him to feel that he would not be able to withstand a single blow from this man. Fierce Man greets boss. The man greeted Ling Xiao. Qi Gang was almost knocked down. This man looked ferocious, but his name was even more ferocious. He was actually called Fierce Man, causing Qi Gang to prostrate himself in admiration. At the same time, he did not expect Ling Xiao to have such a peerless expert by his side. No wonder he was so fearless. However, he could not understand where this person had come from. And let's take a walk down there. Ling Xiao nodded his head lightly and brought Fierce Man down the cliff. Qi Gang was still in a state of confusion, but he also followed them down. Below the 1,000-meter-tall cliff was a barren land. There were no living creatures. There were only giant rocks scattered everywhere. There were also many white snake corpses and human limbs. It was obvious that this was the result of the battle that had taken place earlier. The temperature here was much higher than the outside world, and the fire attribute spiritual qi was denser. It was the best place for any fire attribute martial artist to train. This is only the periphery. If you go deeper, you will see a white sea of fire. That sea of fire is very special. It is completely white. I accidentally entered that place and discovered the mystical flame. However, I believe that this situation only appeared in recent years, or else it would not have been discovered until now. Qi Gang came back to his senses and explained to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded his head and started to walk forward. Muscle furrowed his brows and muttered to himself, "Damn fire, it's so annoying." Fire countered metal, and Muscle Man was of the metal attribute. Naturally, he would be affected. If not for his high level, he would not be able to adapt to the environment. Suddenly, a large group of white snake spiritual beasts appeared in front of them. There were more than 100 of them, and they surrounded Ling Xiao, Qi Gang and Muscle. The weakest of these white snake spirit beasts was at least of the 6th rank, while the most powerful one was already at the peak of the 7th rank. Damned humans, this is our snake clan's territory. If you don't leave now, all of you will die here. The peak type 7 white snake let out an ear-piercing shriek as it stared at Ling Xiao and the rest. However, when its gaze landed on Muscle, its eyes narrowed. "You're the Lion-Tiger King. Hee little white snake, if you know who I am, then quickly give way and let my boss enter. I will definitely not make things difficult for you." Muscle revealed a sinister smile. Do you really think that you can defeat us? Lion Tiger King, don't go overboard. The White Snake King spat out its tongue as it spoke. There was no fear in its cold eyes. As it spoke, the 5 high-leveled 7th-rank white snakes stepped forward. From the looks of it, they seemed to want to compete with the Lion Tiger King. Roar, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Muscle roared as he stared at the snakes and released his aura. Once Ling Xiao gave the order, they would immediately launch the most ferocious attack. Move aside, I want to retrieve the fire inside. Otherwise, I will have to kill all of you before going in to retrieve it. Ling Xiao looked at the snakes indifferently. Without the existence of the 8th rank, there was nothing for Ling Xiao to be afraid of. Don't even think about it. Let's attack together and eat all of you. The White Snake King let out a cry and took the lead to rush out and attack Muscle Man. In its eyes, Muscle Man was the biggest threat. When one snake moved, 100 snakes moved. Countless white flames shot out from their mouths, instantly turning the place into a sea of white flames. Qi Gang immediately activated his dark protection force and enveloped himself with it. He then used his gun to stab at some of the white snakes. Muscle Man's attack was like lightning, and the sharp metal energy shot towards the White Snake King. The few high-leveled 7th-rank white snakes near the White Snake King also joined the fray and surrounded Muscle Man. Muscle Man was obstructed by the white flames, and he realized that his physical body was burning in pain. Even the protective golden light around him had been weakened. Damn white snakes, watch as I tear you all apart. Muscle Man was infuriated. He was already at the 8th rank, but he was still hurt by the high-leveled 7th-rank white snakes. He felt that his dignity had been hurt. With a loud roar, a pair of tiger-patterned wings appeared on his back. His silhouette flashed like lightning as he punched out continuously with his lion fists. The sharp metal chi broke through the white flames and directly collided with the snakes. In an instant, a few white snakes were sent flying far away by the muscular man. In terms of strength, Muscle Man was much stronger than them. However, just as Muscle Man was about to give chase, dozens of white snakes spat out their breaths, and countless white flames surged towards him. Damn flames! Muscle Man felt that the flames were different, and he did not dare to take it head-on. He flew up and used his lion's roar to attack from above. In an instant, many of the weaker white snakes were killed by the sound wave. On the other side, Ling Xiao was also attacked by the white snakes. However, he did not dodge the white flames and allowed them to burn him. Suddenly, the flames around Ling Xiao grew brighter. He opened his mouth, and a strong suction force surged out, swallowing the white flames into his stomach. While Qi Gang was killing the white snakes, he did not pay attention to Ling Xiao's safety. When he saw this, he was stunned. This white flame had caused him to suffer enough, but now, his palace master had actually treated this white flame as energy and directly used it as sucking. This was simply inconceivable. Oh yes, palace master is a high-grade alchemist. He must have a high-grade flame. Qi Gang immediately thought of this. However, he did not have much time to think about this problem, and he continued to kill the white snakes with his gun. This feels great. Ling Xiao sucked in the sea of white flames, and he exclaimed excitedly. Then he said, "Since you want to play with fire, I will play with you." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao's body began to move, and he struck with both of his palms at the same time. The power of the heavenly fire spread out, and a flaming palm with the power of lightning struck towards the white snakes in front of him. These white snakes thought that they were immune to fire, and like Ling Xiao, they opened their mouths to swallow Ling Xiao's flaming palm. "How dare you? You even dare to swallow the heavenly fire?" Ling Xiao sneered. Sure enough, the white snakes that swallowed Ling Xiao's flaming palm hissed and began to roll on the ground. Dark flames began to burn from their bodies, and soon, they were directly burned to ashes. Ling Xiao did not have time to pay attention to them. He turned his palm into a finger, and as he moved, fiery finger lights shot towards the white snakes in all directions. The white snakes that were touched by the finger lights were burned to ashes without exception. The others that avoided the finger lights scuttled in front of Ling Xiao, and their bloody mouths swallowed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's speed was unparalleled, so how could they easily swallow him? Not only did he avoid the attack, but he also used the color and the heavenly fire to attack them. Ling Xiao incinerated many of the white snakes, but not even a single scale was left. It was as though they had been evaporated, and it was very strange and terrifying. The muscular man used his strength as a tier 8 and easily broke through the white flames. He directly smashed several tier 7 high-grade white snakes into meat paste. The other white snakes that pounced over were not even a match for him, and they were all killed with a single punch. Under the cooperation of Ling Xiao and the other two, most of the white snakes were killed. However, after a batch of white snakes were killed, another batch of white snakes scuttled out from the depths. There were more of them than before, but they were much weaker. After a round of killing, another batch of white snakes were killed, and many of them fled in fear. Ling Xiao had the strength of a middle-stage mystic the Arch, Qi Gang had the strength of a high-stage mystic the Arch, and the muscular man was a tier 8 spirit beast. Qi Gang might be stronger than Ling Xiao on the surface, but the number of white snakes that he killed was far less than Ling Xiao, let alone the muscular man. Qi Gang's heart suffered a huge blow. Fortunately, this was the palace lord that he followed, which made him feel better. After the three of them advanced for a while, the temperature became more and more frightening. There were flames flickering on the ground, and they even actively attacked them. They had no choice but to use their dark protection force to isolate themselves. The evil demonic heavenly fire pearl in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness throbbed even more intensely. After advancing another 1,000 meters, there was a patch of white flames in front of them. It was like a sea of fire, and it made people feel apprehensive. Qi Gang was unable to endure this terrifying temperature. At the same time, he liked this kind of environment because the fire elemental energy here could allow him to absorb and grow faster. This should be the extreme blaze-shaped fire. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up as he muttered. The evil demonic heavenly fire pearl in his sea of consciousness throbbed even more intensely, and it sent a message to Ling Xiao that it was extremely eager to devour it. "I hate this feeling. Boss, let me hide," the muscular man said uncomfortably. Ling Xiao said, "You and Qi Gang go outside and protect me. I want to absorb these flames." After receiving the order, the muscular man immediately rushed outside. Qi Gang said, "Be careful, Palace Lord." Then he quickly left. After the two of them left, Ling Xiao did not let the evil demonic heavenly fire pearl come out to absorb the flames. He sat down cross-legged and calmed his mind. He opened his mouth and sucked in a large amount of white flames. The 9 sun-burning heaven technique began to circulate, and he began to refine these white flames. He planned to fill up the 6th yang meridian and refine the 6th layer, white flame true yang. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao rushed here so urgently. A yang meridian that was forged from earth fire would definitely display terrifying power. However, just as Ling Xiao started, the sea of white flames started to change. Chapter 9:16. The originally vast sea of fire suddenly began to shrink, as though it had lost its fuel and was completely extinguished. It was puzzling. Ling Xiao opened his eyes abruptly and saw that the flames had all disappeared. "Looks like if I don't subdue you first, you won't obediently let me refine you." Ling Xiao naturally did not believe that the white flames had been extinguished for no reason. The deviant flame that had already reached the form of earth fire already had a preliminary consciousness. The existence of the demon heavenly fire bead in Ling Xiao's spiritual sea was a disaster for flames of a lower level than it. The extreme blaze-shaped fire was at the top of the earth fire list. As long as it accumulated for another 10,000 years, it might have a chance to advance into a heavenly fire in the future. It was not surprising that it could sense the existence of the demon heavenly fire bead. However, although it had restrained its flames and hidden itself, how could it escape the detection of the demon heavenly fire bead? Ling Xiao swept forward and finally stopped in front of another cliff. Ling Xiao arched his body and directly flew to the center of the cliff. He could sense that the extreme blaze-shaped fire was definitely hidden nearby. Ling Xiao saw that there were actually a few rank 7 mutated white snakes coiling on the cliff. Every single one of them was glaring at Ling Xiao, their tongues flicking in and out of their mouths as they spat out white flames towards Ling Xiao. Every white snake can spit out this white flame. Looks like these white snakes have benefited a lot. Ling Xiao thought to himself. The demon heavenly fire bead's suction in his spiritual sea increased and directly swallowed these flames, not causing him any harm. At the same time, those rank 7 white snakes appeared at the same time. Their mouths shrouded Ling Xiao and their bodies swept over. Ling Xiao naturally would not fight them head-on. With the heavenly fire, killing these white snakes was a piece of cake. Ling Xiao's figure was like the wind, constantly flashing, and his finger that carried the heavenly fire continuously pointed at those white snakes. Once the heavenly fire was ignited, the white snake kept hissing and writhing, but in the end, there was nothing left of it. Ling Xiao did this to shorten the time needed to find the earth fire. Otherwise, he wouldn't have minded playing with these high-level white snakes. Ling Xiao discovered that there was a big cave entrance on the cliff. Inside, there was a white light flickering. He could sense that there were quite a few auras there, and he was sure that the earth fire was inside the cave. This is the real snake nest, Ling Xiao said to himself. After saying that, he raised both of his palms up high and drew out countless heavenly flames. A ball of raging energy gathered above his head. Go! Ling Xiao threw the ball of energy above his head towards the entrance of the cave. Rumble! An earth-shattering explosion sounded, the cliff shook, and countless stones rolled down. The terrible heavenly fire directly attacked the cave entrance, burning it with raging flames, blocking the cave entrance. Then, flaming white snakes scuttled out, all of them hissing in pain. Once touched by the heavenly fire, it was basically impossible to put them out. One could imagine their fate. After the smoke dissipated, the cave entrance was blown up, and there were countless stones blocking the way. Ling Xiao flew over, and his golden fist directly smashed these huge stones into pieces, and entered the cliff cave. Ling Xiao went all the way in, and the smoke still hadn't completely dissipated, seriously obstructing his vision. Suddenly, a soft sound rang out, and a vague shadow of a snake pounced over in the smoke. In this not very big cave, Ling Xiao didn't have much space to move around. He could only quickly retreat, and at the same time he slapped a fire palm directly at the shadow of the snake. Bang! The shadow of the snake was bombarded, but it didn't immediately burn like the other snakes, and it still bit towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's hair stood on end. He felt that this snake was completely different from the other snakes, and its strength was at least much more terrifying than the other snakes. Ling Xiao didn't even think and raised his full speed to retreat, avoiding the fate of being devoured. Ling Xiao swept out of the cave, and the snake also chased after him. Ling Xiao finally saw the snake's appearance clearly. It was still a white snake, but it was much larger than the white snakes from before, and the horn on its forehead was sharper and more imposing. This was impressively an 8th-order mutated white snake spirit beast, and its whole body flickered with thick silver light. Every palm and finger of Ling Xiao's could break the defense of a 7th-order spirit beast, but it didn't mean that he could break the defense of an 8th-order spirit beast. It was obvious that his palm just now didn't hurt the body of this 8th-order white snake, or it wouldn't be able to chase after him. Looks like I'll have to put in some effort again, Ling Xiao thought to himself. The 8th-order white snake said fiercely, "Damn human, you actually dared to kill the younger generation of my tribe, I will swallow you alive." The white snake swung its tail and pounced towards Ling Xiao. Its speed was simply shocking. Ling Xiao used all his strength to increase his speed, but he only managed to avoid it. "Damn, it's too ferocious, hurry up and call for muscle," Ling Xiao exclaimed. He knew that even if he increased his strength, it would be difficult for him to deal with this white snake, so he could only call for muscle to hurry over. Ling Xiao waved his golden dragon spear, and while dodging in a sorry state, he attacked the snake's body. However, this white snake's strength was too strong, and its speed was even faster than his. Not only did it avoid his attacks, it almost swallowed him alive. If it wasn't for the fact that he had taken a speed-increasing pill, he would have died. 8th order, it's still not something I can contend against. I need to at least advance one more level to be qualified to contend against it. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. After calling for a while, Muscle still didn't appear. Instead, he heard the earth-shattering sounds of battle coming from not far away. Ling Xiao's eyebrows twitched. Could it be that the Ouyang clan is already here? While he was distracted, the white snake's tail swept over, and Ling Xiao was sent flying a long distance away, and he couldn't help but spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. This won't do. If this goes on, I won't be able to keep my life. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart, and hurriedly ran in the direction he came from. He wanted to see if he could divert the trouble. Human, where do you think you're going? The white snake angrily chased after him. If you have the ability, then come at me. See if I don't skin you alive. Ling Xiao deliberately provoked the white snake and shouted. With that, Ling Xiao ran as fast as he could, not giving the white snake any chance to touch him. Outside the cliff, Qi Gang and Muscle Man were indeed fighting with the people from the Ouyang family. Are you going to move aside or not? Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. An old man with a head full of white hair clashed with Muscle, and after retreating 100 meters, he stared at Muscle and Qi Gang and shouted. He was the Ouyang clan's ancestor, and his name was Ouyang Hua. He had the strength of a low-level saint, and among the older generation he was a well-known figure. Just now, when he clashed with Muscle, he was actually forced back, and his palm was still numb, which caused him to have some reservations. Old man, do you think you're very good at fighting? This king can cripple you with one punch. Muscle said arrogantly, and at the same time, he attacked Ouyang Hua. In terms of physical strength, how many humans could compare to a spirit beast of the same level? Moreover, Muscle was extremely fast, so it was reasonable for him to have the upper hand. Ouyang Hua was infuriated, and he shouted, "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." With that, an extraordinary sword appeared in his hand, and it was impressively a low-level saint artifact. At the same time, a tall and skinny figure appeared beside him, and it was his protective spirit beast, the 8-winged mantis. One man and one beast attacked Muscle, and the situation did not look good. On the other side, Qi Gang was also surrounded by the Ouyang clan. Fortunately, he had just broken through to the high-level mystic the Arch Realm, or else he would have died under the joint attack of 3 mystic thearchs. How dare you come and obstruct me? You really need to be taught a lesson. It seems like some small forces have just gained power, and now they think they can challenge us, the veteran forces. An old man in alchemist attire stood in front of the Ouyang clan and said. He was the chief alchemist of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Shen, a mid-level mystic the Arch, and a 7th-grade alchemist. His status in the Ouyang clan was rather high. This time, because they had discovered the mystical flame, the Ouyang clan had sent out such a large force to help Ouyang Shen obtain the mystical flame. Ouyang Shen had been longing for a high-grade flame for a long time, and this was a treasure that any alchemist could only dream of obtaining. Therefore, Ouyang Shen could not afford to make any mistakes on this trip. Just as Qi Gang was about to collapse, Ling Xiao had already flown over with that 8th-grade low-level white snake. "Elder Qi, get out of the way!" Ling Xiao shouted. When Qi Gang heard Ling Xiao's words, he did not dare to hesitate and immediately dodged in a direction. Bang! Just as he dodged, a ball of intense flames pounced towards his position. The 3 Ouyang clan's mystic thearchs who were surrounding Qi Gang were shocked, and they hurriedly scattered. However, Ouyang Ku, who was closest to the flames, was unlucky. He could not escape in time, and was engulfed by the white flames. A tragic cry resounded through the clouds, and Ouyang Ku was immediately burned into a man of fire. In the blink of an eye, he turned into ashes and died. "Elder Ku!" The Ouyang clan saw this scene, and they shouted in unison. It was a pity that Ouyang Ku could no longer hear them. They immediately looked for the culprit, but they discovered a 100-meter-long snake pouncing over from the horizon, and white flames shot out from its mouth. "All of you humans have to die!" The white snake shouted furiously. "If you have the ability, then come. We have so many people, we are not afraid of you." Ling Xiao purposely paused for a moment and shouted. Those who did not know better would think that he had brought the Ouyang clan's people. In fact, the white snake thought so as well. It attacked the people around it in a frenzy, and its huge snake body pressed down, turning many Ouyang clan's heavenly venerables into meat paste. The Ouyang clan's people turned pale with fright, and they hurriedly scattered in all directions. Someone shouted, "Ancestor, save us!" Ouyang Hua and his 8-winged mantis surrounded the fierce man, and they had just gained the upper hand. Now, a white snake actually appeared, and it made him extremely depressed. "Mantis, you deal with him. I will protect the younger generation and leave first," Ouyang Hua said to the 8-winged mantis, and he immediately abandoned the fierce man to block the 8th-grade white snake. Chapter 9:17. Ouyang Hua wielded his saint artifact and charged over while shouting, "All of you retreat first. I will deal with this white snake after I kill it." At the same time, he slashed out countless sword lights towards the white snake. Clang, clang, clang. The white snake was able to dodge Ling Zhao's attack, but it was hard for it to dodge Ouyang Hua's sudden attack. The sword lights pierced the snake's body, but they didn't penetrate the snake's body. They only managed to break off some of the snake's scales. "Damned humans, I will eat all of you." The white snake was in extreme pain as it roared in anger. Immediately after, it turned its head and pounced towards Ouyang Hua. Instantly, Ouyang Hua and the Tier 8 low-tier white snake clashed. On the other side, the muscular man was also battling the 8-winged mantis. The battle was so intense that the surrounding mountain ridges were severely affected. The Ouyang clansmen scattered in all directions. Ling Xiao and Qi Gang also fled far away. However, the Ouyang clansmen weren't that stupid. The few mystic thearchs had long set their eyes on Ling Xiao and Qi Gang. Just as Ling Xiao was about to return to the snake cave abode, the Ouyang clansmen blocked his path. "Kill them. It was this brat who lured the snake over and caused us to suffer such heavy losses." Ouyang Shen looked at Ling Xiao and Qi Gang with extreme disgust as he shouted. The Ouyang clansmen had a total of 5 people. 1 high-tier mystic thearch, 2 mid-tier mystic thearchs, and 2 low-tier mystic thearchs. Such a lineup was undeniably powerful. Finishing his sentence, he was the first to attack Ling Xiao. As an alchemist, Ouyang Shen was proficient in palm techniques. One after another, fiery palm imprints swept towards Ling Xiao. Each palm imprint contained the power to destroy mountains and split the earth. Ouyang Shen intended to kill Ling Xiao with a single move. "You dare to use martial arts against this empress? You must be tired of living." Ling Xiao laughed coldly as he welcomed Ouyang Shen's palm print. The continuous attacks from the cloud expelling palm directly disintegrated Ouyang Shen's attack. In terms of combat strength, Ouyang Shen relied on elixirs to increase his current strength. How could he be compared to Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao blasted apart Ouyang Shen's palm imprint. His figure flashed like the wind as he grabbed at Ouyang Shen. "Don't try to be violent." The Ouyang clan's high-level mystic thearch reacted very quickly. The saber in his hand slashed at Ling Xiao from the side. Qi Gang also moved at the same time. However, the other 3 mystic thearchs immediately blocked his path. Ling Xiao used his bare hands to deflect the saber light of the high-tier mystic thearch. "If you know what's good for you, then scram. Otherwise, all of you can stay here forever." Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to argue with them, so she shouted at the Ouyang family. "Who do you think you are? You dare snatch my sky flame? I will not let you live today." Ouyang Shen's face turned grim as he responded. A half-grade sacred artifact appeared in his hand. Swoosh! Ouyang Shen's confident sword, and he launched a powerful sword attack at Ling Zhao's vital points. Streams of flames roared like fire dragons, and the might of this attack was not to be underestimated. "Old fellow, if you want to die, I will grant you your wish." Ling Xiao frowned as he shouted. His mental energy surged like a tidal wave and finally formed a golden dragon spear, which rushed at Ouyang Shen's spiritual sea. Ouyang Shen was an alchemist, and his mental energy was not weak. He could feel a formless and powerful pressure. It was as if he was shrouded in fear. He exclaimed in his heart, "What a strong mental energy!" He quickly gathered his mental energy to prevent any accidents from happening. Unfortunately, Ling Zhao's mental energy was stronger than he expected. Furthermore, it formed a sharp attack, causing the pitiful mental energy in his spiritual sea to crumble. With his spiritual sea broken, Ouyang Shen screamed miserably and fell heavily from the sky. Elder Shen, that high-level mystic the arch couldn't be bothered to chase after Ling Xiao anymore. Instead, he turned and flew towards Ouyang Shen. "AI, it's all your fault for forcing me to do this." Ling Xiao sighed and sent out her psychic power once more. This time, it was aimed at the high-level mystic the arch who was heading towards Ouyang Shen. They had already shed all pretense of cordiality. Ling Xiao was not going to be merciful. Even if he didn't kill them now, when they regained their breath, they would not let him off. Once the mental energy attack was used, the Ouyang clan's mystic Thearch's fate was obvious. The three mystic Thearchs who were fighting with Qi Gang felt that their companions' auras had disappeared. They were all shocked. "Elder Shen, Elder Shi," Ouyang Feng shouted. He glared at Ling Xiao and shouted to his companions, "Let's go. We will settle this debt with the proud, smiling palace sooner or later." Ouyang Feng already knew that there was nothing he could do. Two elders who were not weaker than him had died. He didn't want to end up like them. Therefore, he decided to retreat. "Where are you going?" Qi Gang was holding his breath. Just now, he was bullied by the Ouyang clan. He had suffered a lot. Now, how could he not take revenge? However, Ling Xiao didn't give him a chance to do anything. He killed all three of them instantly. To enemies who could no longer be friends, Ling Xiao would not be merciful. He was no longer a newcomer. He was a ruthless person. Qi Gang was already shocked by Ling Xiao's unpredictable methods. He knew that he couldn't look at the Palace Lord the same way an ordinary person would. "Palace Lord, we have become enemies with the Ouyang clan." Qi Gang swallowed his saliva and said, if it was in the past, he wouldn't dare to offend the Ouyang clan. Now that he followed Ling Xiao, he killed a few mystic Thearchs of the Ouyang clan. This was a big deal. The Ouyang clan would not let it go easily. He couldn't help but worry for his former brothers. "We have no choice. We also want to live in harmony. However, when they see us, they want to kill us. They don't even have basic manners. We can only fight back." Ling Xiao shrugged and said. Qi Gang was speechless. He, the Palace Lord, still had a childish heart. At this time, the Fierce Man and the Eight-Winged Mantis, as well as Ouyang Hua and the Tier 8 Low-Tier White Snake's battle, had reached its climax. The Fierce Man was indeed a mutated spirit beast. He was also the descendant of two high-grade spirit beasts. His battle strength was much more perverse than the Eight-Winged Mantis. The Eight-Winged Mantis had already changed back to its true form. Its 8 sparkling wings had increased its speed by a lot. Its front claws were like saint artifacts as they continuously attacked. However, the Fierce Man had also used his tiger-patterned wings. He didn't completely change back to his beast form. His speed was much faster than the Eight-Winged Mantis. He also had the lion roar and the tiger-patterned wings to bind the two great Tenbin attacks. The Eight-Winged Mantis was in a mess. 3 of its 8 wings were already broken. On the other side of the battle, Ouyang Hua and the Tier 8 Low-Tier White Snake were both injured. However, it wasn't a one-sided battle. Ouyang Hua used his low-tier Saint artifact to injure the White Snake. The White Snake also injured Ouyang Shen a few times. One snake was riddled with scars, while the other was heavily injured. His battle strength had dropped drastically. Comparing the two, the Tier 8 White Snake had a higher chance of winning. After all, the life force of a spirit beast was much stronger than that of a human. Damn it. If this goes on, both the mantis and I will die here. Ouyang Hua cursed in his heart. "Human, go and die." The White Snake bellowed. Its tail swept towards Ouyang Hua like a heavenly pillar. The White Snake was already going all out. This attack was shockingly fast. Its power was enough to destroy a few mountains at the same time. Ouyang Hua's movements were much slower than before. However, he still had a way to retaliate. The sword in his hand slashed out several hundred-meter sword auras. Sword chi flowed out in all directions. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The White Snake's tail actually sent the sword auras flying. It endured the pain of being slashed and still gave Ouyang Hua a fatal blow. Ouyanghua's body was swept far away by the snake's tail. In the end, he directly crashed into a mountain, stirring up a cloud of dust. The white snake was not in a good state either. Its tail was already stained with blood. One of the wounds was especially deep. It was as if its tail was about to be chopped off. Humans, go and die. The white snake opened its mouth and spat out a dense white flame towards the mountain Ouyanghua was on. It wanted to burn Ouyanghua to death. The mountain was directly ignited by the flames. All the trees and flowers were instantly set ablaze. The whole mountain was burning with white flames. It was a very demonic sight. A figure rushed out from the mountain. He was in an extremely sorry state. His hair was in a mess. His clothes were completely destroyed. The bloodstains were terrifying. Mantis, let's go. Ouyanghua was also very decisive. After suffering such a big loss, he immediately summoned his protective spirit beast and left. The eight-winged mantis did not stay. It dragged its injured body and left as fast as it could. Want to escape? Have you asked this king? Muscle roared. The lion's roar shook thousands of miles. It flapped its tiger-striped wings and chased. The white snake also chased after it, unwilling to give up. Palace Master, what should we do now? Qi Gang looked at Ling Xiao and asked. What can we do? Let them be. Anyway, it has nothing to do with us. Ling Xiao laughed lightly. Then he returned to the cave. He would first keep the extreme flame-shaped fire. Regardless of whether the two beasts killed Ouyanghua or not, when they returned, there would definitely be a fierce battle. He believed that with muscle strength, it should not be a problem for him to fight against the white snake. Once again, they returned to the cave. Ling Xiao got Protector Qi Gang to guard the cave. At the same time, he summoned the demonic corpse to guard the cave entrance. This was also for insurance. To prevent any accidents from happening, let's seal this place first. Ling Xiao entered the cave entrance. The demonic demon heavenly fire bead fluctuated intensely again. He muttered to himself. He opened his palms and two balls of heavenly fire burned along the cave walls. He planned to seal the extreme flame-shaped fire here and not let it escape. The flames jumped and the temperature was frightening. Ling Xiao was like a god of fire. He strode into the depths of the cave. Along the way, he discovered that there were many snake scales and skin that had fallen off. These things were good materials for refining 7th-rank spirit tools. Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony and kept them. After a while, he arrived at the end of the cave. The space here was clearly much more spacious than the cave path that he had just walked. A ball of white fire flickered continuously in the middle of the cave. It shrank in a corner, as if it was very afraid of the heaven fire that was spreading over. I finally found you, Ling Xiao said excitedly. Just as he was thinking of a way to absorb the extreme flame-shaped fire, the extreme flame-shaped fire suddenly attacked. Chapter 9:18. Sky fire and earth fire were strange flames formed from the heavens and the earth. After countless years, they had absorbed an immeasurable amount of origin energy to form. Between the two, sky fire had evolved to become more powerful, while earth fire still needed to undergo a metamorphosis process before it could advance to a higher level. However, it was also a flame with intelligence. It could sense the existence of danger and knew how to strike first. The ultimate blaze fire went from a palm-sized white flame to a huge flame that was dozens of meters wide. It even took the shape of a mutated white snake and pounced towards Ling Xiao. The reason why it was called the extreme flame-shaped fire was because it knew how to simulate all kinds of shapes, which made people feel strange. That was why it was named this way. The fire wound in Qi Gang's body had been formed by the ultimate blaze fire. Hee hee, it's scary enough, but it can't deal with me. Ling Xiao laughed. He waved his hands unhurriedly, and the burning heavenly fire in the surroundings immediately wrapped around him, and all of them rushed towards the extreme flame form fire. The demon heavenly fire pearl in Ling Xiao's mind also flew out. It emitted a strong and threatening firelight and rushed towards the ultimate blaze fire. Ling Xiao said to the demon heavenly fire pearl, "Take it easy for me." Leave some of your origin energy for me. Clang. The demon heavenly fire pearl seemed to respond. It shook a few times. The purple flames surrounded the white snake, making it difficult for it to escape. The ultimate blaze fire knew it was in danger and kept rushing in one direction. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. Its power was slowly being devoured by the demon heavenly fire pearl. The demon heavenly fire pearl was very excited. Its power kept increasing. On the other hand, the ultimate blaze fire's power was getting weaker. The white snake that was dozens of meters tall was getting smaller and smaller. Ling Xiao saw that the ultimate blaze fire was almost used up. He quickly said to it, "Submit to me and assimilate with me. You still have a chance to live." The ultimate blaze fire didn't say anything. The demon heavenly fire pearl increased its absorption. It knew that if it didn't absorb now, it wouldn't have another chance. If you don't want to, then just wait to be completely devoured. If you do, then click a few times. Ling Xiao continued to speak to the ultimate blaze fire patiently. If it was unwilling, it would be difficult to forcefully absorb and refine it, but if it was willing, it would save a lot of trouble. Finally, after enduring for a while, the demonic demon heavenly fire had almost absorbed the original power of the flaming-shaped flame. It couldn't wait to flash its snake head, afraid that if it waited any longer, it would really absorb all the power that it had accumulated for 10,000 years. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao was overjoyed and hurriedly summoned the evil demonic heavenly fire bead back. The demon spirit heavenly fire pearl began to resist. After all, its favorite delicacy was right in front of it. However, in the end, it was unable to resist Ling Xiao's forceful summon. It unwillingly returned to the sea of consciousness. "Be a good boy and come here. I will let you live." Ling Xiao called out to the extreme flame-shaped flame like he was trying to tempt a child. The extreme flame-shaped flame had nowhere to run. After all, although Ling Xiao had summoned back the demonic demon heavenly fire bead, the surroundings were still filled with heavenly fire, preventing it from escaping. The extreme flame-shaped flame was still in the shape of a white snake. It timidly scuttled onto Ling Xiao's palm. Ling Xiao looked at the extreme flame-shaped flame in his palm and was ecstatic. He hurriedly put it back into the medicine cauldron. He had already offended the Ouyang family. He didn't know if the white snake would return at any time. It really wasn't suitable for him to refine the extreme flame-shaped flame here. He might as well put it away and find another place to refine it. After Ling Xiao put away the extreme flame-shaped flame, he was about to leave. However, the corner of his eyes glanced at a corner. His expression slightly twitched. He saw that there was some dry grass under the soil of a pit. Above the dry grass, there were 6 snake eggs that were half a meter in size. The snake eggs were crystal clear and emitted traces of warm air. Ling Xiao walked over and murmured, "I didn't expect there to be snake eggs. This is a bonus." Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony and kept the 6 snake eggs. Even if he didn't need them, he could still sell them for a lot of Xian crystals. After all, these were mutated white snake eggs. After they hatched, the level of these little snakes wouldn't be low and there would be more room for them to grow. After leaving the cave, Ling Xiao kept the corpse demon. Qi Gang was still standing guard outside the cave. "Elder Qi, let's go." Ling Xiao called out to Qi Gang, who was not far away. When Qi Gang saw Ling Xiao come out, he immediately flew over and said, "Palace Master, have you settled it?" Ling Xiao smiled and nodded. "I personally went out, there's nothing that can't be done." He paused for a moment and said, "Meng Nan hasn't returned yet?" Qi Gang shook his head and pointed in a direction. "I don't see him coming back. However, I sense the sounds of battle over there. I think he's over there. Let's go take a look." Ling Xiao replied and immediately flew in that direction. After flying at full speed for a while, the two of them finally found something. They saw that dozens of mountains were in a mess. Countless trees had fallen and many places were still emitting thick smoke. In another direction, a ferocious lion-tiger beast was biting a huge white snake and swinging it around. The white snake was using all its strength to strangle the lion-tiger beast. The two beasts were using the most primitive strength to kill each other. When Ling Xiao and Qi Gang arrived, the lion-tiger beast had already bitten the white snake to death. The lion-tiger beast was also seriously injured and many of its fur were burnt. Ling Xiao quickly went over and absorbed the flames on the lion-tiger beast's body. If he let it burn any longer, the lion-tiger beast would also die. Damn bug, I didn't expect its fire to be so destructive, the lion-tiger beast said after taking a bite of the snake meat. Its mouth was full of blood and it looked quite ferocious. Qi Gang understood that the Meng Nan was his palace master's protective spirit beast. He didn't expect it to be so fierce. Let's make snake soup tonight. Ling Xiao ignored it and said, "Oh right, did that man and the mantis catch up to you?" The lion-tiger beast replied, "We were about to kill them, but we didn't expect that man to throw something that could explode. Both me and the bug were injured and they escaped." "Didn't they escape?" Ling Xiao replied. He threw a rank 7 fire attribute beast core to the lion-tiger beast and let it swallow it to recover from its injuries. Then he said to Qi Gang, "Elder Qi, skin this snake. Forget it, it's not a bad idea to take it back and auction it." Ling Xiao still couldn't bear to divide the white snake's corpse. It would be good to bring it back to the auction as the finale of the auction. Just when Ling Xiao was about to leave the southern ancient ridge, Qi Gang revealed an embarrassed expression and said, "Palace Master, I have something to ask of you." "If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you hesitating?" Ling Xiao said. Thus, Qi Gang told him about his worries. He was afraid that the Ouyang clan would harm the mercenary group that he had founded. He wanted to go back and tell his brothers about it. Ling Xiao was a reasonable person and immediately understood Qi Gang's meaning. He nodded and said, "And a person can't be without loyalty. Telling them won't have much effect. I'm afraid that there won't be a place for them in the southern ancient ridge. How about this? Ask them if they are willing to join the palace, or ask them to immediately move to the Death Mountain range. The resources there aren't any less than here." Qi Gang was overjoyed and replied, "Palace Master is really considerate. I will go and tell them now. And let's leave this place first. I will find a place to settle down. You can meet up with me after you're done." Ling Xiao replied. He didn't really trust Qi Gang, but he firmly believed in the principle of, don't doubt the people you use, and don't use the people you doubt. If Qi Gang ran away, then he could only blame himself for not recognizing people well. However, if Qi Gang really did that, then there would be no place for him in the central region. Ling Xiao stored the lion-tiger beast and left with Qi Gang. They were also worried that the Ouyang clan would rush over again. When Ling Xiao arrived at a relatively secluded mountain, he asked Qi Gang to quickly inform his brothers. Then, he descended and opened a cave in the middle of the mountain. He was prepared to refine the extreme flame-shaped flame here. When the 9-yang heaven-burning art was cultivated to the great accomplishment stage, its power was quite terrifying. However, it was also quite harsh to cultivate. It required 9 different types of extreme yang flames to fill the 9 yang meridians in order to achieve great accomplishment. 9 types of extreme yang flames were not easy to find. Other than a few common ones, the others were quite difficult to find. For example, Lu Su needed to obtain the inheritance and had the help of the Flowing Sun sect, but he only managed to gather 7 types of extreme yang flames. However, in comparison, the 7 types of extreme yang flames that he gathered were far weaker than the 7 types of extreme yang flames that Ling Xiao had now. Just the extreme flame-shaped fire in Ling Xiao's hands was enough to suppress Lu Su's 7 types of extreme yang flames. What's more, he still had the heaven-defying top-grade heaven flame. Hence, at the same cultivation realm, if Ling Xiao and Lu Su used the 9 sun-burning heavens fist, Lu Su would definitely lose. This was under the circumstance that Ling Xiao did not increase his battle strength by several times. Ling Xiao's fusion of the extreme flame-shaped fire was very smooth. The heaven flame must have been watching him like a tiger watching its prey. The extreme flame-shaped fire did not dare to have any strange movements. The extreme flame-shaped fire was much thicker than the few types of extreme yang flames that Ling Xiao had absorbed and refined in the past. After he completed the fusion, Ling Xiao received a considerable amount of strength. It directly raised his strength from the middle stage mystic the arch to the middle stage. One had to know that Ling Xiao had just broken through to the middle stage mystic the arch stage not long ago. Now that he had such a huge improvement, it was really heaven-defying. Ling Xiao finally understood why Lu Su could break through to the mystic the arch stage so unexpectedly. He believed that it was because he had refined the 7 types of extreme yang flames and received the strength of the extreme yang flames. 9 Sun Burning Heaven Art. The first layer Scarlet Blazing Sun, the second layer Golden Blazing Spirit Sun, the third layer Indigo Blazing Extreme Yang, the fourth layer Black Blazing Absolute Yang, the fifth layer Azure Blazing Nether Sun, the sixth layer White Blazing True Sun, the seventh layer Purple Blazing Divine Sun, the eighth layer Rainbow Blazing Immortal Sun, and the ninth layer Pale Blazing Sacred Sunday. The first 7 levels had finally been cultivated by Ling Xiao. He was already very close to the phenomenal stage. Once he successfully cultivated the last 2 levels, the Rainbow Scorching Immortal Sun and the Pale Scorching Sacred Sun, he would reach the 9 Suns realm. He would be able to use 9 different types of extreme yang flames at the same time. Its power would definitely be earth-shattering. It was just that he had fused the heaven flame for the 7th level. It was undoubtedly extremely difficult to cultivate the last 2 levels. That was because the grade of the extreme yang flames needed to be at least equivalent or higher than the heaven flame. Chapter 9:19. The Ouyang clan was second only to the Dongfang clan, an ancient clan that was ranked at the forefront of all the major forces. Whenever they roamed the southern abyss region, all cultivators had to be courteous to them, and few dared to provoke them. Recently, the local tyrants of the southern abyss region had lost a large number of troops, and their ancestor had returned with serious injuries, almost losing his life. This caused the entire clan to be furious. In an important area of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Hua, who had returned with serious injuries, had taken some top-grade healing elixirs and pills. His body had finally recovered a lot, but his aura was still very weak. Although he had entered the Saint Realm a long time ago, it had been many years since he had suffered such serious injuries. It would still take some time for him to recover. In the Ouyang clan, besides Ouyang Hua, there were 2 existences who were even more powerful than him. One of them was Ouyang Xing, and the other was Ouyang Jing. They were brothers of the direct line of descent with Ouyang Hua, and Ouyang Xing was the strongest amongst the 3 of them. He was a peak mid-level saint, and he was one of the 10 great peerless experts of the Central Territory. On the other hand, Ouyang Jing was a mid-level saint as well, but he was far inferior to Ouyang Xing. However, he was much stronger than Ouyang Hua. Moreover, he was the patriarch of the Ouyang clan, and his status was incomparable. The 3 brothers could be said to be the real stabilizing force of the Ouyang clan. They had dominated the southern abyss region for countless years, and no one dared to challenge their position. Now, the 3 powerhouses of the Ouyang clan had gathered together, and their faces were filled with anger. After Ouyang Hua finished healing, Ouyang Jing asked impatiently, "What happened to third brother? Did he encounter an 8th rank spirit beast?" Besides a spirit beast of the 8th rank and above, he could not think of any other existence that could injure a dignified saint. He also did not doubt that there would be other saints in the southern abyss region who would attack third brother. Ouyang Hua revealed an angry expression. It was the proud, smiling palace. I did not expect to be taken advantage of by them. Most of the people who went out with me were killed. Our Ouyang clan must not coexist with the proud, smiling palace. Ouyang Xing and Ouyang Jing revealed a puzzled expression. How could they have imagined that they would be related to the proud, smiling palace? Therefore, Ouyang Hua made a long story short and briefly explained what happened in the southern ancient ridge. Ouyang Xing was furious. How dare they snatch food from the tiger's mouth in front of our Ouyang clan? Do they really think that there is no one in the Ouyang clan? Ouyang Jing also expressed, "Let's go, we will rush over immediately and tear that kid apart. We must not let him return to the proud, smiling palace ever again." Every mystic the Arch was a pillar of their respective clans. In the future, they would have to rely on them to protect their clans. Now, they lost so many people all at once, and even lost their own chief alchemist. How could this not make them furious? I feel that the Scarlet Flame mercenary group can't be let off either. They must be massacred one by one. Ouyang Hua said, revealing a gloomy expression. That's right, we must let them know who the Southern Abyss is. Ouyang Zhen replied. Hence, the three great figures of the Ouyang clan brought their clansmen and once again rushed towards the southern Gu Mountains. A few days later, in a hidden mountain in the southern ancient ridge, there was a blocked cave entrance. A naked young man was sitting cross-legged inside. 7 different colors of light gradually emerged behind him. Each of the 7 colors of light converged to form a brilliant sun. They revolved around the handsome young man and emitted a resplendent radiance. It made the young man look like the son of the sun, incomparably divine. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes, and 2 balls of light shot out. His body bounced up, and his palms danced at the same time. The brilliant suns began to tremble. Bang! 7 fist energies were unleashed, and 7 suns of different colors blasted in different directions at the same time. The power of these 7 punches wasn't particularly great, but they still left 7 1-meter-wide fist marks in all directions of the cave. There were also different colored flames burning inside the fist marks, making them seem abnormally hot. The 9 suns sky-burning fist could only cause such a small amount of power. Naturally, it was the result of Ling Zhao's control. He didn't want to destroy the mountain and bury himself deep under it. The 7 suns fist force is getting stronger with each level. Even if I didn't increase my combat strength, I can already fight against opponents stronger than me. Once I break through to the high-level Mystic Emperor, I can even fight against ordinary saints. Ling Xiao was quite satisfied with the current situation. Integrating 7 kinds of extreme yang flames not only greatly increased his strength, but it also gave him another strong move to deal with the enemy. Naturally, it was very refreshing. Ling Xiao changed his clothes and strode out of the cave entrance. He found that Qi Gang still hadn't returned. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be a little worried. Could it be that there was an accident? There were only a few reasons why Qi Gang didn't rush back. One was that he hadn't found his brothers. This possibility was relatively low. In the southern ancient ridge, each mercenary group had their own secret communication code. Qi Gang was the former leader, so it would be much easier to find them unless his men went deep into the mountains to hunt for treasures. Perhaps the Red Flame mercenary group had suffered the bloody revenge of the Ouyang clan, but this matter shouldn't have happened so quickly. Regardless of the reason, Ling Xiao still didn't seem too anxious. He took out some spirit beast meat that he had hunted and roasted it over a fire. He then summoned Little Gold and let it share with him. When he first subdued Little Gold, it had always been stronger than him. Now, he finally had the same strength as Little Gold, which made Ling Xiao quite emotional. His speed of improvement was really fast, but he still felt unsatisfied. Now that he had offended more and more people, his current strength was still not enough. With fragrant meat, how could there be a lack of good wine? Ling Xiao drank for a while before lying down in the grass and fell asleep. Little Gold was vigilant on the side to prevent people or spirit beasts from disturbing his master. Just as he was sleeping soundly, Little Gold's wolf howl came. Ling Xiao opened his eyes unhurriedly and looked towards the front of the woods. He saw Qi Gang leading a dozen or so people hurriedly rushing over to his side. Looking at their flustered appearance, it was obvious that something had happened. "Palace Lord, let's go. The Ouyang clan's ancestor has come out of seclusion and wants to kill us." Qi Gang shouted at Ling Xiao before he arrived. Ling Xiao immediately frowned. When Qi Gang and the others came closer, he said, "Speak slowly, what's the situation now?" Qi Gang didn't have time to introduce the people behind him and immediately said, "I just went back and gathered the brothers. As a result, I heard some of the brothers received news that the Ouyang clan is now furious and vowed to take action against our Red Flame mercenary group. I have now ordered the brothers to flee in batches and rush to Wind Cloud City. In the future, let them develop in the Death Mountain range. In addition, these are my good brothers. They have all admired Palace Lord for a long time and intend to follow Palace Lord." "Greetings, Palace Lord." The group behind Qi Gang knelt down in front of Ling Xiao. Among these people, Other than a low-level mystic emperor and a half-emperor, the rest had the strength of an empyrean. They had long heard of Ling Zhao's famous name, and it was indeed like thunder piercing their ears. Now that they heard their old captain talk about how unfathomable Ling Zhao was, their hearts were filled with even more reverence for Ling Zhao. "Everyone, get up," Ling Zhao replied. He then continued, "It seems like the Ouyang clan is determined to take revenge. In that case, let's take a detour and leave this place. The southern ancient ridge is so vast, they might not be able to find us in a short time." "We also think so. In that case, let's go this way and reach the territory of the Purple Thunder sect. After that, we can use the city's teleportation array to leave." Qi Gang pointed in a direction. Not long after they left, Ling Zhao asked, "Is there any other way?" "We can still head to the Myriad Flower sect from another direction. It's just that the distance will be much longer," Qi Gang replied. "In that case, let's head to the Myriad Flower sect," Ling Zhao decided. Qi Gang glanced at Ling Zhao and seemed to have understood something. He didn't ask much and followed Ling Zhao to change their direction. Their group concealed their auras and didn't choose to fly in the air. Instead, they chose to fly at a low speed between the mountain ridges. Although their speed couldn't be compared to flying in the air, it wasn't slow either. From their current location, it would take them a long time to reach the border of the Myriad Flower sect. After 2 days of rushing, they felt that they were already far from their original location. Hence, they started to fly in the air, hoping to leave the southern ancient ridge as soon as possible. However, not long after they took off, at a place extremely far away from them, an old man glanced over. His eyes flashed with an ominous glint as he murmured, "Finally willing to appear?" Following that, he disappeared from his original location. His speed was so fast that it caused everyone to be tongue-tied. Ling Zhao and the rest had already summoned their mounts. Their flying speed was definitely extremely fast. However, the old man directly shuttled through space. Who knew how many times faster he was compared to them? By the time Ling Zhao was alerted, the old man had already leisurely appeared in the sky above Ling Zhao and the rest. "Who is it?" Qi Gang immediately shouted. Everyone's heart tensed up. They didn't know how this old man appeared. He actually silently appeared in front of them. At the same time, a frightening thought emerged in their minds. They faintly guessed that this person might be an ancestor of the Ouyang clan. Their hearts instantly turned cold. Ling Zhao also stared at this old man. His heart was already in turmoil. He's definitely a saint. Moreover, he's not just an ordinary saint. The old man glanced at the group of people and finally his eyes fell on Ling Zhao. He faintly said, "You're the palace master of the proud smiling palace, Ling Zhao? I heard that you're very arrogant. You've offended the Gu clan and fought against Sha Tian and the Black Demon sect. You don't even put the Ouyang clan in your eyes. You're really a good junior. However, you dared to kill the people of the Ouyang clan in our territory. You must be tired of living." As soon as the old man finished speaking, the aura of a saint instantly filled the air. A powerful aura pressed down on Ling Zhao and the others. Chapter 920. When Ouyangxing released his aura, Ling Zhao immediately summoned Muscle. In front of an absolute expert, he could not afford to be careless. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know what happened when he died. Muscle blocked Ouyangxing's aura and transformed back into his true form. The lion's roar immediately reverberated. The powerful sound wave brought with it an unparalleled destructive force as it rushed towards Ouyangxing. Ouyangxing seemed to be prepared. The spatial energy in front of him automatically formed a defensive wall, completely isolating the sound wave from the lion's roar. "This is the lion-tiger beast that injured my third brother, right? Very good. This old man will let you know the taste of despair." Ouyangxing looked at the lion-tiger beast with contempt and said faintly. Immediately after, he sent a palm strike towards the lion-tiger beast. The part of the spatial zone instantly collapsed. The power was simply earth-shattering. Ling Zhao and the others felt that in front of this spatial energy, they were extremely insignificant. The lion-tiger beast, on the other hand, was unwilling to be threatened. It spat out a mouthful of golden light and clashed against the spatial energy. Boom! The terrifying explosion was like a typhoon, causing the entire spatial zone to tremble. Ling Xiao and the others had already fled as far as they could. However, there were still 2 weaker people who were hit by the remnant energy and perished immediately. A battle of this level was definitely not something that ordinary people could get close to. Palace Lord, what should we do now? Qi Gang fled as he looked at Ling Xiao in a panic. Although he was a high-level mystic the Arch, he still did not have the slightest bit of confidence against such a terrifying opponent. What else can we do? Run as fast as we can. Don't follow me. That old fellow's main target is me. Ling Xiao said impatiently. But this? How could Qi Gang escape on his own? One had to know that he was Ling Xiao's subordinate. How could he abandon his palace lord and escape first? No buts. If I ask you to escape, then escape. I have a plan. Ling Xiao interrupted him and replied. At this moment, Yangxing actually split his attention and said, "Do you think you can escape? I will let you know the consequences of despair." After saying that, he stretched out a hand and slapped it toward Ling Xiao and the others. Another space collapse came crashing down on them, ignoring the distance between them. Before the move arrived, everyone already felt suffocated. The surrounding spiritual energy was also out of control, and it was difficult for them to even think of resisting. Just when everyone was in despair, a strange bell sound rang out. A figure broke through the air and directly punched the collapsing spatial energy. Bang! The power of space was hindered, and the figure was sent flying. This also bought time for everyone to escape. What? He could actually block one of my attacks? Yangxing exclaimed. The lion-tiger beast took the opportunity to pounce at Yangxing with its fastest speed. The lion-tiger beast's greatest advantage was its physical strength and speed. Yangxing also knew that this kind of mutated spirit beast was powerful, and he couldn't treat it as an ordinary low-tier 8th-rank spirit beast. He kept slapping with his palms, and the majestic power became more and more aggressive. The lion-tiger beast kept retreating, not giving it any chance to get close. At the same time, Yangxing summoned his protective spirit beast. He didn't want to be entangled like this. He must capture Ling Xiao and kill the others, not giving them any chance to escape. Yangxing's protective spirit beast was a mid-tier 8th-rank spirit fox. It had a long and thin body, dark green fur, cunning eyes, and bloodthirsty fangs. Buddy, hold this lion-tiger beast for a while. I have to go and deal with that kid. After saying that, Yangxing directly left the battlefield and flew in the direction of Ling Xiao. The lion and the fox fought fiercely. Although the lion-tiger beast was 1 rank lower than the spirit fox, it was a mutated spirit beast, so it was quite powerful. It was no weaker than a mid-tier 8th-rank spirit beast, so it fought fiercely with the spirit fox. In the blink of an eye, Yangxing arrived in the direction of Ling Xiao. He stared at the corpse demon next to Ling Xiao in surprise, and said playfully, "I didn't expect the palace master of the proud smiling palace to know how to control puppets. However, can these little tricks save your life?" Ling Xiao didn't waste time talking to Yangxing. Any tricks would be useless in front of an absolute powerhouse. He directly ordered the corpse demon to attack again. At the same time, he gathered his mind power and was ready to fight back. The corpse demon roared and pounced towards Yangxing like a wild beast. Yangxing showed a look of contempt. He waved his hand, and a majestic power directly pressed towards the corpse demon. The corpse demon flew out like a cannonball again, and finally hit a mountain, raising a cloud of dust. At the same time, Ling Xiao's mind power turned into a formless golden dragon spear, and it stabbed towards Yangxing. The golden dragon spear was extremely powerful and fast, and it went straight for Yangxing's mind. This attack was formed by Ling Xiao's mind power, and anyone below the saint level would be killed instantly. As for the saint level, it was unknown. All of the muscles of a saint's body would be improved and become incomparably perfect. Even their mind power would be improved and expanded, which was not something that ordinary powerhouses could compare with. Ling Xiao was already quite familiar with this. After all, there were 2 saints in his palace, and he occasionally talked with them about their experiences after reaching the saint level. He also had the memories of the Zhan Wangya, so he wasn't confident in his attack. Yangxing was about to attack Ling Xiao, but he immediately became alert. He didn't think and raised his hand to slap in the direction where Ling Xiao's mind power was coming from. Rumble! The golden dragon spear that Ling Xiao's mind power blasted out was directly shattered by Yangxing, and the space around them reverberated incessantly. Brat, you actually know a mind power attack. But it's useless against me. Yangxing stood there unharmed, and he said disdainfully, but his heart was in turmoil. Although mind power was formless and invisible, it still caused fluctuations in space wherever it went. This was also why Yangxing was able to detect it immediately and neutralize it. Ling Xiao despaired. This was the first time he felt so deeply defeated. The mind power attack that he had always been so proud of was like child's play in front of his opponent, unable to withstand a single blow. The lion-tiger beast was entangled by his opponent's protective spirit beast, and the corpse demon was no match for him. His mind power attack was useless, and his strength was worlds apart from his opponent. What else could he use to fight? Looking at Ling Xiao's pale face, Yangxing said proudly, "The proud smiling palace is in the limelight. Even the older generation has heard that there is an amazing junior who is the only direct disciple of the evil emperor. You do have some skills, but it's not enough for you to shout at the world. How dare you kill a member of the Yangs? I'll let you have a taste of death. I'll let the world know that a junior like you is nothing but a pile of shit in our eyes." Then, Yangxing moved again. He still raised his hand casually, and a palm made of the power of space reached out to grab Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had already turned into a half-dragon, and was planning to run away as fast as he could. However, Yangxing's palm seemed to be everywhere. He had already flown thousands of meters away, but he was trapped in an instant, making it difficult for him to escape. Ling Xiao used all his strength, but he still couldn't break free. In front of the absolute gap in strength, he was powerless. Do you think you can run away after turning into this horrible shape? Yangxing sneered like a cat that had seen a mouse. He waved his hand slightly. Suddenly, Ling Xiao was hit toward a mountain like a cannonball. Boom! Ling Xiao hit the mountain directly, making a series of booming sounds. Looking at the mountain, Ling Xiao had already been smashed into the belly of the mountain. Yangxing moved his body and arrived above the mountain. He raised his hand and slapped down again, and the power of space collapsed. A mountain that was hundreds of meters high was directly smashed to the ground. The trees, spirit grasses, and spirit beasts on the mountain were all turned into ashes. Smoke and dust filled the air, and it was a wretched scene. Under the rubble, a figure lay in the rubble. His body was covered in blood, but he still had an aura of life. Balls of golden light flickered continuously, and tiny golden dragons swam around him. A peak-level mid-level saint might not have used his full strength, but it had the power to destroy mountains and split the earth. It was enough to instantly kill any mystic, the arch or half-saint. Even a low-level saint would be severely injured. However, Ling Xiao was still alive. This was all because of his strong physical body. Could it be that I'm going to die here this time? Ling Xiao silently used the ancient emperor's divine technique to heal himself while preparing for the worst. At this moment, the bloodstains on his body touched a pattern on his chest. As if it was gradually activating some strange object, it immediately emitted a ball of flickering light and shadow. In the sky, Yangxing revealed an astonished expression and said, "Could it be that this brat obtained some kind of fortuitous encounter?" He didn't die even after that. As expected of the demonic emperor's disciple, he must have some good life-saving items. Thinking about this, Yangxing's eyes were filled with envy. To be able to withstand his attack and not die, it must be a precious saint-rank item. Without thinking, he descended towards Ling Xiao and prepared to plunder Ling Xiao's things. At this time, Qi Gang's voice rang out, "Old fart Ouyang, go die." As his voice fell, Qi Gang and his dozen or so brothers all appeared and threw several heavenly lightning balls at Yangxing. These heavenly lightning balls were the mercenaries' life-saving items when facing high-grade spirit beasts. Out of helplessness, they hoped that these heavenly lightning balls would be able to harm Ouyang Xing and save Ling Xiao. How dare a grain of rice shine? Ouyang Xing said disdainfully as he faced the heavenly lightning balls that were thrown from several directions. With a wave of his sleeve, a spatial chain instantly appeared and immediately reflected the heavenly lightning balls. Qi Gang and the others were scared out of their wits and quickly fled in all directions. Chapter 9:21. The power of the heaven lightning seed was extremely strong. It was refined from a beast core and was very difficult to purchase. In many auction houses, it was a good item that was auctioned off as the finale item. Qi Gang had auctioned these Tier 7 heaven lightning seeds a long time ago. Every heaven lightning seed was equivalent to a mystic Thearka's self-destruction. Qi Gang originally wanted to catch Ouyang Xing off guard. Even if he didn't blow him up, he hoped to injure him severely so that they could rescue Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, although his idea was good, he went for wool and came home shorn. Ouyang Xing had already noticed it and casually waved his hand to deflect all the heaven lightning seeds. This time, Qi Gang and the others were in trouble. Boom, boom. More than 10 people were bombarded by the heaven lightning seeds. They didn't even have time to scream before more than half of them died. Only the slightly stronger ones barely survived, but they were all on their last breaths. They crashed into the mountain ridges and lost consciousness. Damn it! When Ling Xiao saw this scene, his heart roared with indignation. He took out a few elixirs in one breath and consumed them. Some increased his speed while others healed his wounds. He had to restore himself to his peak condition. At this moment, the corpse demon returned from afar. Its body was dented from the bombardment. If it was a living person, he would have been dead by now. The corpse demon carried out Ling Xiao's orders and pounced towards Ouyang Xing again. Useless puppet. It can't even pose a threat to a low-level saint, let alone me. Ouyang Xing said disdainfully. Facing the incoming fist of the corpse demon, Jiang Yi didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he stretched out his hand to receive the fist. Immediately after, Ouyang Xing exerted force in his hand, and the arm of the corpse demon was immediately distorted. Ouyang Xing was astonished. It's not destroyed. What a tough body. He didn't expect that the arm of the corpse demon was only distorted and not destroyed. The corpse demon waved its other hand again. Ouyang Xing dodged it and attacked again. This time, he didn't hold back as he directly slapped the head of the corpse demon. Bang! The head of the corpse demon was separated from its body. It lost control of its body and fell from the sky. Just like that, a demonic corpse with the power of a saint was destroyed. Ling Xiao had already stood up once more. Most of his injuries had already healed. He held the golden dragon spear in his hand and muttered to himself, "So what if he's a saint? That Ling Xiao can still fight him." No matter what, Ling Xiao didn't want to be slaughtered. Even if he died, he wanted to fight. Ling Xiao didn't wait for Ouyang Xing to come over. He directly soared into the sky and blasted at Ouyang Xing with all his might. Just as Ouyang Xing killed the corpse demon, Ling Xiao's powerful attack had already arrived. Using a demigod weapon with 35 times combat power, the power of this attack was already Ling Xiao's pinnacle attack power. It was as though a peerless true dragon, which was hundreds of meters long, had appeared in the sky with a roar. Its proud head, mighty body, and razor-sharp claws brought with it an earth-shattering force as it charged towards Ouyang Ju. Ouyang Xing frowned slightly. He actually felt that this attack posed a slight threat to him. What kind of cultivation technique is this? It actually has such power. Ouyang Xing thought to himself. His aura surged and he opened both his palms at the same time. Two palms formed by the power of space grabbed towards the peerless true dragon. The peerless true dragon that could destroy everything was forcibly blocked by the two palms. Even if you're a real dragon, you're still a good-for-nothing dragon. You dare to fight with me? Today I'll slaughter you, you little worm. Ouyang Xing's heroic spirit burst out. He shouted in alarm, and the power in his arms surged. Boom! The two palms formed by the power of space actually directly tore the terrifying peerless true dragon in half. In the mountain ridge, the mercenaries and spirit beasts who saw this scene from afar were all frightened and ran as far as they could, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Ling Xiao wasn't discouraged by this, and he let loose a loud cry as his body danced through the air. His golden dragon spear swept through the air in different trajectories, and bursts of golden energy converged to form a series of peerless true dragons that hurtled toward Ouyang Xing. Ling Xiao was already fighting with all his might. Of course, he knew that he might not be able to hurt Ouyang Xing, but he still gave it his all. At the same time, balls of dark Yin Death Qi began to appear on his body. These Yin Death Qi quietly permeated the surroundings and corroded everything around it. Ling Xiao had no other choice but to do this. He hoped that Ouyang Xing would accidentally fall for it and give him an opportunity to take advantage of it. Struggling on your deathbed. Your strength is still far from enough. Ouyang Xing showed an extremely disdainful look in the face of these attacks. His hands kept moving, and waves of spatial power shook off Ling Xiao's powerful attacks. Ouyang Xing was no longer in the mood to play with Ling Xiao. A powerful palm slapped towards Ling Xiao again. Bang! Ling Xiao was once again sent flying like a fly. Just when Ouyang Xing thought that it was impossible for Ling Xiao to get up again, Ling Xiao miraculously flew up from the ground again. Ouyang Xing's eyes widened as he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "How can you be fine?" Ling Xiao also wanted to know what was going on. The first time he was slapped down by Ouyang Xing, Ling Xiao felt as if his entire body was falling apart, and his internal injuries were extremely severe. But this time, it seemed as if nothing had happened. Although he had tumbled, he didn't feel any pain, which made him feel incredulous. At this time, he looked down at his chest and saw that a palm-sized dark blue dragon scale had appeared. Layers of blue dragon scales flickered all over his body. These dragon scales weren't the golden dragon scales that he had originally grown. Instead, they had solidified and covered his golden dragon scales, forming 2 layers of defense. However, this layer of blue dragon scales only lasted for a while before automatically disappearing. The dragon scale on his chest also disappeared at the same time, as if it had disappeared into his body. Oh yes, this is a gift from the old Dragon King. Ling Xiao instantly understood what was going on. Back in the Dragon Palace, the old Dragon King had invited Ling Xiao to be the Dragon Palace's crown prince. Ling Xiao had rejected, but the old Dragon King had still given him a gift. At that time, he didn't know what it was, but he had been tortured to death. Now, he finally understood what the old Dragon King's gift was. It turned out to be a dragon scale and not an ordinary dragon scale. It should be the old Dragon King's own dragon scale. Otherwise, how could it have withstood Ouyang Xing's attack without being injured? But could this dragon scale defense only be used once? In the next moment, Ling Xiao knew whether this dragon scale could only be used once or more. Ouyang Xing was infuriated by Ling Xiao's disregard, and he once again slapped his palm down. This time, the power he used was a bit stronger than before. Ling Xiao was once again smashed into the ground, his whole body embedded deep into the ground. Ouyang Xing saw that Ling Xiao didn't fly up again like before, and immediately laughed. It seems that this artifact can only be used once, and I thought it would be some kind of heaven-defying treasure. But just as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao appeared again. How is this possible? Ouyang Xing exclaimed as if he had seen a ghost. Ling Xiao also breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that this dragon scale would automatically appear to protect him when he encountered a force that exceeded his own resistance. The old Dragon King's gift is really extraordinary. Ling Xiao exclaimed proudly. Smelly brat, no matter what you have, I'll definitely beat you to a pulp. Ouyang Xing cursed as if he had lost his mind. His palms kept flipping, and space force kept blasting towards Ling Xiao. The power of each palm strike was terrifying, and with so many palm strikes superimposed, even a low-level saint would be smashed to a pulp. Ouyang Xing didn't believe that he couldn't beat Ling Xiao to death. Ling Xiao was smashed into the ground by these forces, and he didn't know how many hundreds of meters he had sunk. Below Ouyang Xing was a mess, and a 1,000-meter-deep pit looked extremely ferocious and terrifying, with dust constantly filling the air. Yangxing stared closely at the bottom of the pit, and he clearly felt that Ling Zhao's aura seemed to have disappeared. "Ha, that little bastard is finally dead." Yangxing laughed very proudly. However, before he could finish laughing, Ling Zhao's voice sounded faintly, "Old man, I have the undying dragon fate. You can't kill me." If Xian Yao had heard this, he would have immediately corrected him. It should be the undying cockroach fate. Ling Xiao jumped out of the pit, and there was a broken drum in his hand. Apart from looking a little simple and unadorned, there was nothing special about this drum. However, Ling Xiao had pinned his hopes on this drum. This was something Ling Xiao had obtained from the Blue Sun sect's direct disciple in the chaotic abyss of war. It was called the Sky Suppression Drum, and he didn't know what rank it was. He only knew that it would produce great power if he used all his strength on it. "Little bastard, I don't know how you can block my attack, but from now on, everything you have is mine." Yangxing wasn't angry this time, nor was he surprised. Instead, a greedy look appeared on his face as he thought to himself. Although he couldn't hurt Ling Xiao with his strength, it was absolutely not a problem for him to capture Ling Xiao. As long as he could capture Ling Xiao and take his artifacts, everything would be settled. Just as Yangxing was about to move towards Ling Xiao shouted, "Whether or not I can leave this place alive depends on you." Immediately afterward, Yang Kai gathered all his strength in his palms and slammed it down heavily on the Sky Suppression Drum. Dong dong. With the infusion of Ling Zhao's strength, the heavy sound of the drum kept ringing, giving off the feeling that it came from an ancient battlefield, arousing the most terrifying combat strength of all the soldiers on the battlefield. At the same time, a huge phantom slowly appeared above Ling Zhao's head. This was a ferocious-looking giant, naked, holding a giant drum in one hand and a drum stick in the other, beating the drum with the rhythm of Ling Zhao's beating. Yangxing, who was not far away, felt an inexplicable sense of horror. He could smell a terrifying pressure from the prehistoric era in front of this giant. Chapter 922. Dong dong. The giant that appeared was beating the huge drum, and the sound of the drum shook the sky. The power of the drum did not originate from the power of the sound waves, but from the impact on the internal organs of the human body. Back when Ling Xiao was fighting in the chaotic abyss, he almost died under the sound of the heaven-suppressing drum. If not for the help of the ancient sovereign divine art, he would have already met the king of hell. Yangxing was on guard. After all, Ling Zhao's unexpected performance made him not dare to underestimate him. Originally, he thought that this drumming sound was a kind of sound wave attack. However, he had already sealed his ears and senses, using layers of spatial power to isolate himself from the surroundings. No sound wave attack could cause any harm to him. Unfortunately, the range of his defense this time was wrong. The drum was not aimed at his ears, but at his internal organs. All of a sudden, he felt the blood in his body churning endlessly, and his internal organs felt like they were about to explode. It felt like he was about to self-destruct. Traces of blood flowed out of Yangxing's 7 orifices. His face became extremely pale. His body swayed and he almost fell from the sky. Without thinking, he immediately retreated. His old eyes were filled with incomparable shock. What kind of drum is this? It can actually shake my body and injure me. Damn it. Yangxing cursed in his heart. "Old man, don't run." Ling Xiao shouted and chased after Yangxing with the drum. At the same time, he used all his strength to beat the heaven-suppressing drum. Dong dong. Like the sound of spring thunder, it seemed to come from the distant prehistoric battlefield, shaking the sky. Yangxing only felt that his internal organs had been shaken to the point that they turned upside down. He almost exploded. "Buddy, let's go." Yangxing hesitated for a moment, then shouted at Yugu, who was fighting with the lion-tiger beast in the distance. He turned around and fled, afraid that his body would explode if he was any slower. After Yangxing left, Yugu also abandoned the lion-tiger beast and chased after him. "Old man, don't run. Let's fight for another 300 rounds. This empress will not rest until you die." Ling Xiao shouted as he chased. However, Ouyang Xing and Yu Hu had already disappeared without a trace. When Ling Xiao was sure that Ouyang Xing and Yu Hu had gone far away, he felt relieved. His face became extremely pale and his body swayed. He almost fell down. Ling Xiao quickly put away the sky-suppressing drum, took out a few pills and swallowed them. It's a good thing I scared that old man away. Otherwise, I would have died. Ling Xiao sighed in relief as she muttered to herself. The heaven-suppressing drum specialized in injuring internal organs. Its power was extremely terrifying. It was definitely not something an ordinary saint artifact could compare to. Ling Xiao guessed that this was a broken divine artifact. After all, in order to use the heaven-suppressing drum, one had to channel the energy in one's body into the drum in order to unleash its power. If OOO suppressing drum still, he would have used. If Ouyang suppressing it now, he would have used, he would be. He didn't have time to think about this now. He looked at the lion-tiger beast that was flying over unsteadily. It was covered in blood and wounds. It seemed like it had suffered a great loss. He didn't have time to think about this right now. He looked at the lion-tiger beast that was flying over unsteadily from not far away. He saw that it was covered in blood and wounds all over its body. It seemed like it had suffered a great loss. Without saying a word, Ling Xiao took out a few level 7 metal attribute beast cores for it to swallow, and also stuffed some precious healing spirit herbs into its mouth. It had just broken through to the 8th grade not long ago, so its realm was not stable yet. If it had been an 8th grade spiritual beast long ago, that mid-8th grade Yu Hu might not have been able to take advantage of it. Talk less. It's more important to recover quickly. Who knows if they will come back? Ling Xiao said and put the lion-tiger beast back into the medicine cauldron. Ling Xiao didn't leave immediately. Instead, he landed on the ground not far away to look for Qi Gang and the others. He could still feel that there were people among them who were still alive. Ling Xiao did not leave immediately. Instead, he descended to the ground not far away to search for Qi Gang and the others. He could still sense that some of them were still alive. After searching for a while, Ling Xiao finally found the heavily injured Qi Gang and his 3 brothers. The others had already been killed by the heavenly lightning seeds. Ling Xiao sighed in regret. These people were just about to pledge their allegiance to him, but they had already lost their lives for him. This made him feel extremely guilty. Ling Xiao fed the few people who were still alive pills, and then kept them inside the cauldron. He hid his aura, summoned Xiao Jin, and began to escape with him. As the #1 expert of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Xing's speed of escape was naturally unparalleled. He shuttled through space, and in just a few breaths of time, he was already tens of thousands of miles away. His protective spirit beast, the spirit fox, also caught up with him. When he saw that his fox was also covered in wounds and bloodstains, he became even angrier. He could not help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. Just now, he had been shaken by the heaven-suppressing drum a few times, causing his internal organs to suffer heavy injuries. If not for Ling Xiao's strength being insufficient, he would not have been able to escape. Damn little bastard, that drum is definitely a top-grade sacred artifact. No, it might even be a legendary divine artifact. No wonder he can establish his own force at such a young age. It seems that old bastard demonic emperor really gave him a lot of good things. This little bastard, I absolutely cannot let him leave the southern ancient mountains alive. If I can obtain all the artifacts of this little bastard, I, Ouyang Xing, will definitely be able to challenge a high-level saint. Ouyang Xing took a pill to calm his injuries and muttered to himself. Ouyang Xing had suffered a loss but was not afraid. Instead, he set his sights on the heaven-suppressing drum. It had to be said that his thoughts were quite vicious and greedy. At that moment, 2 sounds of breaking wind rang out, and 2 figures instantly appeared in front of Ouyang Xing. They were Ouyang Xing's brothers, Ouyang Zhen and Ouyang Hua. "Boss, what's going on?" Ouyang Zhen exclaimed when he saw Ouyang Xing bleeding from his 7 orifices. To the side, Ouyang Hua was also shocked. He was very clear about his boss's strength. Within the same realm, there were not many people who could injure him, let alone injure him to the point of bleeding from his 7 orifices. Could it be that the demonic emperor has appeared? Oyanghua could not help but guess. If someone wanted to hurt his boss, there was no other possibility than someone stronger than his boss. That was why Oyanghua thought in this direction. After all, Ling Xiao was the only disciple of the demonic emperor, so it would not be surprising if he appeared. Ouyang shook his head and said, "Don't make wild guesses, I'm fine. The one who injured me was Ling Xiao, that little bastard." "How is that possible?" Ouyang Zhen and Ouyang Hua exclaimed together, their eyes filled with disbelief. "That brat has a strange drum that can actually directly injure the internal organs. Even I couldn't withstand it. If I didn't escape quickly, I'm afraid I would have been killed by that brat," Ouyang Xing said. He paused for a moment and then said, "I suspect that drum might be a legendary divine artifact." "Divine artifact?" Ouyang Zhen and Ouyang Hua exclaimed again. "That's right, otherwise how could it injure me in the hands of a mystic emperor? If we can seize it, it will definitely help us become stronger." Ouyang Xing said excitedly. "Boss is right, then where is he now? We must not let him escape from the southern ancient ridge." Ouyang Zhen also revealed an excited and greedy expression as he said, "You guys follow me, I think he must not have escaped too far. We will definitely be able to catch him," Ouyang Xing said. Subsequently, he once again skimmed in the same direction as Ouyang Zhen and Ouyang Xing followed behind. When the three of them returned to the original battlefield, there was no trace of Ling Xiao. However, they would not give up just like that and immediately spread out their divine senses to sense the situation within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. At this moment, Ling Xiao, who was tens of thousands of miles away, had already stopped. He casually found a place and opened up a cave to hide. He could guess that Ouyang Xing might come back. If he were to escape now, he would definitely be caught by Ouyang Xing immediately. The speed of a saint was absolutely terrifying. Taking advantage of the time when he was hiding, Ling Xiao concealed his aura. No matter who came, they would not be able to sense his existence. He silently channeled the ancient emperor divine technique to recover his injuries and the energy he had expended. Damn old man, if it wasn't for the dragon scale and sky suppressing drum given by the old dragon king, this queen would have to die here. This can't go on like this. I must have a way to escape. Otherwise, they will find me sooner or later. Ling Xiao thought in his heart. He was a little anxious. If Ouyang Xing found him again, the other party would not give him any chance to make a move and would definitely kill him directly to avoid future troubles. Now that the lion-tiger beast's battle strength had been greatly reduced, if it could recover, it might be able to use its speed to escape at full speed. After all, the lion-tiger beast's speed was definitely not inferior to a mid-tier 8th rank spirit beast. However, it would take at least a few days for the lion-tiger beast to recover. These few days were probably enough for Ouyang Xing to find him. After all, a saint's divine sense was abnormally strong. Just waiting isn't a solution unless someone comes to help me. But that's impossible. Ling Xiao bitterly thought of a way to escape in the cave. At this moment he thought of the prodigal and the dragon lady. If only they were by his side. Suddenly he had a flash of inspiration. I have the old dragon king's dragon scale for defense. That old man Ouyang Xing will not be able to harm me at all. Then I'll think of a way to escape. Ling Xiao had already thought of a way to escape, but this was also the only way to stake everything on this one throw. 5 sparkling elixirs appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. Every single one of them was emitting an incomparably rich medicinal fragrance. It was intoxicating and made one want to swallow it. These 5 elixirs were all supreme-grade Mystic the Arch elixirs. They were gold, wood, ice, fire, and wind attributes. Since the strength of a mid-tier Mystic the Arch can't do anything to you, then I can only increase my strength and see if I can kill you. Ling Xiao muttered to himself as his eyes revealed a rare ferocious glint. With that, he immediately adjusted his aura and allowed himself to be in peak condition before consuming the supreme-grade Mystic the Arch elixirs. This would be Ling Xiao's first time using elixirs to make a breakthrough. Furthermore, to consume 5 supreme-grade Mystic the Arch elixirs at once was probably a rare feat in this world. One had to know that each supreme-grade mystic the Arch Elixir contained extremely overbearing energy. An ordinary mystic the Arch would be able to smoothly break through to the next level after consuming one. However, Ling Xiao consumed 5 of them at once. This was a terrifying amount of energy. Chapter 923. The biggest difference between a supreme-grade mystic the Arch Elixir and an ordinary mystic the Arch Elixir was that it was infused with the essence of the mystic the Arch after his death. This made the Arch Elixir's energy several times stronger than an ordinary one. Furthermore, it did less damage to one's foundation. This was also why it was called a supreme grade. Now that Ling Xiao moved, he would be discovered by the Ouyang clan. Although he had the old Dragon King's dragon scales to protect him, it did not mean that a sage could not kill him. If the sage used a divine artifact, he was afraid that he would die. It was not enough. Ling Xiao was prepared to consume the supreme-grade mystic the Arch Elixir. He wanted to raise his strength to a high-level mystic the Arch. By then, with his 35 times battle strength, he would definitely have the strength to fight a low-level sage. Coupled with the Golden Dragon Spear and Sky Suppression Drum, he would definitely be able to kill that old man. Ling Xiao was about to consume the elixir but hesitated. It was not appropriate to break through like this. He knew that once he consumed the supreme-grade mystic the Arch Elixir, his aura would definitely alarm that old man. He had to be prepared for it. Therefore, Ling Xiao dug a huge pit that was a few hundred meters deep in the cave abode. He also set up a restriction in the pit to prevent his aura from leaking out when he was breaking through. If someone came to kill him one step ahead, it would not be worth it. Time waited for no man. He adjusted his condition again and threw the 5 supreme-grade mystic the Arch Elixirs into his mouth. Since ancient times, Ling Xiao was probably the only one who consumed elixirs to break through to a higher level. As the 5 supreme-grade mystic the Arch Elixirs entered Ling Xiao's stomach, waves of scorching, explosive energy began to spread out. 5 different types of energy headed towards Ling Xiao's dantian. When they passed through his meridians, the energy caused his meridians to swell. If not for the fact that Ling Xiao's meridians were wide and tough, he would not be able to withstand such a surge of energy. Ling Xiao cultivated 5 elements at the same time. The energy he needed to absorb was many times more than an ordinary person. The energy of these 5 supreme-grade mystic the Arch Elixirs might be terrifying in the eyes of others, but to Ling Xiao, it was just enough. The energy from the 5 supreme-grade mystic the Arch Elixirs filled up Ling Xiao's dantian in an instant. His 5-colored dantian started to vibrate non-stop, and countless amounts of energy spread towards his meridians. It started to open up many small meridians and acupoints that had yet to be opened up. His aura started to soar as he went from the middle stage mystic the Arch Realm to the high stage mystic the Arch Realm. After a short while, he reached the peak stage of the middle stage mystic the Arch Realm. He was just a little bit away from breaking through the bottleneck and becoming a high stage mystic the Arch Realm. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to advance. Although this energy could allow him to break through to the high-tier mystic the Arch Realm in an instant, he would definitely have to spend a lot of time stabilizing his cultivation level in the future. Therefore, he forcefully compressed the energy and waited for the energy to be gathered in one spot before releasing it. At that time, he would be able to charge into a higher realm and stabilize his cultivation. Not far from where Ling Xiao was, the 3 saints of the Ouyang clan were all searching for Ling Xiao's aura. Once Ling Xiao was exposed, they would immediately surround and kill him. Although Ling Xiao had used a restriction to isolate his aura and not let it leak out, when he was breaking through, there would still be an aura surging out. The restriction could not stop it either. He's finally appeared. He's over there. Ouyang Xing instantly caught hold of Ling Xiao's aura and immediately cried out in surprise. Then he rushed in a direction. Ouyang Zheng and Ouyang Hua, who were in 2 other directions, also flew in that direction. The 3 saints gathered in the sky above the mountain that Ling Xiao had broken through. The 3 of them looked at each other, and Ouyang Xing said, "This kid is strange. Let's split up and use the power of space to trap him. We won't give him any chance to escape. That kid might have other treasures on him, but he was completely fine after being attacked by me. So, we must not underestimate him. Boss is right. We must capture him so that we can properly torture him, Yang Hua echoed. Hurry up and do it. This little bastard was able to make us 3 brothers attack him together. Even if we die, we can be proud. Yang Jin said. Yang Xing nodded lightly, raised his palm, and slapped down on the mountain. Boundless energy surged down like a tide. Under this palm, the mountain that was hundreds of meters tall completely collapsed. Everything within the mountain was turned to dust, no longer existing. Ling Xiao, who was in the deep pit of the mountain, was at a crucial moment. He only needed a little time to compress his energy many times and make the best breakthrough. At this moment, a powerful explosion almost caused his mind to lose control. The energy that had been compressed in his body could no longer be suppressed and instantly exploded. Ling Xiao, who was unprepared, could not help but cry out in alarm as he suffered a huge impact from the energy. A mouthful of blood immediately spurted out. Countless stone fragments smashed down, drowning him. I didn't see that little bastard come out. He couldn't have died just like that, right? Yang Jin softly exclaimed. He won't die so easily. His aura is still here. Yang Xing said. Then he frowned and said, that little bastard's aura is a bit strange. It seems very messy, but his aura is still growing. Could it be that he wants to use medicinal pills to increase his strength to fight against us? Yang Hua said. No matter what, let's drag him out first. Yang Xing said fiercely and slapped down again. A terrifying spatial collapse smashed down, and the ground within 1,000 meters caved in. Under this palm, Ling Xiao was once again smashed deeper into the ground. However, although this spatial power was particularly powerful, Ling Xiao had the old Dragon King's dragon scales to protect him, so he did not suffer any harm. Ling Xiao didn't have the time to care about anything else. He was controlling the chaotic energy in his body, forcefully suppressing it. He couldn't let it backfire on him. In the end, he wouldn't be able to break through and would instead hurt his foundation, causing his strength to regress. That wouldn't be worth it. Since he still hasn't come out, then let's drag him out. Yang Jin said somewhat impatiently. He raised his hand and a palm condensed from the power of space grabbed towards the ground. Ling Xiao was forcibly grabbed by that palm, but he did not respond. His eyes were still closed, and the supreme Guiyuan art was circulating at high speed, constantly guiding the energy together for the final impact. Yang Xing saw some clues about Ling Xiao's state and immediately shouted, "This brat is actually trying to break through. Kill him first, otherwise it will be even more difficult to deal with." After shouting, a sacred tool appeared in Yang Xing's hand. His figure began to move, and a sword light like a meteor streaked across the sky, slashing towards Ling Xiao's head. At this critical moment, Ling Xiao's power was able to restore order, and he finally broke through the high-grade bottle energy. Ling Xiao did not have time to enjoy the thrill of this surging power. He had already realized that his situation was quite bad. Just as Yang Xing's long sword fell on his head, Ling Xiao's body forcibly struggled, and a vast surging power spread out. The dragon-shaped battle chi in his body instantly soared, and his body began to change. A dragon's roar rushed towards Yang Xing, and a golden dragon spear appeared in his hand, shaking off the power that was binding him. When Yang Xing was hit by the dragon's roar, his blood and chi actually felt a little turbulent, and his movements became slightly sluggish. However, he still could not hurt him, and his sword momentum was still indomitable. "Little bastard, this day next year will be your death anniversary," Yang Xing shouted. Ling Xiao's body was freed, and his strength had already reached the high-grade mystic the Arch. With another 35 times increase in strength, he had completely reached the strength of a low-grade saint. He was able to grasp Yang Xing's sword momentum, and he quickly raised his golden dragon spear to block the longsword. Clang! The weapons clashed and dazzling sparks flew. Ling Xiao was sent flying 100 meters away, but Yang Xing did not move at all. However, Yang Xing could not be happy because he had only forced Ling Xiao back 100 meters and not directly smashed him to the ground. He did not obtain a completely overwhelming joy. Ouyang Xing's expression was extremely ashen, and he roared, "Little bastard, even if your strength has increased, you must still die." Immediately after, he instantly traversed through space, and terrifying sword techniques poured out towards Ling Xiao. Every sword light contained a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. Ling Xiao had the wind element power, and he also had the cloud track phantom steps. Although his speed was not as fast as Ouyang Xing's, he could still barely keep up. The golden dragon spear in his hand swung out a dense defensive technique to block Ouyang Xing's terrifying sword techniques. Even though Ling Xiao had blocked most of the attacks, there were still a lot of sword chi that broke through his defenses and slashed at his body, causing many of the golden dragon scales on his body to fall off. The dragon scales that the old Dragon King had bestowed upon him were good for defense, but as long as his life was not in danger, they would not automatically protect him. This made Ling Xiao rather depressed. "Old fool, I am going to fight it out with you." Ling Xiao cursed under his breath as he concentrated his spiritual energy and attacked Ouyang Xing. At the same time, he gathered his strongest strength to counterattack Ouyang Xing. Countless peerless true dragons roared towards Ouyang Xing. Ouyang Xing was a little anxious now. As a top-notch expert in the middle region, he actually could not handle a high-tier mystic the Arch. If news of this got out, how could he endure it? Just as he was about to increase his attacks, he felt a spatial fluctuation. He knew that Ling Xiao was using his spiritual energy to attack. He hurriedly retreated, and at the same time, he used his spatial energy to envelop himself, isolating himself from the spiritual energy. The golden dragon spear that Ling Xiao had formed pierced through Ouyang Xing's spatial energy defense, causing it to cave in. It had almost pierced Ouyang Xing's spiritual sea, but it was still a little short. Ling Xiao also knew that he could not handle Ouyang Xing with his spiritual energy alone. His tyrant dragon spear art had already been unleashed, and several peerless true dragons directly crashed into Ouyang Xing's spatial energy defense. Boom! Boom! A formless force and a visible force stacked together, finally shattering Ouyang Xing's spatial energy. Ouyang Xing was shocked. The long sword in his hand spun rapidly, trying to kill this peerless true dragon. However, Ling Xiao was not going to let him off easily. Wave after wave of even more ferocious energy surged forward like a storm. Chapter 924. Ling Xiao was full of energy. He was determined to teach this old man a lesson. He transformed into 48 clones, and he didn't stop there. He doubled in size again, and now there were a total of 96 clones. Each of them was brandishing the tyrant dragon spear art at Ouyang Xing. It was an unending stream of attacks. Every move and stance contained a terrifying power that was enough to destroy the space around them. Ouyang Zheng and Ouyang Hua, who were watching from the outside, had their mouths wide open. How could they believe that this was the destructive power of a high-stage mystic the Arch? Even a low-stage saint's attack wouldn't be this powerful. Bastard! In the midst of such a concentrated attack, Ouyang Xing let out a bestial roar that seemed to have lost his mind. Streaks of terrifying sword light shone like stars, piercing through Ling Xiao's energy and killing all of the figures that Ling Xiao created. Ouyang Xing broke through Ling Xiao's attack like a trapped dragon. He carried a thunderous force as he counterattacked Ling Xiao. The long sword was in the air, a hidden sword. It was a simple but effective strike that carried all of Ouyang Xing's strength. This sword strike was powerful enough to sever any river, and it was powerful enough to shatter dozens of mountains. The surrounding space was cut open by the sword strike. This was Ouyang Xing's furious strike. Before the sword strike arrived, Ling Xiao already felt the sword chi cutting through his body. Let the storm be more violent. Ling Xiao was going all out. His body was comparable to a saint artifact, and he had the old Dragon King's dragon scales for defense. He decided to fight with all his might. He held the golden dragon spear and didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced and clashed with Ouyang Xing's sword. "Little bastard, go and die." Ouyang Xing didn't expect Ling Xiao to have the courage to resist. He couldn't help but roar. Boom! The long sword struck the golden dragon spear and produced an intense explosion. Ling Zhao's body flew far away like a kite with a broken string. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The golden dragon spear in his hand was shaken out of his hand. Fortunately, the golden dragon spear had some kind of connection with him. It followed his direction and didn't fall anywhere else. Just as Yangxing was about to attack Ling Zhao again, he suddenly found that the long sword in his hand had broken into pieces. That's right. That kid has the Gu family's golden dragon spear. It's at least a high-grade sacred artifact. No wonder he could destroy my sword. Yangxing was stunned for a moment before he remembered that Ling Zhao's weapon was not ordinary. His gaze became even more passionate. Without hesitation, Yangxing once again dashed toward Ling Zhao. He realized that Ling Zhao's entire body was filled with treasures. As long as he killed Ling Zhao, everything would be his. Just as Yangxing flew down, Ling Zhao had already stabilized his body. The heaven-suppressing drum had already appeared in his arms. When Yangxing saw this scene, he quickly stopped and used a spatial palm to grab at Ling Zhao. He couldn't let Ling Zhao hit the drum. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Ling Zhao was no longer the same as before. After becoming a high-grade mystic the Arch, his reaction speed was comparable to a low-grade saint. Naturally, he could catch Yangxing's attack. His body turned into the wind and retreated. At the same time, he used all his strength to hit the heaven-suppressing drum. As the sound of the drum faded, the ancient and malevolent giant appeared again. He was hugging the drum in his arms and using the drum stick to hit the drum heavily. Second brother, third brother, hurry up and kill this kid. Yangxing shouted as he retreated. It was a pity that his cry for help was too late. The sound of the heaven-suppressing drum was like the roar of a ferocious beast. It was also like the sound of a horn on an ancient battlefield. The blood in Yangxing's body started to churn uncontrollably. His internal organs were also throbbing nonstop. It was as if there was an indescribable energy that was going to cause them to explode. This attack caused Yangxing to bleed from his 7 orifices. His body was severely injured. When Yang Zhen and Yang Hua heard Yangxing's words, they didn't dare to hesitate. They immediately charged at Ling Zhao. You can't kill me, but I can take your lives. Ling Zhao chased after Yangxing at full speed. He roared fiercely and gathered the strongest energy in his palm. He slammed it down heavily. Yangxing was just about to shuttle through space to escape, but Ling Zhao's wind attribute wasn't to be trifled with. Yangxing couldn't shake him off at all. After all, Yangxing's speed had decreased due to his injuries. As the second sound of the drum rang out, Yangxing felt that his meridians and internal organs couldn't take it anymore. It was as if there was an extremely terrifying power wreaking havoc in his body. He used all his strength to suppress it, but in the end he still failed on the verge of success. Bang! It didn't matter what level a cultivator was at. Before they became a god, their meridians, blood vessels, and internal organs, they hadn't been tempered, so they were the weakest. Even someone like Yangxing, who had reached the peak of the mid-level saint realm, was no exception. The formidable force blasted Yangju into pieces from inside out, causing a pool of bright-colored sparks to spray out in midair, and it seemed so dazzling and resplendent. Boss! Yang Zhen and Yangxing had never imagined that their strongest boss would explode right in front of their eyes. Not even his bones were left. While they were heartbroken, they also raised the flames of hatred to a new level. Little bastard, hand over your life. Yang Hua was the first to be unable to accept this reality. He looked at Ling Zhao and roared. He summoned his protective spiritual beast and prepared to attack Ling Zhao. Who's afraid of you? Ling Zhao grabbed a few pills and quickly threw them into his mouth. He once again gathered his strength and struck the heaven-suppressing drum. With a loud sound, Yang Hua was immediately injured. Blood continuously seeped out of his skin. He was in an even worse state than Yangxing and directly fell from the sky. Third brother! Yangxing roared again and directly formed a spatial palm to grab Yang Hua. He wanted to take him away from this place. No one can leave. Ling Zhao roared in shock. The second sound of the drum rang out. Ouyang Zheng's palm had just touched Ouyang Hua, but Ouyang Hua immediately followed in Ouyang Xing's footsteps and was blasted into a pool of blood. Ouyang Zheng's face became extremely pale. His brother, who had lived with him for nearly 10,000 years, had died in front of him. His heart was filled with hatred. However, despite his hatred, Ouyang Zheng did not completely lose his mind. He used to be the head of the Ouyang clan, so he was very cautious and knew when to advance and retreat. Little bastard, the Ouyang clan and the proud smiling palace are sworn enemies. Ouyang Zheng did not dare to stay a moment longer after making the oath. He rushed into the void and fled. Ling Xiao chased after him and shouted, "Old man, I'm afraid you're a coward. Don't go. If you have the guts, fight me for 300 rounds." However, he was only trying to scare Ouyang Zheng. He had killed 2 people in a row, and the energy in his body had been sucked dry by the heaven-suppressing drum. The heaven-suppressing drum was like a bottomless pit. The more energy it absorbed, the more terrifying the power it could display. Ling Xiao did not expect that he would be able to kill 2 saints with this broken drum. If news of this were to spread, it would be enough to shake the entire Central Territory. Any saint was a top master in the Central Territory. They were the cornerstone of every force in the Central Territory, so they would not die so easily. For the Ouyang clan to lose 2 saints in such a short period of time, it was definitely the biggest event in thousands of years. After taking a few more qi-restoring pills, Ling Xiao put away the heaven-suppressing drum and went to the area where Ouyang Xing and Ouyang Hua had exploded to search for their space rings. It had to be said that Ling Xiao really did not want to let go of even the slightest thing. After Ling Xiao found the space rings, he did not stop and immediately summoned Xiao Jin to evacuate in the direction of the 10,000 Flower sect. He believed that Ouyang Zheng would never come to provoke him again, otherwise, he would not have fled. Ling Xiao did not have any regrets in this matter. This was a world where the weak were prey to the weak. Whoever's fist was harder was the law. He was just following the rules of survival here and did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. As for the revenge of the Ouyang clan in the future, Ling Xiao was not afraid of it. His current strength was different from the past, and he had a divine object like the heaven-suppressing drum to rely on. Even a high-level saint would have to think twice before coming. Ling Xiao sat on Xiao Jin's back, and without caring about his surroundings, he took out a drop of spring liquid of life and swallowed it. He then closed his eyes and meditated to adjust his body. He had been disturbed by Ouyang Xing just now, causing his meridians to become disordered and almost causing him to go berserk. Fortunately, he managed to suppress it in time, but it still caused some hidden injuries. These hidden injuries were usually invisible and difficult to detect, but they would pose a great danger to him when he tried to break through in the future. Ling Xiao did not want to have any worries, so he had to recover from these hidden injuries first. The spring liquid of life was worthy of being called holy liquid. Just a drop was enough to completely repair the injuries and hidden injuries in Ling Xiao's body and make his muscles more vigorous and full of vitality. Ling Xiao had recovered, and his whole body seemed to be in a good mood. He felt proud that he had killed 2 saints at once. With his strength, he should be able to find trouble with the Sha Tian organization and the Black Demon sect, right? However, Ling Xiao was not so impulsive. He still had to make some preparations. He did not think that the 2 great forces did not have any foundation. Perhaps they had some terrifying tricks waiting for him to fall into their trap. At the place where the previous battle took place, Ouyang Zhen had returned. He looked at the 2 pools of blood, and tears of sadness fell from his old eyes. For so many years, he did not know what tears were, and he did not remember what it felt like to be in pain. Today, he finally tasted it again. That feeling of being separated by life and death really made him feel as if his heart was being cut by a knife. This was his brother who had lived with him for nearly 10,000 years. Blood was thicker than water, and there was no need to explain it. Ouyang Zhen took out a jar of wine, and after drinking a mouthful he fell down. At the same time he said in a shrill voice, "Big brother, third brother, don't worry. I will kill that little bastard and wash the Laughing Palace with blood to avenge you." Chapter 925. Under Xiao Jin's full speed, a month later, Ling Xiao finally left the southern demon region and arrived at the Wanhua sect's territory. The Wanhua sect was a sect formed entirely by women. The entire sect was made up of female disciples, and all of them were bewitching beauties. The Wanhua sect was not an evil sect that survived by seducing men. They were one of the 20 great powers, and they were a very disciplined sect. Basically, it was very rare to hear of a woman from the Wanhua sect having any scandals with other men. However, the women of the 10,000 Flower sect weren't old virgins who would never marry for their entire lives. The sect allowed them to marry outside of the sect, but once they did, their status in the 10,000 Flower sect would drop and they would be assigned to a position outside of the sect. Their men were also not allowed to take a single step into the 10,000 Flower sect unless the man was also a member of one of the 20 factions. This had always been the rule of the Wanhua sect, and no one dared to break it. After all, the Wanhua sect was able to become one of the 18 great powers, so their foundation was naturally extraordinary. Ling Xiao arrived at a city at the border of the Wanhua sect. He originally wanted to leave from here, but he suddenly heard something that piqued his interest. Have you heard? An old sect master of the Wanhua sect is seriously injured, and her life is in danger. If anyone can save her life, the Wanhua sect's Shuiyu, twin flowers, are willing to be slaves, and they will also receive a satisfactory reward. You mean the two sisters, Hua Feishue and Hua Piaoyu? The most famous pair of flowers in our southern abyss? That's right. It is said that the old sect master is their great teacher, and for some reason he was seriously injured and only has 7 days to live. Now that 2 days have passed, the people in their sect are powerless, and they don't have enough time to ask the old sect master of the medicine sect for help or the spirit marshal pavilion for help. They can only announce the news here, hoping to attract the help of a high-level alchemist. That requires a grade 8 pill, and how many people in the central region can refine it? Moreover, with such a short time, I'm afraid the Shuiyu twin flowers are said to be the future sect master. Both of them are as beautiful as flowers, and they are devastatingly beautiful. It would be too miserable to have them serve others. I heard that many alchemists have already rushed over, but without a grade 8 alchemist, I'm afraid everything will be in vain. In the restaurant, Ling Xiao listened to the discussions of the people around him. It wasn't easy for him to not know what happened in the Wanhua sect. Listening to these people's discussions, Ling Xiao understood that the Wanhua sect was now asking for an 8th rank heaven-defying pill to save someone. It was easy to imagine how serious the injury of the person who needed to use the 8th grade medicinal pill was. At the very least, it had reached a half-dead state. Even the various kinds of spirit liquids could not save him. Brother, what's going on with the Wanhua sect's old sect leader? Does he need an 8th rank medicinal pill to survive? After listening for a long time, Ling Xiao still didn't know what kind of injuries the old sect master had suffered. He had no choice but to ask the people at the next table. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in the Shuiyu twin flowers, but he was interested in the Wanhua sect's rewards. The foundation of such a large sect was definitely not weak. If he could help them, he would be able to form a good relationship with them and obtain many benefits. He had offended enough enemies now, so he had to think of a way to get 1 or 2 powerful allies. Although Ling Xiao couldn't refine an 8th rank medicinal pill for the time being, it didn't mean he didn't have something good to save his life. The Spring of Life was a holy liquid that had a powerful effect on saints. It was comparable to an 8th rank healing medicinal pill. He was confident that it could save the Wanhua sect's old sect leader. The person glanced at Ling Xiao and found that Ling Xiao had an amiable and dignified appearance. He felt that he gave off an inexplicable sense of affinity and immediately responded with a smile, "Little brother, you just arrived, right?" The announcement said that the Wanhua sect's old sect leader was injured by an 8th rank 100 poisons centipede queen. The poison has invaded her body, and no medicine can save her. Only an 8th rank or above antidote pill can save her. I see. The 8th rank 100 poisons centipede's poison is fierce. It can kill a person with just a touch. The fact that the Wanhua sect's old sect leader was able to live for 7 days is a miracle. Ling Xiao replied with a sigh. Isn't that so? I'm afraid that after 7 days, she will sigh. The person said with infinite regret. Ling Xiao chatted with the person for a while more before he stood up and left the restaurant. This is a little troublesome. It would be easier to handle if it was just an internal injury. This is the 100 poison centipede's poison. The poison is extremely fierce. Only an 8th rank antidote pill can save her. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. The 8th rank antidote pill was considered the most common kind of medicinal pill among the 8th rank medicinal pills. It was easier to refine than other 8th rank medicinal pills. However, it was definitely not something that any 7th rank alchemist could refine. Ling Xiao was hesitating whether he should take this job or not. Previously, when he had just become a low-level mystic the Arch, he tried to refine 8th rank medicinal pills but failed. However, in the recent 3 years of recuperation, he successfully refined a few half-finished 8th rank medicinal pills. Now that his strength had increased so much, he felt that he had some confidence in refining a genuine 8th rank medicinal pill. Moreover, the antidote pill was the simplest kind of medicinal pill. Forget it, I'd better not get involved in this matter. Ling Xiao hesitated for a while but still decided not to fish for this extra profit. If he were to ruin his own reputation, it would not be worth it. Ling Xiao made up his mind and rushed to the city's teleportation formation. He was prepared to use it to return to Wind Cloud City. However, when he rushed to the teleportation formation, a group of people also happened to rush over. This group of people were all women with enchanting figures. They were all wearing cloaks on their heads, making it hard for others to see their faces. They seemed to be in a hurry. All of them were walking in the air without touching the ground. Ling Xiao glanced at them and immediately guessed that they were from the Myriad Flower sect. Ling Xiao did not intend to fight with them for time. He gave way and brushed past them. The faint fragrance of the women made Ling Xiao slightly dazed. He rubbed his nose and thought to himself, simple and elegant fragrance. The smell is not bad. I wonder what they look like? Although Ling Xiao had promised his woman that he wouldn't mess around with other women, he couldn't help but take a few glances at the enchanting women in front of him. Especially when he stared at the woman in the lead. She had a full chest, a slender waist, and a round bottom. She was like a willow swaying in the wind. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Based on his many years of observation, this woman was definitely a first-class beauty. Just as the group of women reached the teleportation formation, the woman in the lead turned around and looked in Ling Xiao's direction. The woman made a gesture to the person who was about to throw the beast core out, stopping her. Then, the woman actually walked in Ling Xiao's direction. Ling Xiao touched his eyebrows and thought to himself, could it be that this girl has fallen in love with me at first sight? This can't be done, this can't be done. I am a married man. Although Ling Xiao was thinking this, his eyes never left the woman's body. Her graceful figure, her elegant steps, all of it showed the alluring beauty of a lady from a noble family. The woman walked faster and faster, and in a few breaths, she arrived in front of Ling Xiao. The faint fragrance of a virgin filled the air, intoxicating him. Ling Xiao did not dare to be distracted. Although he did not feel any hostility from this woman, who knew if she was sent by his enemies to kill him? It really is Brother Ling. No, it should be Palace Master Ling. The woman exclaimed with a hint of joy. The woman's voice was soft and sweet, giving people a good impression. Miss you are? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. He did not expect someone to recognize him in the southern abyss. Immediately afterward, the woman pulled off the cloak on her head, revealing a delicate face that looked as if it was naturally sculpted. Her facial features were perfectly matched. Her beautiful eyes were bright, her eyelashes were long, her nose was sharp, her lips were pink and tender, and her hair was like a waterfall. She was like Chang-yi, a fairy in the full moon. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Palace Master Ling, do you still remember this little girl, Hua Piaoyue? The woman asked with a smile. Under her smile, it was difficult to hide the worry between her brows. Hua Feishue and Hua Piaoyue were the two most beautiful flowers in the southern abyss. They were the leaders of the Wanhua clan's new generation. There were countless people pursuing them. Ling Xiao did recognize Hua Piaoyue. He had always had the ability to ignore beauties of this level. Ling Xiao had seen her when he participated in the Imperial Ranking Tournament and before he entered the Chaotic Abyss. So it's Miss Hua. It's an honor to meet you. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and replied politely. Palace Master Ling, you are a guest. You are now a Palace Master. How can our status compare to yours? Hua Piaoyue said respectfully, then said, I wonder where Palace Master Ling is going? Hua Piaoyue really didn't expect to meet Ling Xiao here. This miraculous man who had entered the chaotic abyss with her and won the first throne in one fell swoop had already left a deep impression on her. Later on, when she heard about Ling Xiao's various achievements, she was even more amazed. Her evaluation of Ling Xiao could be described as a strange man. Now that she saw him again, she could clearly see that this man actually had a handsome and extraordinary face, which made it easy for her to have a good impression of him. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, I was just passing by and was about to go back. Oh, this is our Wanhua sect's territory. Palace Master Ling has come in person. If our Wanhua sect doesn't do our best as a host, wouldn't it mean that we don't know how to treat our guests? I wonder if Palace Master Ling would do us the honor of visiting our Wanhua sect? Hua Piaoyue invited rather enthusiastically. Those who didn't know the situation would think that Hua Piaoyue really had feelings for Ling Xiao. Actually, Hua Piaoyue had other plans. Their old sect master, who was also her great master, was poisoned by the poison centipede queen. It was difficult to find an antidote to the poison in this world. Only an 8th rank pill could cure it. Ling Xiao was already a 7th rank alchemist. This identity was no longer a secret. Hua Piaoyue was also desperate. Although she didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to cure her old sect master, it was still a sliver of hope. After all, time was too short. Where could she find an 8th rank alchemist? Chapter 926. How could Ling Xiao not know what Hua Piaoyue was up to? She said that she was inviting him to be a guest, but in reality, it must be about the matter of her sect master. Ling Xiao didn't point it out. He had just decided to leave, but now that he was given another choice, it was really difficult for him. Palace Master Ling, are you not going to do me the favor? Or are you looking down on me? Hua Piaoyue revealed a bit of resentment, like a little wife who was being bullied. As the saying went, it was the hardest to accept a beauty's favor. Not to mention that Ling Xiao, who was born to be flirtatious, felt his body turn to jelly after hearing this. He could only smile and say, how would Ling Xiao dare not accept Miss Hua's invitation? He thought to himself, forget it. Even if I can't save her, it shouldn't be a problem to prolong her life. I'll just treat it as a favor that doesn't cost much. Thank you, Palace Master Ling, for doing me the favor. If you don't mind my low status, you can call me Piaoyue or Yeye. Hua Piaoyue took a step forward and smiled. Her smile was like the radiance of the bright moon, so beautiful that it was indescribable. For her sect master, she was willing to go all out. As long as Ling Xiao came to her Wanhua sect, she didn't believe that Ling Xiao wouldn't do something. Men were all people who cared about their pride. Although Hua Piaoyue had never interacted with a man, she knew such common sense in life. All right, after all, we used to be comrades in arms. You don't have to call me Palace Master Ling, just call me Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't act pretentious and readily agreed. He had many beauties around him, so he wouldn't be easily charmed. He was just teasing Hua Piaoyue, waiting to see when this beauty would tell him the purpose of the invitation. Ling Xiao followed Hua Piaoyue to the transportation formation, wanting to return to the Wanhua sect. One of the Wanhua sect disciples whispered in Hua Piaoyue's ear, Senior sister, aren't we going somewhere else? Why are we going back? Hua Piaoyue gave her fellow disciples a look and said, you go with the other senior sisters and junior sisters. I'm going back to the sect with the proud, smiling palace's palace lord. Don't neglect him. Her fellow disciples understood and brought the others to other places. Only Hua Piaoyue brought Ling Xiao to Thousand Flower City. The Myriad Flower City was a city directly under the Myriad Flower sect, And the biggest difference between the city and any other city was that all sorts of flowers were planted everywhere. The flowers bloomed brilliantly, and the fragrance of the flowers permeated the surroundings. It could be said to be a flourishing place where a myriad of flowers bloomed. Walking in this city felt like walking in a garden. There was a comfortable feeling in both body and mind, causing people to be intoxicated. Most of the people in the city were women. They were delicate and beautiful, and their bodies were full and moving. It was like a paradise for men, and it made people feel like they were indulging in pleasure and forgetting about their duties. Brother Ling, what do you think of our Thousand Flowers city? Hua Piaoyue didn't forget to ask Ling Xiao while they were on their way. She knew that Ling Xiao was famous for being a playboy, and he had more than a dozen beautiful wives. Although she felt that Ling Xiao was a playboy, she didn't hate Ling Xiao at all. After all, in this world, which capable man didn't have multiple wives and concubines? This was a very common thing, and she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Ling Xiao laughed and said, "The city is beautiful, the flowers are beautiful, and the people are even more beautiful." When he said the last three words, he looked towards Hua Piaoyue. It was obvious that he was referring to her when he said, "The people are even more beautiful." Hua Piaoyue blushed slightly and said, "This is the most straightforward praise I've ever heard. But Brother Ling is right. Our Thousand Flower city is called the most beautiful city in the central region, and it's not an undeserved reputation." Ling Xiao laughed. "Yes, my horizons have been broadened. Here, my body and mind can relax. No one would think about fighting and killing and spoil the scenery. Everyone wants to have a romantic life and lead a befuddled life." Ha! I knew that Brother Ling is a passionate person, but I didn't expect you to be so direct and not as hypocritical as other men. Hua Piaoyue covered her mouth and said, "Yes, of course. If others treat me sincerely, I won't hide anything." Ling Xiao looked at Hua Piaoyue with a double meaning. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, Hua Piaoyue's expression froze, and she looked quite unnatural. The two of them didn't say anything and had already rushed to the back garden of the city lord's office. The people in the city lord's office naturally knew Hua Piaoyue, and they all bowed to her. A middle-aged woman appeared in front of the two of them and said with a worried expression, "You, what's the situation now? Is there anyone who can save the old sect master?" Hua Piaoyue's expression changed slightly and said, "Elder Zhuang, this matter has been spread far and wide. You should pay more attention to the movements of all sides in the next few days. Don't let people into the sect easily. You must verify their identities before letting them in." The middle-aged woman glanced at Ling Xiao, who was beside Hua Piaoyue, and knew that some things were not to be said. She immediately nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will keep an eye on things here." After saying this, she turned around and left. At this moment, Hua Piaoyue mustered up the courage to look at Ling Xiao and said, "Brother Ling, I actually invited you here because I have a request. I hope that Brother Ling can help me with something." Our Thousand Flower sect will definitely not mistreat Brother Ling, including you two sisters. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He was a little angry that this girl only told him about her request when she was at his doorstep. It really made him feel a little unhappy. However, seeing that she was also filial and eager to save her senior, he couldn't be bothered to argue with her. No matter who it was, the feeling of being lied to would not feel good, so Ling Xiao deliberately answered like this. Hua Piaoyue's expression froze. Her beautiful eyes looked at Ling Xiao for a while before she opened her red lips and said, "If Brother Ling has the ability to save our old sect master, Piaoyue can promise you anything." Ling Xiao shook his head lightly and said seriously, "We'll see. Since we're already here, let's go take a look. I don't dare to guarantee that I can save her, so don't count on it too much." Ling Xiao was saying the ugly things first, forcing people to think that he was 100% sure of this. After Hua Piaoyue nodded slightly, she brought Ling Xiao into the transmission array and moved to the Thousand Flower sect's important area. The Thousand Flower sect was naturally a beautiful place with tens of thousands of flowers. Looking around, it was a place with a sea of flowers. All kinds of flowers were competing with each other in beauty. There were also bees and colorful butterflies flying around. Streams flowed, fish swam happily, and spirit birds occasionally flew and sang. It was really like a paradise on earth. If there were a few more beauties dancing in this world of flowers, it would definitely be a world-shocking scene. However, Ling Xiao had already looked around and didn't even see a ghost. Hua Piaoyue seemed to see through Ling Xiao's thoughts and explained, "Most of our sect's disciples have been sent out to find a rank 8 alchemist. The others are guarding the flower hall." At this moment, Hua Piaoyue didn't have a smile on her face at all. She was full of melancholy. "Yes, I just want to admire the flowers here." Ling Xiao's old face blushed. He didn't deny that his thoughts had been seen through. Hua Piaoyue flew in front to lead the way and said, "I tricked you here because I had no other choice. I was afraid that you would reject my request. Regardless of whether you can save my sect master or not, Piaoyue will be eternally grateful." She said this to make herself feel less guilty. She had indeed tricked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't answer her and changed the topic instead. "Honestly, your sect master isn't just poisoned, is she?" Hua Piaoyue looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and hesitated for a moment before answering honestly. She was seriously injured and poisoned. It's difficult to suppress the spread of the poison. No wonder. If it was just simple poisoning, I think with her strength, it wouldn't be a problem for her to hold out until a master comes to save her. Ling Xiao sighed. A person who could fight against a rank 800 poison centipede would at least have the strength of a saint. Even if it was just simple poisoning, she could definitely suppress the poison and wait for a rank 8 alchemist to save her. But now, she only had 7 days to live. It wasn't as simple as poisoning. After passing through the sea of flowers, they came to a beautiful bamboo house. Here, they finally met some women who were walking around. Women came up to greet Hua Piaoyue. There were even a few old women who asked Hua Piaoyue why she brought this young man back. They thought that Hua Piaoyue had feelings for this man at this time and that it was absolutely unforgivable for her to bring this man back to the sect. Hua Piaoyue could only explain it to them. In the end, after learning of Ling Xiao's identity, she became respectful again. After all, Ling Xiao was the leader of a great force and had the same status as the Wanhua sect master. Not everyone could be disrespectful to him. Moreover, Ling Xiao was here to help. One of the old women cupped her hands at Ling Xiao and said, "Palace Lord Ling, please forgive me." "It's fine, you don't need to apologize." Ling Xiao waved his hand generously. "Elder Qin, who's in the hall now?" Hua Piaoyue asked. "We've invited the few rank 7 alchemists in the Wanhua sect's territory, as well as the 2 great elders of the Huitian sect and the Mu clan master," the old woman replied. "That's good. I believe that with their strength, they can definitely save the old sect master." Hua Piaoyue nodded in response. Ling Xiao didn't expect the Wanhua sect to invite so many people in such a short amount of time. The old sect master's status in the Wanhua sect was truly extraordinary. Then, Hua Piaoyue brought Ling Xiao and flew inside. There was a beautiful hall in the depths of the bamboo house. This hall was the Wanhua sect's flower hall. In front of the flower hall, the surroundings were filled with people. Every single one of them was a beautiful woman. Their faces were filled with worry and there was no trace of joy on them. When they saw Hua Piaoyue arrive with a man, they were all puzzled. Before entering the hall, a woman who was comparable to Hua Piaoyue hurried out and said, "Little sister, why are you back? Didn't I tell you to look for people?" This woman's appearance was not inferior to Hua Piaoyue's at all. In fact, they were somewhat alike. She wore a white dress that outlined her perfect figure. She was Hua Piaoyue's older sister, the other beauty of the Wanhua sect, Hua Feishue. Behind Hua Feishue was a man. He didn't hide his love for the Shuiyu, twin flowers. When his eyes fell on Ling Xiao, he raised his eyebrows and couldn't hide his strong hostility. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.